Azure Wind City, Lee family residence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully transmigrating with the experience system. Inside a quiet room, a young man dressed in blue stared blankly at a shimmering, transparent screen hovering before his eyes. More precisely, he was staring at a system interface that seemed to float in midair. I've transmigrated? What the hell? How did this happen? Li Yun muttered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Just moments ago, at least in his own memory, he'd been hurrying to meet his very first girlfriend for a date. He'd been on his way to the restaurant where they'd planned to meet when I was struck by lightning. Li Yun suddenly recalled the incident in vivid detail. It had been a bright, cloudless day, sunlight blazing down, and yet, out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning had come crashing down on him. Damn you, heaven! Of all the 8 billion people on Earth, you had to pick me to transmigrate. Li Yun cursed the unseen forces that had flipped his life upside down. But after a few moments of venting his frustration, he forced himself to calm down. Deep down, Li Yun understood there was no turning back. In all the countless web novels he'd devoured, he couldn't remember a single transmigrator who'd managed to return home. He knew he'd have to adjust quickly if he wanted to survive. Just then, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. His eyes widened as he absorbed the new information. I've transmigrated into someone with the same name, Li Yun, a member of the Lee family here in Azure Wind City, he whispered to himself. But as he sifted through the memories of this other Li Yun, his mood darkened. The body's original owner was a direct descendant of the prestigious Lee family. Yet, despite his noble bloodline, he had been unable to cultivate it all, becoming the laughingstock of the entire clan. The family had poured countless cultivation resources into him, hoping he would awaken some hidden talent, but all their efforts were in vain. No matter how much time or treasure they invested, Li Yun simply couldn't cultivate. Eventually, the situation became so dire that the family was on the verge of expelling him. Only the support of one influential elder kept him from being thrown out of the Lee family residence altogether. Yet, it wasn't as though Li Yun had simply loafed about, living off the Lee family's resources without giving anything in return. In a powerful clan like the Lee family, no one could afford to exist as dead weight. Determined to carve out some worth for himself, Li Yun chose to walk the path of alchemy. Through relentless effort, he managed to earn the rank of junior pharmacist. Unfortunately, his small achievement sparked resentment. One of the Lee family's geniuses, who had long enjoyed mocking Li Yun as worthless trash, could not stomach seeing the family disgrace rise even slightly. Under the pretext of offering him some pointers, the so-called genius attacked him instead, inflicting severe injuries. Those wounds ultimately claimed Li Yun's life, opening the way for the transmigration of the current Li Yun's soul into this body. You never gave up until the very end. I won't either. I'll carry your name to the pinnacle of this world. Rest easy now. Li Yun whispered this solemn promise to the lingering remnant of the body's original soul. Indeed, Li Yun had managed to become a junior pharmacist. Just a week earlier, he'd successfully refined his first junior-level potion and obtained official recognition for his skill. Over the past several days, he had thrown himself into his studies, striving to hone his craft and reach the rank of senior pharmacist. So far, however, he had yet to break through. It wasn't that Li Yun lacked talent in alchemy. Rather, his obstacle lay in a cruel limitation of his own body. He was born with a physique entirely devoid of elemental attributes. On the Martial Dragon continent, individuals without an attribute constitution were considered ordinary people, destined for mundane lives. Ordinary people could not cultivate martial arts, nor could they become powerful practitioners. This curse of being born with a no-attribute constitution was also the fundamental reason Li Yun could not cultivate. His body was essentially useless for gathering or channeling spiritual energy, leaving him unable to walk the path of a martial cultivator. Generally, one of the fundamental requirements for becoming a pharmacist was to be a cultivator. For that reason, it was nothing short of astonishing that Li Yun, born with a physique lacking any elemental attributes, had still managed to achieve the rank of junior pharmacist. If he could somehow advance further and become a senior pharmacist, his status within the Li family would undoubtedly rise alongside his accomplishments. However, for someone like Li Yun, an ordinary person without attributes, the prospect of reaching the level of a senior pharmacist was little more than an impossible fantasy. To most people, it was a pipe dream with no hope of ever becoming reality. In truth, several years earlier, countless people had tried to persuade Li Yun to abandon his ambition of becoming a pharmacist altogether. His pursuit had come at a high cost. In his relentless efforts to master alchemy, Li Yun had burned through vast amounts of medicinal herbs and precious resources. Had he not poured his wealth into buying ingredients to refine intermediate-level potions, he would have accumulated enough riches by now to make many in the Li family envious. But because he'd spent nearly everything he had, Li Yun was left with almost no savings. All that remained to his name were a few meager gold coins, barely enough to cover daily expenses, let alone the 100 gold coins required just to purchase the materials for a single body-tempering potion. Da-da-da! Just then, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Someone's coming, Li Yun thought, quickly turning to open the door. As the door swung open, his expression softened into a warm smile. A man in gray robes stepped into the room, his face familiar and comforting. "Third Grandpa!" Li Yun exclaimed, recognizing him instantly. The man in gray was Li Jun, Li Yun's third grandfather and his biological grandfather as well. Aside from his familial bond, Li Jun was also one of the 9 elders who held authority within the Li family. "Refining medicine again, are you?" Li Jun asked gently, sniffing the air as he stepped into the room. The subtle, bittersweet fragrance of herbs lingered around them, giving away Li Yun's recent activities. Li Yun let out a long sigh and nodded. Yes, the marrow-cleansing potion failed. Again. His voice carried both frustration and helplessness. It was the very potion the body's original owner had been trying to refine before meeting his tragic end. The marrow-cleansing potion was no simple concoction, it was a basic senior-level potion. Successfully refining it would mean Li Yun had officially advanced to the rank of senior pharmacist, a significant leap forward. "Don't lose heart," Li Jun said with an encouraging smile. "Senior-level potions aren't easy to perfect. As long as you keep trying, there's hope. One day, you'll succeed." Despite his comforting words, Li Jun harbored deep doubts. He knew too well how slim the chances were for an ordinary person, lacking any elemental attributes, to refine a senior-level potion. Yet he would never discourage Li Yun from trying. Li Jun valued something even more than the possibility of Li Yun becoming an intermediate pharmacist. Li Yun's unyielding determination. That resilience was a rare and precious trait. It was largely thanks to Li Jun's quiet support that Li Yun was even able to keep pursuing his dream. Without his grandfather's help in supplying herbs and ingredients, Li Yun would never have been able to afford the costly materials needed for repeated attempts at refining potions. "I'll keep working hard, third grandpa," Li Yun said firmly, his eyes shining with resolve. Li Yun was already 16 this year, which meant he would soon have to attend the Li family's coming-of-age conference, a significant milestone marking the transition from childhood to adulthood. According to the strict rules of the Li family, any member, whether from the direct bloodline or a branch family, who reached adulthood without an attribute constitution or cultivation talent was forced to leave the clan compound. Such individuals were typically dispatched to far-flung regions of the family's business empire to serve out their lives in obscurity. Those sent away rarely returned, nor did they have any real future. It was a fate everyone dreaded, a silent exile from the heart of the family. Originally, Li Yun, with his attribute-less physique, would have had no hope of remaining within the family estate. But his status as a junior pharmacist, combined with Li Jun's steadfast support, offered a small glimmer of hope. Of course, if Li Yun could somehow advance to senior pharmacist before the coming-of-age conference, everything would change. In a powerful clan like the Li family, senior pharmacists were highly valued. The entire Li family boasted only 3 senior pharmacists. In fact, if Li Yun achieved that rank, the family might cling to him so tightly that even if he wanted to leave, they'd refuse to let him go. But time was short, Only 2 months remained until the coming-of-age conference. The odds of him advancing so quickly were all but non-existent. Good. I will see you later. Li Jun left, seeing his grandson working hard while sighing. Li Yun drew in a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Everything felt like a whirlwind, the shock of transmigrating, the flood of memories from the previous Li Yun, and the sheer weight of it all threatened to overwhelm him. Ding! Host has been detected to possess the Primal Chaos Physique. Primal Chaos Physique? Li Yun's brows knit in confusion. Until this moment, he'd believed the body he'd inherited was utterly worthless. A body with no elemental attributes, incapable of cultivation. Yet it turned out everyone had been wrong. His body was not trash, but a rare, special constitution that simply hadn't awakened. That was why he'd been unable to cultivate. Ding! Condition for awakening the physique. Spin the magic wheel. Suddenly, a luminous wheel materialized on the system's transparent screen in front of him. Its colorful segments were inscribed with enticing rewards, things like a god-level bloodline, a divine cultivation technique, the fire spirit body, a divine ascension pill, and countless other legendary treasures. So I have to spin this wheel to awaken my physique. Li Yun thought, his gaze sweeping over the incredible items displayed. Any one of these prizes would be enough to incite a bloody war across the martial dragon continent. Without overthinking it, Li Yun reached out and spun the wheel. In his mind, it didn't matter which reward he received. Whatever he won would be the key to awakening his dormant physique, and right now, nothing mattered to him more than finally being able to cultivate like everyone else. With the experience system at his side, he was certain that once he could cultivate, nothing would stand in his way. The wheel spun rapidly, colors blurring into a dizzying whirl. After several tense seconds, its speed began to slow. Li Yun's eyes widened as the pointer ticked past several options before finally clicking into place. Ding! Congratulations to host for awakening the Primal Chaos Body. The moment the notification chimed, Li Yun felt a rush of power explode within him. Heat spread through his veins, tingling with vibrant energy. His heart pounded, exhilaration bursting across his face. I can finally cultivate, he shouted, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles whitened. Li Yun, leave everything to me now. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the Supreme Foundation from the Magic Wheel. Supreme Foundation, Li Yun murmured, as a flood of new information streamed directly into his mind. His entire body trembled with excitement as the details settled into place. According to the knowledge granted by the system, possessing the Supreme Foundation meant he would never encounter bottlenecks in his cultivation, provided he had enough resources. In simpler terms, if he acquired sufficient spiritual materials and treasures, he could instantly ascend to the very peak of the martial dragon continent, doing nothing more than absorbing and refining those resources. Such was the terrifying power of the Supreme Foundation. With this, my cultivation speed will be countless times faster than anyone else's, Li Yun whispered, stunned by the implications. He understood perfectly how heaven-defying this was. Ordinarily, martial artists had to tread carefully when advancing to higher realms. They needed time to stabilize their breakthroughs, consolidate their cultivation, and build a firm foundation. Rushing ahead risked leaving their cultivation base unstable, which could severely limit their future progress. But for Li Yun, with the Supreme Foundation, none of those limitations existed. He could advance freely, unhindered by the obstacles that plagued ordinary cultivators. His path was wide open, stretching toward the pinnacle of the world. Ding! Novice Gift Pack awarded. Does the host wish to open it? Of course I do. Li Yun grinned. Ding! Novice Gift Pack opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving. High-grade mortal rank Iron Pulse Fist Art. The formula for the Marrow Cleansing Potion, 1,000 gold coins, and a basic iron sword. The formula for the Marrow Cleansing Potion. Li Yun's eyes lit up with fierce excitement. The previous owner of this body had devoted himself to refining that very potion, failing again and again, and ultimately dying in the attempt. Now, in one stroke of luck, Li Yun had obtained the exact formula that had eluded his predecessor. Ding! Host has triggered the novice quest, Tough Alchemist Path. Would you like to accept the quest? Tough my ass. Li Yun snorted. Of course I'm accepting it. Ding! Host has accepted the novice quest. Quest has begun. Without wasting a second, Li Yun opened up his character interface and tapped into the quest details. Quest level F. Objective, refine a perfect grade bone refining potion. Reward, 3,000 gold coins, 300 experience points. What? A perfect grade bone refining potion? System Sama? Are you trying to scam me? Li Yun groaned, feeling his heart sink. On the Martial Dragon continent, potions were classified into 4 grades: ordinary, intermediate, excellent, and perfect. But perfect grade potions were practically legends in Azure Wind City. Even a senior pharmacist on their very best day might only manage to produce an excellent grade bone refining potion, and that was considered a stroke of incredible luck. Damn it, system. Your very first quest for me is already sky-high difficulty, and I haven't even successfully refined an intermediate grade bone refining potion yet. Li Yun muttered, exhaling a long, frustrated sigh. Taking a deep breath, he decided to set the quest aside for the moment and focus on more immediate concerns. Right now, I'm only at the early stage of the bone refining realm. Before attempting to refine any potions, I should improve my cultivation first. Li Yun reasoned quietly. From the memories he inherited, it was clear that one major reason the previous Li Yun had failed at refining even intermediate-grade bone refining potions was his utter lack of cultivation. That was a problem Li Yun was determined to fix as his first step. Li Yun pulled out one of the ordinary-grade bone refining potions from the stash he'd personally refined and set aside for sale. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and swallowed its contents. Almost immediately, a fierce heat roared through his veins, flooding into his bones like molten metal poured into a mold. A wave of agony followed, a deep, splintering pain, as though countless invisible chisels were striking every inch of his skeleton, shaving it down and reshaping it from within. A strangled breath escaped him. Sweat burst across his brow. But Li Yun refused to falter. He inhaled sharply, shoulders squared, and took a solid stance. His legs rooted into the ground. Fingers curled into fists so tight that veins popped across his knuckles. Then, with a focused glare, he raised his right arm and slammed it forward in a straight, explosive punch. Air split around his knuckles. That was the hammer pulse strike of the iron pulse fist art he just obtained. He retracted his fist, twisted his hips, and lashed out with the other arm. Another sharp gust blasted outward. He moved faster. Left, right, left, right. Each punch seemed to carry a shuddering pulse that vibrated through his arms and into his chest. It wasn't merely physical force, it was the unique rhythm of the iron pulse fist art, sending shockwaves into his meridians and coaxing the raging medicinal power deeper into his bones. The pain intensified. His skeleton creaked as if protesting the violent forging process. But amid the torment, Li Yun could feel it. The bone refining potion's essence was being churned faster, ground into the very marrow of his bones with each concussive strike. He staggered slightly, chest heaving. His skin glistened with sweat. Still, his eyes burned with stubborn light. Not enough. His voice was hoarse, breath ragged. He reached into his robes and pulled out another bottle, uncorked it with trembling fingers, and swallowed it all in one gulp. Instantly, the scorching heat surged anew. Before the fresh wave of agony could overpower him, Li Yun roared and launched back into the hammer pulse strike. His fists blurred now, slicing through the air in relentless arcs. Boom! 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 The invisible shockwaves pounded outward, and faint cracking sounds echoed from within his body as the potion's power was forced deeper into the microscopic cracks in his bones. He could feel the impurities being expelled, searing away under the fiery medicinal onslaught. His bones seemed to buzz as though alive, hardening, condensing, growing denser with each cycle. The faster he punched, the more violently the bone-refining potion was stirred within him, circulating in frenzied currents through his marrow. Every blow forced the essence into stubborn crevices that ordinary refining could never reach. An hour passed, then another. Li Yun's fists never stopped. His arms screamed with fatigue, but he moved like a man possessed. The air around him rippled with the continuous force of his strikes, dust swirling from the ground under the shockwaves. By the time the sun sank toward the horizon, Li Yun was a trembling figure drenched in sweat. His fists hung at his sides, steaming faintly in the cooling evening air. Yet in the depths of his bones, he could feel it, a newfound solidity, a steely resilience radiating outward. The hammer pulse strike hadn't just refined the bone-refining potion's power. It had transformed his bones into weapons of their own, tempered in pain and honed by relentless strikes. And in Li Yun's eyes burned a fierce, unyielding light. Again, he murmured, lifting another bottle. He kept swallowing potions and hammering out strikes, his body soaked with sweat, muscles straining as the day slipped away. He trained without pause, driven by determination and the burning energy flooding his veins. By the time he finally stopped, the sun had vanished below the horizon, leaving the sky cloaked in twilight. I've used up all my ordinary-grade bone-refining potions, but I've reached the peak stage of the bone-refining realm, Li Yun said, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. And this iron pulse fist art, it's incredible. It feels like it was designed specifically to enhance bone refining, especially the hammer pulse strike. Initially, he'd only started practicing the hammer pulse strike on instinct, remembering that certain martial movements could help circulate and refine medicinal energy. But he'd never imagined the effect would be this potent. There are 3 moves in the iron pulse fist art, Li Yun murmured thoughtfully, wiping sweat from his brow. I've got a strong feeling that each move corresponds to a specific cultivation stage, the bone-refining realm, the marrow-cleansing realm, and finally, the body-tempering realm. Lost in thought, Li Yun stared into the darkening sky, his heart pounding with newfound hope for the path ahead. The following day, on the way to the Li family's treasure house. Huh? Isn't that Li Yun? A sharp, mocking voice rang out from ahead. Li Yun's eyes narrowed as he looked toward the source of the voice. Standing there in a crisp white robe was a young man named Li Nian, the grandson of the great elder. Unlike Li Yun, Li Nian held a prominent position in the Li family. Though he was the same age as Li Yun, 16, Li Nian had already reached the late stage of the marrow-cleansing realm, earning him a reputation as a prodigy throughout Azure Wind City. At 16 and already in the late stage of marrow-cleansing realm, Li Nian was recognized as a top-tier talent, with a bright future as a potential Xiantian realm expert. The Li family naturally poured resources into nurturing someone so gifted, especially since Li Nian was the grandson of a family elder. In the world of martial cultivation, the path progressed in strict order, first refining the bones, then washing the marrow, followed by tempering the overall body. Only after body tempering did one become a formidable Xiantian realm cultivator, a true powerhouse in the martial dragon continent. Within Azure Wind City, Xiantian realm cultivators were considered genuine masters. Even in the influential Li family, one of the city's 3 great clans, there were only a handful of such experts. Li Yun, what are you doing here in the treasure hall? Li Nian demanded, his voice dripping with scorn. Ha! As if the treasure hall is a place for a worthless nobody like you, sneered one of the 2 Li family disciples standing beside him. A loser who can't even step into the bone-refining realm dares to come here? Added the other, their voices thick with ridicule. At the sight of Li Nian, memories flashed through Li Yun's mind, memories of how the body's previous owner had met his tragic end. It had been Li Nian who challenged him under the guise of offering pointers, leaving him grievously injured. Those injuries had ultimately led to the previous Li Yun's death. Tension between Li Nian and Li Yun had always simmered beneath the surface. Years earlier, Li Nian's father had been defeated and humiliated by Li Yun's father, Li Tian, a humiliation that Li Nian had never forgiven. My reasons for being here have nothing to do with you, Li Yun said coolly, frowning as he faced the trio blocking his path. Li Nian scoffed. Don't blame me for speaking bluntly. The truth is, you're a useless piece of trash. You'll never set foot on the path of cultivation in your entire life. You'll never even make it to the bone-refining realm. Still unconvinced, his lips curled into a taunting smile. Go ahead. Try circulating your internal energy right here. If you've really entered the bone-refining realm, I'll personally let you into the treasure hall without another word. Are you sure about that? Li Yun asked, a cold sneer tugging at his lips. Li Nian snorted dismissively. What's there to be smug about? You're incapable of cultivating, and everyone knows it. But Li Yun only smiled faintly. Then, before their disbelieving eyes, he began to circulate his internal energy. A pure white mist of energy seeped out from his robes, rippling the air around him in subtle waves that radiated outward, with Li Yun at the center. Internal energy. How can that be possible? Li Nian gasped, his face pale with shock. Everyone in the Li family knew that Li Yun had been born with a physique devoid of attributes, a body thought completely useless for cultivation. Ignoring Li Nian's stunned expression, Li Yun calmly strode past him. Li Nian felt a bitter sting of humiliation at being overshadowed by someone he'd always regarded as trash. I'll see how long you can keep acting smug when the coming-of-age ceremony arrives, Li Nian muttered under his breath, his eyes glinting with cold resolve as he stepped aside to let Li Yun enter the treasure house. Li Yun had come to the Li family's treasure house with a clear goal, to select a cultivation technique and a martial art. In the Li family, any child who managed to step onto the path of cultivation by reaching the bone-refining realm earned the right to enter the treasure house and claim such manuals. Li Yun, what brings you here? A deep voice echoed through the hall. An elderly man with a long, flowing beard appeared before him. It was Elder Mu, the custodian of the treasure house. Elder Mu, Li Yun said respectfully, cupping his fists in greeting. Elder Mu frowned slightly. Why are you here, boy? You know the rules. Only martial artists who have entered the path of cultivation are allowed inside the treasure house. And in your case, you'd normally only be permitted entry if you'd become an senior-level pharmacist. His tone was stern as he reminded Li Yun of the strict family regulations. I understand the rules, Elder Mu, Li Yun replied calmly. Without further explanation, he circulated his internal energy. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy radiated outward from his body in rippling waves. The peak stage of the bone-refining realm? Elder Mu's eyes widened in shock, before his surprise broke into hearty laughter. I knew it. A genius's son could never truly be trash. I always believed it. He chuckled deeply, his eyes warm as he regarded Li Yun. Go on then. You're entitled to choose one cultivation technique and one martial art. Li Yun nodded and began browsing the rows of jade slips and books stacked neatly on the shelves. Thanks to the knowledge transmitted to him by the system, Li Yun now understood the nature of his primal chaos body. It was an all-attribute physique. That meant he could cultivate any technique under the heavens, regardless of elemental affinity. With that in mind, he already had a vision for the path he wanted to follow. After scanning countless techniques and martial arts, Li Yun finally made his decision. First, he selected the Blazing Sun art, a middle-grade mortal rank cultivation technique aligned with the flame attribute. For his martial art, he picked the Crimson Sun Flame Sword art, another middle-grade mortal rank technique. Like his chosen cultivation art, it revolved around flame energy, making the two techniques perfectly complementary. Li Yun approached Elder Mu, carrying the two books carefully in his hands. Blazing Sun art and Crimson Sun Flame Sword art. Elder Mu repeated solemnly, studying the titles. He lifted his gaze to Li Yun, his brow furrowed. Are you sure about this? You've never even practiced low-grade mortal rank techniques. Jumping straight to middle-grade manuals is highly unusual. Li Yun met his eyes steadily. I've made up my mind, Elder Mu. Elder Mu let out a soft sigh. Ah, youth, you young ones fear nothing. He waved a hand dismissively. Very well, take them. But remember, you must return the books within a month after you've copied them. Li Yun bowed deeply. Thank you, Elder Mu. With that, he turned and left the treasure house. Li Yun sat cross-legged in his room, eyes closed in concentration as he cultivated the blazing sun art. A faint crimson glow shimmered around him, like flickering embers. He maintained this posture for 6 hours straight, completely absorbed in his practice, before finally opening his eyes. I've already reached the 4th layer of the blazing sun art, Li Yun murmured to himself, though a slight frown creased his brow. To him, the process felt unbearably tedious, and, above all, far too slow. If anyone else in Azure Wind City could hear his complaint, they'd probably want to strangle him on the spot. To cultivate a middle-grade mortal rank technique up to the 4th layer in just 6 hours was the stuff of legends. Even across the vast martial dragon continent, such a feat would be extraordinarily rare. On the martial dragon continent, all martial arts, whether cultivation techniques or combat techniques, were ranked into 4 tiers: mortal, profound, earth, and heaven. Each rank was further divided into low, middle, high, and top grades. A mortal rank cultivation technique typically consisted of 9 layers. The higher one advanced through those layers, the faster their cultivation speed would become, and the greater the power they could unleash when circulating the technique. But climbing those layers was no easy task. Many martial artists would spend years struggling to reach even the 5th or 6th layer of a low-grade mortal rank technique. As for middle-grade mortal rank techniques, the difficulty increased several-fold, making progress even more grueling. I've managed to reach the 4th layer of the blazing sun art mostly thanks to my primal chaos body, Li Yun reflected, his eyes thoughtful. It's like the more I cultivate, the more naturally my body aligns itself with the technique. At that moment, Li Yun truly grasped just how extraordinary the primal chaos body was. It didn't merely allow him to cultivate any technique, it accelerated his progress dramatically, allowing him to achieve what others could only dream of. Thinking something for a moment, Li Yun muttered, "Status. Player Li Yun. Cultivation. Peak stage of bone refining realm. Physique. Primal chaos body. Spirit soul. Natural. Comprehension. Natural. Experience. So that's my status." Li Yun mused as he studied the screen floating before him. Spirit soul and comprehension, he murmured, noticing that both fields were currently marked as natural. From what he could gather, spirit soul referred to the quality of his soul itself, while comprehension represented his ability to understand and master martial arts. Still, Li Yun wasn't entirely sure how significantly these attributes impacted his current strength. Comprehension. Experience required to level up 100. Condition. Red Spirit Soul. Upgrade, 1st tier. Just as he focused his thoughts on the comprehension stat, a new window popped up before him. "I can upgrade my comprehension?" Li Yun exclaimed, wide-eyed with surprise. He'd initially assumed the system's only function was to give him quests and grant rewards upon completion. He never imagined it would let him enhance his fundamental abilities directly. Curious, he shifted his attention to the Spirit Soul stat. Spirit Soul. Experience required to level up 200. Upgrade, red. I can actually level up my stats. Li Yun nearly leapt to his feet in excitement. The heavens, or the gods, or whoever's up there, really did me a huge favor by transmigrating me into this world with such an overpowered system. His eyes gleamed as he clenched his fists. All I need now is experience points. Suddenly, the prospect of completing the 2 pending quests no longer seemed tedious. Instead, a fierce determination blazed within him, urging him to grow stronger. Without wasting another moment, Li Yun began practicing the Crimson Sun Flame Sword art. He knew one unshakable truth about this world. Strength was everything. His first priority had to be increasing his power as quickly as possible. The Crimson Sun Flame Sword art consisted of 3 distinct moves: Scarlet Sunlight Slash, Flame Serpent Coil, and Solar Flare Burst. Li Yun threw himself into training each technique in sequence, spending the entire day refining his movements and internalizing the forms. Crimson Sun Flame Sword art reached the proficient stage of mastery, he whispered as he finally exhaled, sweat glistening on his brow. Unlike cultivation techniques, which progress through layers, martial arts, particularly combat-focused techniques, advance through 5 stages of mastery. novice, proficient, advanced, completion, and perfection. It was rumored there existed a realm beyond even the perfection stage, where a martial artist could unleash the full, boundless potential of their techniques. But for most, that was more legend than reality. Ding! Host has triggered the novice quest Good Boy Martial Path. Accept quest? Another quest? Liyun was surprised as he opened the quest page. Quest level F. Objective: achieve the true meaning mastery of Crimson Sun Flame Sword Art. Reward: 5,000 gold coins, 300 experience point. A hint to master sword intent. True meaning stage of mastery? Liyun blurted out, startled by the unexpected quest objective. Is it the stage of mastery beyond perfection stage? His eyes widened by the understanding. But perfection stage is so far at the moment, let alone true meaning stage of mastery. Liyun muttered, his eyes burning with resolve. But I don't believe I can't master the sword technique to perfection stage of mastery before the coming age ceremony in 2 months. It's time to refine some potions, Liyun murmured to himself. Now that he could harness internal energy, he was eager to see how it would affect his alchemy. An hour later, he carefully held up a small vial filled with shimmering liquid, the first bottle of ordinary grade bone refining potion he'd completed. Yes, Liyun exclaimed, eyes shining with satisfaction. Using internal energy makes the entire process so much more efficient. Before, it would take me at least half a day to refine a single bottle of ordinary grade bone refining potion. Now I've done it in just a few minutes, and the potency seems even stronger than before. He gently set the bottle aside, handling it like a precious treasure. Let's try something harder, an intermediate grade bone refining potion. With renewed determination, Liyun gathered the necessary herbs and ingredients and began the process once again. An hour later, he stared at the potion in his hand, his face lighting up with disbelief and joy. I did it? I actually did it. His expression flickered between astonishment and overwhelming excitement. I finally succeeded. Liyun could hardly believe it. He'd struggled for the entire past week trying to refine an intermediate-grade bone refining potion and had failed every time. Yet today, on his very first attempt with internal energy, he'd achieved success. Brimming with confidence, Liyun decided not to limit himself anymore. He wanted to see just how far his abilities could go now that he could channel internal energy into his alchemy. He refined a second intermediate-grade potion, then a third, and a fourth. One after another, he worked tirelessly, producing batch after batch. By the time he paused to take a breath, he had successfully refined 30 bottles of intermediate-grade bone refining potion in a row, without a single failure. Such a staggering success rate would drive any ordinary pharmacist to the brink of madness with envy. Even Liyun found it difficult to believe. It felt almost unnatural, but he pushed the thought aside, choosing instead to keep going, driven by curiosity and ambition. Finally, after refining a total of 45 intermediate-grade potions, Liyun held up a new bottle and stared in amazement. He had done it. He had successfully refined his first excellent-grade bone refining potion. Finally, an excellent-grade potion. Liyun breathed, sweat dripping down his face. Despite his exhaustion, his focus remained razor-sharp as he stared intently at the shimmering liquid in the small vial before him, the result of his successful refinement. Determined to replicate his success, Liyun mentally retraced each step he'd taken in refining the potion and tried again. This time, however, the process fell short, yielding only an intermediate-grade potion. Undeterred, he made another attempt, but again produced only an intermediate grade. Liyun refused to give up. He steadied his breathing, cleared his mind, and tried once more. On his third attempt, his eyes lit up as he successfully refined another excellent-grade potion. Not wanting to lose his momentum, he pressed on. With renewed confidence, he launched into the process again, and this time produced yet another excellent-grade potion. Now starting to grasp the delicate nuances and the subtle feel required for refining at this level, Liyun kept going. Once more, he refined an excellent-grade potion successfully. He didn't stop until he had refined 3 additional excellent-grade bone refining potions. In total, he managed to craft 7 excellent-grade potions before finally halting, not out of fatigue, but because he'd completely run out of ingredients. I've got 10 ordinary-grade bone refining potions, 45 intermediate-grade, and now 7 excellent-grade. Li Yun whispered, almost in disbelief. That's insane. In the past, he always purchased enough herbs and materials to attempt around 100 potions, fully aware that he'd usually only manage to refine 20 successfully from that supply. But excluding the earlier batch of ordinary potions, this time he'd achieved nearly a 100% success rate in refining bone refining potions, a feat so astonishing it left him stunned. Even senior pharmacists in Azure Wind City would never dare claim they could produce bone refining potions with perfect consistency. A flawless success rate was simply unheard of. Could this be the power of my all-attribute internal energy? Li Yun murmured, wonder glinting in his eyes. He understood perfectly well that simply inhabiting the body of the previous Li Yun hadn't magically transformed him into a prodigy of alchemy overnight. No, this extraordinary ability could only be attributed to his unique all-attribute internal energy. The next day, Li Yun arrived at the Treasure Pavilion, Azure Wind City's premier hub for buying and selling valuable resources. At the purchasing counter, a staff member greeted him with a polite smile. Young Master Li Yun, are you here to sell medicine again? Yes. Li Yun nodded casually. I've brought some bone refining potions. Then, lowering his voice slightly and leaning in, he added, but I'd like to know, how much would the Treasure Pavilion pay for this one? As he spoke, Li Yun placed a porcelain bottle gently onto the counter, his gaze fixed on the attendant. The staff member blinked in confusion. Li Yun had sold bone refining potions here before, and the rules were standard. A bottle of ordinary-grade bone refining potion was always bought for 30 gold coins, the highest price the pavilion offered for that grade. There was no room for negotiation. So what was Li Yun trying to say? Just take a look, Li Yun said with a faint smile, noticing the man's puzzled expression. Though hesitant, the staff member picked up the porcelain bottle, removed the stopper, and immediately froze. His expression shifted. As someone stationed at the purchasing counter, he had extensive experience with low-level medicinal products. The moment the scent of the potion hit his nose, he could tell this wasn't an ordinary bone refining potion. The fragrance alone radiated purity and potency far beyond the usual standard. This is. The staff member's expression grew serious. He carefully examined the contents again, this time more thoroughly, then looked up at Li Yun with widened eyes. Young Master Li Yun, is this an excellent-grade bone refining potion? Even within the Treasure Pavilion, known for handling rare items, potions of this quality were rarely seen. Senior pharmacists in Azure Wind City were capable of refining potions at this level, but their creations were always in high demand and sold directly to powerful clients. They almost never brought them to the pavilion to sell over the counter. And yet, here was Li Yun, calm, composed, and quietly offering one as if it were nothing. Yes, it's an excellent grade potion, Li Yun confirmed with a slight nod, his tone calm. Pressing his lips together, he added, so, how much is this bottle worth? The staff member placed the porcelain vial back on the counter and replied, well, since it's an excellent grade bone refining potion, our purchase price is 120 gold coins. The Treasure Pavilion, after all, was a business, and profit was its priority. They'd buy the potion for 120 gold coins and likely resell it for 140 or even 150. That markup was standard practice. Li Yun heard the number and gave a slight nod. It was roughly what he had expected. Sure, if he had the time and energy, he could easily sell the potion privately for a higher price, maybe even closer to the full market value. But right now, time was a luxury he couldn't afford. He wasn't looking to sell just 1 or 2 potions, he had several. Selling through the Treasure Pavilion was fast, convenient, and required no negotiation. Even if it meant accepting a slightly lower price, it was worth it. After a brief pause, Li Yun asked casually, if I were to sell more than 5 bottles of this potion, Could the purchase price go any higher? The staff member blinked. More than 5 bottles? His previously calm expression tightened with surprise. Young Master Li, are you saying you have more than 5 excellent grade bone refining potions to sell? I do, Li Yun replied simply. I've got 7 bottles with me right now. The staff member's eyes lit up with a spark of excitement. A sale of that scale wasn't something he handled every day. In that case, yes, if you're selling 7 bottles, we can raise the offer. The pavilion is willing to pay up to 130 gold coins per bottle, he said, his voice noticeably more respectful. A transaction involving 7 excellent grade potions wasn't just a routine sale, it was a significant deal. If it went through, the staff member stood to earn a handsome commission, possibly around 10 gold coins just from this one client. All right, let's sell everything, Li Yun said decisively as he began taking out his potions one by one. In total, he placed 7 bottles of excellent grade bone refining potions on the counter. Alongside them, he also laid out the rest of his stock. These are 7 bottles of excellent grade bone refining potions, 10 bottles of ordinary grade, and 45 bottles of intermediate grade, Li Yun stated clearly. Understood. I'll begin testing them now, the staff member responded, immediately getting to work. Though he was familiar with Li Yun and knew of his recent reputation, this was still a significant transaction, worth well over 1,000 gold coins. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. A single error could land him in serious trouble. After a few minutes, the testing was complete, and everything matched what Li Yun had said. Young Master Li Yun, the staff member began, we have 7 bottles of excellent grade potions at 130 gold coins each. That's 910 gold coins. The 10 ordinary grade potions are 30 gold coins apiece, and the 45 intermediate grade ones are priced at 80 gold coins each. That brings the total to 4,810 gold coins. The man paused, then smiled warmly. But since you're conducting such a large transaction with us, and we value your business, we'll round it up to 5,000 gold coins. Here's your payment. Please count it. He handed Li Yun a heavy pouch filled with freshly counted gold coins. Great, Li Yun said, accepting the pouch and pulling out a neatly written list. Now, I want to purchase the materials listed here. Prepare 100 sets of everything on this list. The staff member scanned the list quickly, then nodded. Please wait a moment, young Master Li Yun. He stepped away and returned shortly after, carrying a small, ornate storage ring. Young Master Li Yun, he said with a respectful tone, please accept this ring. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. May it mark the beginning of a long and successful partnership. Li Yun accepted the ring with a faint smile. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. With that, he turned and left, making his way back to the first floor of the Treasure Pavilion. The first floor of the Treasure Pavilion was a bustling market of wonders, where one could purchase anything from martial arts manuals and alchemy pills to rare herbs and heavenly treasures. In contrast, the second floor served as a trade hub for those looking to sell their goods, just as Li Yun had done moments ago. In one corner of the martial arts section on the first floor stood a strength measurement pillar. It was a popular spot, surrounded by young martial artists eager to test their physical power. Li Yun watched as cultivators around his age took turns throwing punches at the pillar, their strikes echoed by flashing numbers displaying their strength. I wonder how strong I am right now, he thought, curiosity stirring inside him. He made his way over to a quieter corner where the crowd had thinned. Standing before the pillar, he clenched his right fist, took a deep breath, and struck with full force. Bang! A loud thud echoed across the floor. 1,200 Jin. Li Yun stared at the glowing number in shock. 1,200 Jin of strength? He muttered in disbelief. Typically, martial artists at the peak of the bone refining realm averaged around 500 to 600 Jin of force. Talented individuals might reach 700 or 800 Jin, while only elite geniuses from major sects could break the 1,000 Jin threshold. How is my strength this high? His eyes lit up with excitement. Could it be because of the Iron Pulse Fist art I've been practicing? In that moment, he realized just how powerful the high-grade mortal rank martial art truly was. It may have seemed basic on the surface, but its impact on his physique and strength was extraordinary. Good, Li Yun whispered to himself, satisfaction written all over his face. With a renewed sense of confidence, he turned and left the treasure pavilion. On the third floor of the treasure pavilion, inside a luxuriously furnished private room, Director, a staff member entered with cautious steps, bowing respectfully before a stunning woman seated within. "What is it?" she asked, her voice calm yet commanding. Dressed in a flowing lavender gown, the woman exuded elegance and grace. Her name was Lan Yueli, the manager of the treasure pavilion. Though she appeared to be in her 20s, her demeanor carried the poise and charm of a seasoned adult. Lan Yueli was a well-known figure in Azure Wind City. Even the head of the Li family treated her with respect whenever they met. Despite her youth and gender, no one dared underestimate her. Much of the treasure pavilion's current success could be attributed to her leadership. Smart, capable, and politically savvy, Lan Yueli had established strong ties not only with the city lord's mansion but also with all the major clans in Azure Wind City. Under her guidance, the treasure pavilion had flourished. Director, the staff member began cautiously. The purchasing counter just acquired 7 bottles of excellent-grade bone refining potion. As he spoke, he placed all 7 bottles he had bought from Li Yun onto the nearby table. "Oh!" Lan Yueli's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of interest passing over her delicate features. She reached for one of the porcelain vials and removed the stopper. A quick inspection confirmed her suspicions. It was indeed an excellent-grade bone refining potion. Only senior pharmacists had the skill to consistently produce potions of this quality. As such, the treasure pavilion always took special note whenever such goods were brought in. Their standing policy required that any sale of excellent-grade potions be immediately reported to Lan Yueli. "Who sold these?" she asked, her gaze sharpening as she looked at the staff member. Understanding her intent, the staff member quickly replied, "It was Li Yun, from the Li family. He's already left. I recognized him, so I didn't stop him on his way out."
Li Yun.
Lan Yueli frowned. The Li family only has 3 senior pharmacists and Li Yun doesn't seem to one of them. She knew the names and reputations of every senior pharmacist in Azure Wind City. So when she heard that someone named Li Yun had sold 7 bottles of excellent-grade bone refining potion, she couldn't help but be taken aback. "He's Li Yun, the grandson of the Li family's 3rd elder, Li Zhan," the staff member explained respectfully. "He was born with a body that lacks elemental attributes, so he's unable to cultivate. He's only a junior pharmacist. In the past, he often came here to purchase ingredients for bone refining potions. I have no idea how he suddenly managed to bring in so many excellent-grade potions this time." "Ah, that Li Yun," Lan Yueli nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, I've heard of him." Her brows furrowed slightly in contemplation. But how did he get his hands on so many excellent-grade bone refining potions? Even though the Li family does have senior pharmacists, someone of that level wouldn't casually hand over potions of this quality for a junior to sell. Not unless there's something more going on. Her sharp mind quickly cycled through possibilities, but she couldn't begin to guess that the potions had actually been refined by Li Yun himself, a mere junior pharmacist. Even with Li Yun delivering 7 bottles of high-quality potion in one batch, Lan Yueli still believed he must have acquired them from within the family, perhaps through connections, favors, or something else. "You're dismissed for now," she said after a pause. "If Li Yun brings in more high-grade potions next time, inform me immediately. I'd like to meet him in person." "Yes, Director." The staff member bowed once more, then quickly exited the room. As Li Yun made his way back toward the Li family estate, his thoughts swirled with plans and priorities. "First, I'll complete the perfect-grade bone refining potion quest. Then I'll focus on upgrading my stats," he mentally mapped out, walking briskly through the quiet street.
Li Yun.
"Stop right there." A sharp voice cut through the still air, pulling Li Yun from his thoughts. He had just turned into a narrow alley, one that usually saw little foot traffic, when he recognized the voice instantly. Zhao Li. Sure enough, Zhao Li appeared moments later, flanked by 4 or 5 cronies. They quickly surrounded Li Yun, blocking his path with smug grins and a confrontational stance. Well, well, what brings you here, my dear friend? Li Yun greeted him with a calm, genuine smile, though his eyes carried a hint of amusement. He hadn't forgotten. The last time they met, he'd managed to scam Zhao Li out of 1,000 gold coins by selling him a batch of ordinary grade bone refining potions mixed with outright trash. At the time, he desperately needed funds to buy ingredients for his next round of alchemy and had taken a bold gamble. It worked. Li Yun, you bastard. Zhao Li snarled, his eyes narrowing. You tricked me into buying worthless potions and robbed me of 1,000 gold coins. Did you really think I'd just let that slide? Li Yun's smile didn't fade. And what exactly do you plan to do? He asked, intrigued. A part of him wondered if he could pull off another scam. If the old Li Yun could swindle this idiot, surely he could too, and probably make even more this time. What do I want? Zhao Li barked a laugh, eyes flashing with hostility. Don't play dumb. Even if you're trash, you're not that clueless. I don't have time for your nonsense. Just hand over the gold coins, bow your head, and call me Grandpa 3 times. I'll consider letting you off easy. His voice turned sharp, laced with mockery. But if you don't blame me for what happens next. He stepped closer, menace clear in his tone. Look around, this alley's empty. Even if I kill you here, your precious Li family wouldn't be able to prove a thing. You're just a useless good-for-nothing to them, right? If you died, they might not even bother looking into it. A cruel gleam flickered in Zhao Li's eyes, promising violence. Ding! Host has triggered the Douche Young Master Quest. Teach a lesson. Would you like to accept the quest? A quest. Li Yun grinned and accepted without hesitation. Now that he truly understood the value of experience points, there was no way he'd pass up any opportunity to earn them. Quest level F. Objective: teach Zhao Li a lesson. Reward: 1,000 gold coins, 100 experience points, boulder crushing fist. So I'm supposed to beat him up instead of scamming him this time? Li Yun felt mildly disappointed, but only for a moment. His gaze shifted toward Zhao Li. You're going to kill me? Li Yun asked, raising an eyebrow and eyeing Zhao Li and his small entourage. Oh wait, you're not alone. You've brought your 4 mutts along. Look at this pack of skinny dogs. He glanced dismissively at the 4 men behind Zhao Li, his tone sharp with ridicule. Li Yun, you're asking for death. Zhao Li roared, his aura flaring as he stepped back and waved his hand. Teach him a lesson. Ha! Get him! Like unleashed hounds, the 4 men charged toward Li Yun, their expressions twisted with malice. Zhao Li didn't move. He stood back, arms crossed, ready to enjoy the spectacle. In his eyes, Li Yun was still the powerless failure everyone in Azure Wind City remembered. Zhao Li didn't think he needed to lift a finger. Li Yun was, after all, known for having no cultivation talent. Anyone could beat him down, and that's exactly what Zhao Li expected from his men. He just wanted to see Li Yun crawl and beg, humiliated and broken. Of course, he didn't intend to kill him. Li Yun was still a direct descendant of the Li family, and more importantly, the grandson of Li Jun, one of the family's elders. If Li Yun actually died, the Li family wouldn't stay silent. They might not value Li Yun highly, but a death within the clan, especially in public, would be a stain on the family's honor. And neither of the 3 major family of the Azure Wind City tolerated stains on their name. You really don't know your place? Li Yun muttered coldly, casting a disinterested glance at the 4 men charging toward him. Boom! With a faint pulse of internal energy, Li Yun threw a casual punch. A gust of force burst outward like a tidal wave. The 4 attackers were mere mortals with no real cultivation. Against Li Yun's internal force, even used lightly, they didn't stand a chance. In the blink of an eye, all 4 were hurled backward by the invisible blast, their bodies crashing to the ground with pained groans. What? Zhao Li's face twisted in disbelief. Li Yun had internal force? That meant he was a cultivator. But how? Wasn't he the infamous cripple of Azure Wind City? The one everyone laughed at for being unable to cultivate? Before Zhao Li could gather his thoughts, Li Yun smiled faintly and began walking toward him. "Your turn, skinny mutt," Li Yun said, his tone relaxed, but his eyes sharp with mockery. Panic flared in Zhao Li's chest. He couldn't understand what was happening, but one thing was certain. This wasn't the same useless Li Yun he remembered. Still, refusing to back down, he clenched his jaw and lunged forward, fists swinging as internal energy surged from his body. His strength was at the late stage of bone-refining realm. A decent amount of momentum, but no technique. Li Yun didn't even flinch. "You're charging in like that? No martial technique at all," he said flatly, watching Zhao Li with mild amusement. As Zhao Li closed the final few meters, Li Yun raised a single hand and struck with an open palm. Crack! The force hit Zhao Li like a hammer from the heavens. "No!" he cried, eyes wide with shock. "That power! Impossible!" But his words were lost in the wind. Zhao Li's body flew through the air like a rag doll, soaring 7 or 8 meters before slamming into the ground with a thud, limbs sprawled like a discarded corpse. "You skinny mutt, I'll let you off just this once," Li Yun said as he dusted his hands off, his tone indifferent. "But if you're still blind next time, I won't be so merciful." With that, he turned and walked away, his figure calm and composed. Li Yun had no interest in wasting his time on small fry like Zhao Li. He was confident that after today's beating, Zhao Li would think twice before crossing him again. But if he didn't learn his lesson and dared to cause trouble once more, Li Yun wouldn't hesitate to deal with him harshly. A petty son of the Zhao family wasn't worth his attention. Ding! Quest completed. Teach a lesson. Reward 1,000 gold coins, 100 experience points, and boulder-crushing fist. Bonus. First quest completion additional 200 experience points awarded. Ha! Li Yun blinked at the flood of notifications, his lips slowly curling into a grin. Nice. Very nice. La, 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 la la. Humming cheerfully, he strolled away, hands behind his head. Just like that, he vanished from Zhao Li's line of sight, leaving behind only a fading hum. Zhao Li, still sprawled on the ground, stared blankly at the sky. His face was pale, lips trembling. "That was really Li Yun?" he muttered in disbelief. "How could he be a cultivator? Judging from that strength, he's at least in the late stage of the bone-refining realm." His voice grew faint, drowned out by the ringing in his ears and the sheer shock that still numbed his limbs. Returning to his courtyard within the Li family estate, Li Yun didn't head toward the alchemy room as he usually did. Today, something else burned within him. He stepped into the training field behind his chambers, an open square of scorched tiles, cracked from countless battles. Taking his sword out, he took a deep breath. Then his voice echoed out like a whisper of fire. Crimson Sun Flame Sword Art. His stance shifted, feet grounded, spine straight, blade lowered. First move, Scarlet Sunlight Slash. His sword ignited. A thin trail of red aura licked along the edge, dancing wildly. He stepped forward and slashed horizontally, sending a blinding arc of scarlet light slicing through the air. The red aura hissed as it cut across the stone, leaving a glowing scorch mark. Again. Slash. Again. Slash. The red aura around his sword grew sharper with each swing. Each movement honed the flow between body and blade. Then, without pause, he transitioned. Second move, Flame Serpent Coil. He twisted, blade curving in a tight spiral around his body. Internal energy erupted in a circular pattern, forming the illusion of a red coiled serpent hissing around him as sparks danced off his clothes. This move wasn't for attack. It was for defense. Li Yun weaved his sword in rapid arcs, the fiery serpent growing denser, thicker, almost tangible. His breath quickened. Sweat rolled down his jaw. But he kept moving, feet gliding along the ground in a practiced rhythm as the flaming serpent spun and danced with him. His arms trembled slightly, but he pushed forward. Then he stopped, The courtyard fell silent. His sword hummed faintly in the heat. His gaze turned sharp. A flicker of madness lit his eyes. Third move. Solar flare burst. He raised the blade high. All his internal energy surged from within, spiraling into the sword like a flood. His veins bulged. The air distorted around him as the blade screamed with pressure. Then, he roared and brought the sword crashing down. Boom! A massive wave of blazing light exploded from the blade's tip, erupting outward in a blinding flare that scorched the earth beneath and cracked the air itself. The stones beneath his feet shattered. A wall in the distance quaked. The sheer force of the solar flare burst left a crater where his blade had landed. Li Yun staggered back, panting, flaming aura flickering off his arms. But he wasn't done. Scarlet sunlight slash. Flame serpent coil. Solar flare burst. Again and again, until his robe was soaked, until his limbs felt like iron rods bent under pressure, until the sun began to dip behind the distant mountains. He dropped to one knee, breathing like a man on the edge of collapse. His arms ached. His body felt hollowed out. But in the center of his chest burned a small spark of joy. He could feel it. The Crimson Sun flame sword art was moving towards advanced stage of mastery. He smiled faintly, teeth clenched in exhaustion. Still not enough. His grip tightened on the sword, but then he shook his head. Enough practice with sword. Let's try the new fist technique I got from the system. With that, Li Yun started practicing the boulder-crushing fist. The rest of the time passed as he was busy practicing the fist technique. Night approached and Li Yun finally ended his training. The next morning, Li Yun threw himself into training once more. He practiced the Crimson Sun flame sword art and boulder-crushing fist with unwavering focus, his figure moving like a flame dancing in rhythm with every slash, and his fists hammering the air like falling boulders. By the time the sun reached its peak, his body was drenched in sweat and completely spent. Only then did he allow himself a short rest. All right, time to upgrade a few things, Li Yun murmured, settling down cross-legged on his mattress. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and summoned his status panel. Player Li Yun. Cultivation, peak stage of bone refining realm. Physique, primal chaos body. Spirit soul, natural. Comprehension, natural. Experience 300. His gaze landed on the spirit soul stat and he focused. Spirit soul. Experience required to level up 200. Upgrade red. A new prompt appeared before his eyes. Would you like to spend 200 experience points to upgrade Spirit Soul? Yes/no. Yes. Li Yun answered mentally. Congratulations. Spirit Soul has been upgraded to red. The moment the notification faded, Li Yun felt an indescribable wave of warmth sweep through him, from the depths of his soul to the tips of his fingers. His eyesight sharpened. His hearing grew keener. His senses became more attuned than ever, as if the world itself had slowed down for him. My senses, they've completely heightened, he whispered in surprise. He hadn't expected any immediate benefit, but this change was too real to ignore. Looks like I'll need to study the significance of Spirit Soul more carefully once I join a sect. He shifted his attention next to comprehension. Comprehension. Experience required to level up 100. Condition, red Spirit Soul. Upgrade, first tier. Would you like to spend 100 experience points to upgrade comprehension? Yes/no. Yes. This time he didn't hesitate. Congratulations. Comprehension has been upgraded to first tier. The moment it happened, Li Yun's mind exploded with insight. The mysteries behind Crimson Sun flame sword art and boulder-crushing fist unraveled before him like an open book. Stunned but excited, he picked up his sword and began moving. This time, his movements were fluid, calm, sharp, and almost effortless. No excess motion, no wasted energy. Scarlet sunlight slash. Flame serpent coil. Solar flare burst. Each technique flowed into the next, refined to near perfection with every swing. An hour later, drenched in sweat, Li Yun finally stopped. His breathing was steady, but his eyes shone with disbelief. My Crimson Sun Flame Sword art has already reached advanced mastery? He said, stunned. Just days ago, he had barely begun learning it. Is this the power of first-tier comprehension? He murmured, before launching into his next practice. In just a short while, Boulder Crushing Fist 2 reached advanced mastery. With comprehension like this, Li Yun said, feeling satisfied, I can probably push both techniques far beyond what others at my level could ever hope to achieve. After that, he shifted his focus to potion refinement. He began with a few ordinary grade bone refining potions, smoothly producing several bottles. Then came the intermediate grade, also refined without a hitch. Feeling aligned and in perfect rhythm, Li Yun moved on to attempt an excellent grade potion. The result was a flawless success. Not stopping there, he refined another, and once again succeeded. Perfect, Li Yun muttered, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. My success rate with excellent grade potions is now 100%. With confidence steadying his breath, he turned his attention to the next goal, the one that had eluded every pharmacist in Azure Wind City. The perfect grade bone refining potion. In this city, such a potion was no different from a legend. Even excellent grade potions were rare treasures, often requiring luck and talent even from senior pharmacists. As for perfect grade, most wouldn't even dare dream of refining one. To many, it was as unattainable as becoming a Xiantian realm cultivator. But Li Yun wasn't like the others. He was ready to try. Let's begin refining a perfect grade potion, Li Yun muttered under his breath, voice low and steady. He laid out the ingredients on the table, each one carefully selected, measured down to the grain. His fingers moved with practiced grace, crushing, grinding, and measuring. Slowly, he added the herbs into the alchemical bowl, then channeled his flame beneath it. The familiar scarlet hue of his fire pulsed, gently igniting the furnace. An hour passed, the room filled with the thick scent of burning herbs and medicinal mist. But the bowl sputtered. A noxious puff of smoke erupted. The potion turned pitch black. A failure. Li Yun didn't even flinch. Again. He swept the bowl clean and restarted. Fingers trembling slightly this time. The essence boiled. He adjusted the flame. Held his breath. Another failure. Again. And again. And again. And again. Each time something went wrong. The balance off by a fraction. The heat just a shade too high. The essence refusing to fuse. By nightfall, his clothes were drenched. Sweat clung to his skin. His hands were stained with crushed herbs and powdered materials. Damn it! It's way harder than refining excellent grade potions, he muttered, wiping the sweat from his face, his frown deep and unwavering. But he didn't stop. Not even for food. Not even for rest. Only when the stars appeared and his vision blurred did he finally retreat to bed, collapsing onto the mattress without a word. The next morning, Li Yun's sword slashed across the courtyard as he practiced the Crimson Sun Flame Sword art. Scarlet Sunlight Slash. Flame Serpent Coil. Solar Flare Burst. He followed up with the Boulder Crushing Fist, slamming his fists into the air until each punch caused a low boom to ripple across the stone tiles. His body ached, but he didn't stop. He could feel he was improving very fast with his first-tier comprehension. By noon, he returned to refining potion. Another attempt. And another. Failure. 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 The day passed. He went to sleep frustrated but remained silent. The next day, the same. Practicing the Crimson Sun Flame Sword art and Boulder Crushing Fist till noon before once again began refining potions. But the result never changed. Failure. 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 Days bled together like a smear of color on parchment. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. A week. 2 weeks. Soon, an entire month passed. The sun rose and set. The leaves on the tree in his courtyard turned slightly yellow. Birds came and went, ignoring the figure hunched over the cauldron. Brows furrowed, expression unchanging. Not once did he visit the family hall. Not once did he leave the courtyard. Not once did he give up. Every day was the same rhythm. Sword. Fists. Refining. Sweat. failure, sleep. But amidst that unending cycle, something imperceptible changed. His strikes grew sharper. His Crimson Sun flame sword art and boulder-crushing fist had finally reached perfection stage of mastery with the help of his newly upgraded first-tier comprehension. As for his refining, his flame control became steadier. His understanding of potion deepened with every failure. He didn't realize it yet, but he was no longer the same pharmacist who had started this mad endeavor a month ago. With the help of his first-tier comprehension, his refining level had improved by leaps and bounds. And then, "I really did it?" Li Yun whispered, his body soaked in sweat as he stared at the potion he had just refined. It glowed faintly with a brilliant luster, a sure sign of perfection. And to confirm it, a familiar sound echoed in his mind as a notification appeared. "Congratulations! You've completed the first quest of the Tough Alchemist Path. Reward: 3,000 gold coins and 300 experience points. Ding! A new quest has been triggered. Tough Alchemist Path Noob Challenge. Would you like to accept this quest?" Another quest? Li Yun blinked in surprise. He had just completed a similar one, and now a new challenge had already appeared. Still, without hesitation, he accepted it. Quest level F. Objective: refine a perfect grade marrow cleansing potion. Reward: 5,000 gold coins, 500 experience points, and the formula for body tempering pill. So the next step is to refine a perfect grade marrow cleansing potion. Li Yun murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. From what he understood, the marrow cleansing potion was indeed more challenging to refine than the bone refining potion, but only slightly. With all the refining he'd done over the past month, his skills had improved drastically. The process, the balance, the flame control, everything had become instinctual. But that's for later. Right now, let's stay focused, he reminded himself, pushing away the distraction and returning his focus to the cauldron before him. After a moment of steady breathing and clear concentration, he began refining once more. His second perfect grade bone refining potion was completed not long after. And then another, and another. Driven by momentum and growing confidence, Li Yun refined nonstop, moving from one batch to the next with practiced ease. His focus never wavered, not even once. Only when he ran out of materials did he finally stop. A total of 20 perfect grade bone refining potions, he said to himself, counting the bottles neatly lined up before him. It wasn't an overwhelming number, but considering the difficulty of refining even one, Li Yun was more than satisfied. Let's see how effective the perfect grade bone refining potion really is, Li Yun muttered as he uncorked the bottle and drank it in one go. The moment the potion entered his system, a surge of wild energy erupted within his body. It was as if a storm had been unleashed inside his bones, causing his internal force to spiral out of control. "Damn!" he cursed, gritting his teeth as he immediately dropped into a stance and began executing the first move of the Iron Pulse Fist, Hammer Pulse Strike. His fist tore through the air again and again, each punch accompanied by the sharp crack of displaced wind. The medicinal energy in his body surged violently, flooding his bones and slowly breaking it down before reforging it, refining it. The pain was unbearable, like molten needles threading through his bones. But Li Yun endured it. He didn't stop. He couldn't. Again and again, his fist smashed forward, hammering through the air like the strike of a war drum, until, at last, an hour later, his body slumped to a halt, soaked in sweat, chest heaving with exhaustion. But on his face was a wide, foolish smile. He had done it. He had broken through to the early stage of the marrow-cleansing realm. "Ha-ha, excellent." Li Yun grinned, his eyes burning with determination. "Li Nian, I'll see you at the coming-of-age ceremony." It was just a month away, and this time he would be ready. The previous Li Yun died after being severely injured by Li Nian, and this time Li Yun would make sure Li Nian learned his lesson. Revenge was no longer a wish. It was a promise to the previous Li Yun. The next morning, just as Li Yun stepped out of his courtyard with the intention of heading to the treasure pavilion, a voice called out from behind, "Young Master Yun." He turned around to see a familiar figure, It was a maid he recognized very well. "Xiao Wu? What is it?" he asked. Xiao Wu bowed respectfully before stepping forward and handing him a small pouch. "Miss Yao asked me to deliver this. It contains 1,000 gold coins for young master Li Yun." Li Yao. A soft smile formed on Li Yun's lips as a memory surfaced, of a little girl who used to follow him everywhere, like a shadow, like a younger sister clinging to his every step. They were inseparable as children. But everything changed the moment it was discovered he couldn't cultivate. The clan elders had strictly forbidden her from seeing him again. The old Li Yun had taken it hard. He sank into silence, hurt and helpless. But Li Yao had been different. Despite the pressure from the clan, she never truly cut ties. A genius in her own right, having already reached the late stage of the marrow-cleansing realm, she had found ways to help him in secret. During his darkest days, when he struggled to refine even a basic bone-refining potion, she had quietly sent Xiao Wu to deliver him gold coins, never asking for thanks. She was gentle and warm-hearted, but the cold, suffocating hierarchy of the clan had forced her to mask that kindness with distance. "Give her my thanks," Li Yun said softly, accepting the pouch. He didn't refuse the money. He didn't want to hurt the girl who had once clung to the version of him that couldn't fight for himself. "As you wish, young master Li Yun." Xiao Wu bowed again and quickly disappeared down the path. Li Yun stood there for a moment, his smile lingering, before turning back toward the direction of the treasure pavilion. Treasure pavilion, second floor, acquisition counter. "I'm back again," Li Yun said with a friendly smile as he approached the counter. The staff member behind the desk straightened slightly, his eyes flashing with recognition before greeting him respectfully. "Young master Li Yun." After all, just last time, Li Yun had sold 7 bottles of excellent-grade bone-refining potions. Regardless of how he acquired them, the fact that he could consistently bring such high-quality goods had already elevated his status in the eyes of the pavilion. "I'm here to sell more potions," Li Yun said casually, waving his hand. He wasn't in the mood for small talk. He just wanted to sell quickly and stock up on materials. "Do you have more excellent-grade potions today?" the staff asked carefully, his tone a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Li Yun nodded. "I've got both excellent and ordinary quality this time." The staff's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered Director Lan Yueli's instructions. If Li Yun ever came again with high-grade potions, she was to be notified immediately. "Young Master Li, if you don't mind, our director would like to meet with you. It may take just a bit of your time," he said politely, testing Li Yun's reaction. "Oh," Li Yun frowned slightly. He hadn't planned on dealing with any higher-ups, but given the circumstances, he understood it might be unavoidable. "All right," he nodded after a moment's thought. It wasn't a bad idea to form a good relationship with the pavilion's leadership, especially if he planned to sell perfect-grade marrow-cleansing potions in the future. A regular staff member might not have the authority to handle such trades. "Please follow me. Director Lan is waiting on the 3rd floor." The staff gave a respectful bow, gestured forward, and led the way upstairs. Li Yun followed the staff into a quiet hall with only 2 doors. The staff led him to one and gently pushed it open. A soft, pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. Inside, a stunning woman sat behind a sleek, black desk. Her presence was poised and graceful, and her beauty could steal a breath. "Director, young Master Li Yun has arrived," the staff said respectfully, keeping his eyes down. "Oh," a gentle voice responded, and Lan Yueli's beautiful gaze immediately landed on Li Yun. She stood up with a faint smile. "Young Master Li Yun, please, come in," she said, gesturing with a delicate hand as fair as jade. Li Yun had heard of Lan Yueli before, the famous director of Treasure Pavilion. This was his first time seeing her in person. Upon laying eyes on her, he had to admit, Lan Yueli was undoubtedly one of the most dazzling women in all of Azure Wind City. Li Yao from the Li family may rival her in looks, but she lacked Lan Yueli's maturity and charm. Compared to the elegant supervisor, Li Yao still seemed like a young girl. "I heard that young Master Li Yun previously sold a few excellent-grade bone-refining potions here." I wonder if you've brought more high-quality potions today. Lan Yueli asked with a professional smile as she gestured for him to sit. Though she had heard his name before, Lan Yueli had never paid much attention to Li Yun. Now that she saw him in person, she found him far more refined than the rumors suggested. With sharp eyes and elegant features, he left a good impression. I've brought a few more potions to sell, Li Yun replied calmly, taking his seat. By now, the staff had quietly exited and closed the door behind them. No one in Azure Wind City considered Li Yun a threat. After all, he was known as someone who couldn't cultivate. And even if something went wrong, Lan Yueli herself was a powerful cultivator in the Xiantian realm. If it's not too inconvenient, would young Master Li mind telling me where the potions come from? Lan Yueli asked, her tone still courteous. She hadn't asked to see him merely because of a few high-quality potions. What she wanted to know was the source behind them. If Li Yun had connections to a skilled alchemist, especially one outside the Li family, it could be a valuable opportunity for Treasure Pavilion to form a new alliance. And even though the pavilion already worked with many senior pharmacists, the more, the better. I refined them myself, Li Yun said without hesitation. What? Lan Yueli blinked, briefly caught off guard. She had expected resistance or at least a vague excuse. What she didn't expect was such a direct answer. A moment passed, and then she smiled politely, clearly not believing him. No one in Azure Wind City would believe such a thing. Li Yun noticed her reaction but didn't mind. He was here to sell, not convince. Well, if young Master Li Yun prefers to keep it confidential, I won't pry. May I see the potions now? Though her expression remained pleasant, Li Yun could sense her tone had cooled slightly. Without another word, he pulled out 15 porcelain bottles and placed them on the table. He kept the rest for all to himself for now. All of these are perfect-grade bone-refining potions, he said flatly. Perfect grade. Lan Yueli's eyes widened in disbelief. Perfect-grade potions were the stuff of legend in Azure Wind City, rarer than a Xiantian realm expert. Even among sects in the entire Crimson Sun Empire, such potions were rarely refined. I'll verify them, she said, regaining her composure and examining a bottle. A moment later, she looked up, stunned. This really is a perfect-grade bone-refining potion. She had seen one before during her years at the pavilion and knew the subtle differences. Still, she hadn't expected to lay eyes on one again. Quietly, she inspected the rest. After carefully checking all 15 bottles, she confirmed that all 15 of them were indeed perfect grade. Her hands trembled slightly as she looked back at Li Yun. Young Master Li Yun, if you could introduce the pharmacist who made these, Treasure Pavilion would be willing to offer a generous introduction fee, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. She could tell all 15 potions were refined in close succession by the same person. That level of consistency was beyond astonishing. Even the best pharmacist in Azure Wind City couldn't dream of such a result. As I said before, Li Yun replied, shrugging, I'm the one who refined them. Ha ha. Lan Yueli gave a soft laugh but didn't pursue the subject further. In that case, let's talk about the purchase price, she said, switching to business. You bought excellent grade potions for 130 gold coins each. For these, how about 300 per bottle? That would be 4,500 total. However, if you confirm the sale now, I can offer you 5,000 gold coins. I accept, Li Yun said calmly, though he was inwardly thrilled. Just like that, he'd made 5,000 gold coins. Moments later, Lan Yueli handed him a beautifully packaged pouch containing the full amount. Thank you, Director Lan, Li Yun said, standing up. Young Master Li Yun, if you have more to sell in the future, please come directly to me. She took out a pristine white jade token and handed it to him. This is a VIP token for Treasure Pavilion. With it, you can access the 3rd floor freely. Li Yun glanced at the token and accepted it without hesitation. Much appreciated. The 3rd floor was restricted to regular visitors. With this token, he now had exclusive access, something only VIP clients and pavilion partners could obtain. Lan Yueli hadn't given it for Li Yun's sake, but for whoever she believed was behind him. Leaving her office, Li Yun descended to the first floor, now carrying 5,000 gold coins. He didn't waste time. He immediately bought 300 sets of ingredients for refining marrow cleansing potions. And then, silently, he slipped out of Treasure Pavilion. Back at the Li family estate, Li Yun secluded himself within his courtyard once more. The coming-of-age ceremony was only a month away. While he didn't fear anyone his age, the gap in cultivation between him and the other young geniuses of the Li family remained significant. "I have two options," Li Yun murmured to himself. "Either I wait until I successfully refine a perfect-grade marrow cleansing potion and use that to elevate my strength, or I take ordinary and intermediate-grade potions to push myself into the mid or even late stage of the marrow cleansing realm." He weighed the pros and cons carefully. Thanks to his supreme foundation, he didn't need to worry about damaging his base with lower-grade potions. But he believed that if he broke through using perfect-grade potions, his combat power would far surpass others at the same realm, even those at the peak. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yun made his decision. He would wait. He would refine perfect-grade marrow cleansing potions in bulk, and only then would he use them to strengthen himself. Rushing now would only lead to mediocrity, and he had no intention of walking a mediocre path. With that choice set in stone, Li Yun returned to his relentless training. Day after day, he honed his Crimson Sun flame sword art and boulder-crushing fist, striving to reach the stage of true meaning in both techniques. He pushed his body to the brink, collapsing from exhaustion more than once. When the sun dipped past noon, he would transition into alchemy. Starting with ordinary-grade marrow cleansing potions, he refined batch after batch, gradually sharpening his control and deepening his understanding of the craft. Thus, the days flew by in a blur of training and potion refinement. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the coming-of-age ceremony for the Li family's young elites had finally arrived. On this day, the usually quiet Li family estate erupted with activity. People bustled through the courtyards, figures darting back and forth, voices rising in every corner. Family members, guards, and servants all moved with purpose and excitement. Today marked the Li family's annual coming-of-age ceremony. The Li family was massive. Across the entire Azure Wind City and its surrounding industries, their numbers easily reached into the tens of thousands, not even counting the countless guards and household servants. Each year, dozens, sometimes even 100 16-year-old children from both direct and collateral bloodlines would gather to take part in the rite of passage. This year, Li Yun was one of them. By around 9 a.m., a large crowd of Li family members had assembled in the expansive martial arena at the heart of the estate. Most were there simply to spectate, while only a few dozen youths would actually participate in the ceremony. "Where is young Master Li Yun?" Li Yun heard the voice calling out just as he finished preparing in his room. Stepping outside, he saw one of the estate owner's personal guards waiting in the courtyard. "Young Master Li Yun," the guard said, face stoic but tone unusually polite. "The coming-of-age ceremony is about to begin. Please head to the martial arts field." With that, the guard gave a slight bow and turned to leave. Li Yun raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. That level of respect was new. In the past, few guards had treated him with any form of deference. "So word has spread," he thought to himself. "Looks like my ability to cultivate is no longer a secret." Not that he cared. He never intended to keep it hidden anyway. In a clan like the Li family, an ordinary person, even one of direct descent, even the grandson of a respected elder, received no respect unless they had strength. This world respected power. That was the only truth. Li Yun didn't dwell on it. After gathering himself with a few last adjustments, he stepped out and made his way to the martial arts arena. The ceremony was about to begin. The martial arts field was already surrounded by a sea of people, thousands of Li family members, from the main estate and even distant branches. Many had traveled from remote corners of the region just to witness this important day. At the center of the wide arena, a crowd of 16-year-old youths stood assembled. These were the participants, this year's candidates for the coming-of-age ceremony. As Li Yun walked toward the field, many familiar faces greeted him along the way. He responded with a light smile, amused by how quickly things had changed. Not long ago, these same people wouldn't even spare him a glance. Now that word had spread that he could cultivate, even with his current low realm, their attitudes had flipped. They all knew the truth. Li Yun was a direct descendant of the main family. With his bloodline and talent, it was only a matter of time before he rose high. In the arena, the group of young participants appeared to stand together at first glance. But upon closer look, they were clearly divided into two sides. One side was made up of direct bloodline descendants, the core of the Li family. The other side was filled with members from the collateral branches, who vastly outnumbered them. Li Yun recognized nearly all of the direct line youths, having grown up alongside them. But many of the collateral members were unfamiliar, faces he had never seen, likely from remote branches he'd had no contact with. He made his way toward the center, not joining either group. Instead, he picked a quiet spot to stand alone. "Brother Li Yun, you made it." Just as he settled, a voice called out. Li Yun turned to see a smiling youth approaching. It was Li Ming, another direct descendant of the Li family. Like Li Yun, he possessed a non-elemental physique. "Yeah, I'm here," Li Yun replied with a polite nod and smile. Though the two had never been particularly close, they had exchanged greetings many times over the years. That was the extent of their relationship. Still, Li Yun wasn't one to put on airs. He hadn't done so when he was powerless, and now that he was a cultivator, he had no intention of changing. If someone offered kindness, he would return it. Simple as that. "Brother Li Yun, I heard you can finally cultivate now." Li Ming stepped closer, speaking in a low tone, his expression tinged with gloom. "What stage have you reached?" "Early stage of the marrow cleansing realm," Li Yun replied calmly. Li Ming gave a bitter smile. "Marrow cleansing realm, huh? Then at least you can stay in the family. I'm not so lucky. Once the ceremony's over, I'll be sent to Water Pond Town to manage one of the family's mines." Li Yun could sense the disappointment in Li Ming's voice, but there wasn't anything he could do. He wasn't the head of the family, nor did he have any authority to influence the fate of other Li family children. Just then, an all-too-familiar voice rang out. Well, Li Yun, haven't seen you in a while. You look a little sharper. I was starting to think you'd starve to death." Li Nian sneered as he walked over from the crowd. Li Yun had noticed him earlier. Li Nian had been watching him ever since he arrived. And now, as expected, the insults started. "Been eating and sleeping well? Thanks for your concern." Li Yun replied with a faint smirk, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As he glanced briefly through the crowd, his gaze paused for a moment on a slender figure, Li Yao. She had looked at him when he first appeared, but now she avoided his eyes completely. Li Yun exhaled quietly. "TCH, let's see how smug you are once the ceremony begins." Li Nian growled under his breath, his voice laced with menace. "Looking forward to it, but I'm afraid you might end up disappointed," Li Yun replied coolly. "Don't get cocky," Li Nian snapped. "You really think you can beat me with just an early-stage marrow-cleansing realm cultivation? You're dreaming. I'm already at the late stage." Li Yun didn't flinch. He simply stood there, calm and confident. His silence was more infuriating than any retort. "Humph." Seeing that, Li Nian coldly snorted. The martial arts field suddenly stirred as the crowd grew restless. Countless pairs of eyes turned toward the same direction. From across the field, a group of figures began walking toward the central platform. Leading them was none other than Li Jinyun, the patriarch of the Li family. Following close behind were 5 elders: first elder, third elder, fifth elder, eighth elder, and ninth elder. Not every senior member of the Li family attended the coming-of-age ceremony. Most elders were extremely busy, and such an occasion wasn't significant enough to demand the presence of all of them. Li Jinyun and the 5 elders made their way up the central platform. The patriarch swept his eyes slowly across the gathered crowd. The noisy chatter that had filled the air moments ago gradually fell into silence, until the entire field was quiet. "Elders," Li Jinyun said with a faint smile, "shall we begin? Let's start." Proceed. The elders gave their approval one after another. Li Jinyun stepped forward and raised his voice. I now declare the start of this year's Li family coming-of-age ceremony. From this day on, a new generation of our Li family will step into adulthood. I hope each of you brings honor and glory to our clan. He turned to the ninth elder. Elder Li Yongfang, I'll leave the rest to you. The ninth elder, Li Yongfang, nodded and stepped forward to take the lead. Li Yongfang wasn't just the ninth elder. He was also the Li family's chief pharmacist, and their only alchemist too. In terms of status, he was second only to the patriarch himself. Nearly every important member of the clan had, at one point or another, benefited from his pills and potions. Young members of the Li family, he began, his deep, grave voice echoing across the platform. I am Li Yongfang, ninth elder. This year's coming-of-age ceremony will be presided over by me. You all know the rules. There's no need to waste time with empty words. I will begin calling names. When your name is called, step forward for the baptism. Once completed, you will officially be recognized as an adult of the Li family. His expression remained stern. His dark skin and severe demeanor made it clear that he was not someone who smiled often. Li Yao. The first name he called out was Li Yao, the daughter of the patriarch. The moment her name rang out, Li Yao calmly stepped out from the crowd and approached the central platform. Li Yao, test your attribute level. Li Yongfang instructed with a nod. Yes, elder. Li Yao replied respectfully before walking over to the glowing attribute crystal. Attribute crystals were a common artifact found in nearly every clan and organization. Their sole purpose was to determine the elemental affinity of a cultivator. There were 5 basic elemental affinities: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each affinity was ranked in 5 tiers, ranging from low to peak grade. Li Yao gracefully extended her jade-like hand and pressed it against the attribute crystal. She activated her internal force, and the once transparent crystal slowly began to glow. Within a few breaths, the surface of the crystal shimmered with a rich, vibrant cyan hue. Would attribute physique. What a pure color. Li Yao's talent is incredible, far beyond mine. Definitely. With talent like that, I wouldn't be surprised if she steps into the innate realm before she turns 30. Envious whispers echoed throughout the crowd of Li family youths watching from the sidelines, their gazes filled with admiration. Li Yongfang, the ninth elder, gave a small nod of approval as he studied the crystal. 4th grade attribute, he declared. His face remained as stern as ever, but the satisfaction in his voice was unmistakable. Lu Jinyun, the family patriarch and Li Yao's father, couldn't hide the pride gleaming in his eyes. His daughter's talent was indeed exceptional. A 4th grade attribute physique was a rare gem in all of Azure Wind City. With such talent, as long as she avoided any major misfortune and remained diligent in cultivation, she was all but guaranteed to step into the Xiantian realm one day. For any major clan, a child born with a 4th grade attribute was a future cornerstone, a rising pillar meant to be nurtured with full attention. 5th grade attributes were even more legendary, but such talent hadn't appeared in Azure Wind City for over a century. Below that were 3rd, 2nd, and 1st grade attribute physique, with 1st grade being the most common among cultivators. Li Yao calmly withdrew her hand from the crystal. Her expression remained composed and detached, as if she hadn't just revealed an extraordinary talent. Not a hint of pride or excitement crossed her face. Li Yao, what realm have you reached in your martial cultivation? Elder Li Yongfang asked in a calm voice. Late stage of the marrow-cleansing realm, she answered respectfully. Very good, he nodded. From this moment forward, you are officially recognized as an adult of the Li family. This is your coming-of-age gift: 3 bottles of marrow-cleansing potion and 2,000 gold coins. I hope you'll continue to improve and climb even higher in your martial path. He handed her a neatly wrapped bundle. When the crowd heard that Li Yao had received 3 bottles of marrow-cleansing potion, a fresh wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the audience. Marrow-cleansing potions were priceless treasures. In comparison, the 2,000 gold coins, though a substantial reward, were merely the icing on the cake. "Thank you, Elder," Li Yao said calmly, bowing as she accepted the gift. Every child of the Li family received a certain amount of cultivation resources after their coming-of-age ceremony. The better their talent, the greater the reward, a clear message from the family. Excellence would always be rewarded. "Stand to the side," Elder Li Yongfang instructed with a nod. Li Yao stepped off the platform and quietly moved to the side. "Li Bin, test your attribute," the elder called out again. A plump boy emerged from the crowd, bouncing onto the stage with a nervous grin. He placed his hand on the attribute crystal, and moments later, a deep red glow spread across its surface. "Li Bin, 3rd grade fire attribute. Not bad," Li Yongfang announced with a rare note of approval. One by one, more children stepped forward for their turn. The process was orderly and precise. Gradually, the number of children gathered around Li Yun thinned out. Most of those called first were confirmed to be practitioners, possessing natural attributes. The ones without any cultivation potential remained below, quietly watching. Li Nian had already taken the test. His results were impressive. A 3rd grade metal attribute and based on the crystal's radiance, likely among the top of his tier. Although he didn't quite reach the level of a 4th grade physique, the difference was slim. His future, like Li Yao's, looked bright. He had a real chance of entering the Xiantian realm, but that would be the limit of his cultivation. In Azure Wind City, reaching the Xiantian realm was already the limit of geniuses. The 3rd grade or 4th grade physique could only push their cultivation to Xiantian realm. Soon the test continued as many young members of the Li family tested their physique. Some children even possessed dual attributes, but their quality wasn't high. None stood out as particularly extraordinary. Eventually, all the known practitioners completed their assessments. Now it was time for those believed to have no attribute, those like Li Yun, to formally finish their rite of passage. Li Yun stood at the very end of the group. His expression remained calm and unreadable. He knew exactly what everyone around him thought. They had believed he had no attributes, just an ordinary constitution in the past, and now that had changed. And so he was kept in the group of those with no attribute physique. But he wasn't bothered. He felt no need to rush forward and prove them wrong. Let them wait. The truth would reveal itself in time. Li Ming stepped forward. Li Yongfang's voice rang out again. Li Ming turned to Li Yun with a bitter smile. "Brother Li Yun, guess it's my turn now." Li Yun gave a small nod. "Go on." There was no stopping it. Everyone had to face the stage eventually. Up on the platform, Li Ming stepped forward and gave a respectful bow to the patriarch and the elders. "Li Ming," Elder Li Yongfang said slowly, gazing down at him, "as of today, you are officially an adult. You know the family rules. Without cultivation talent, you can no longer remain in the main compound. The family will provide you with a modest sum. Perhaps with effort, you may still find your place elsewhere." Li Ming felt his cheeks flush with heat. Under the watchful gaze of countless Li family members, he was being exiled from the core of the family. Though the murmurs from the crowd weren't loud enough to catch word for word, he could easily imagine the conversations. Whispers of pity, disappointment, or worse. He kept his head bowed, avoiding every eye. "This is 100 gold coins," said Li Yongfang, handing him a small pouch. "Use it wisely." "Thank you, 9th Elder," Li Ming said quietly as he accepted the coins. 100 gold coins, barely enough to scrape by. It was more of a farewell gift than a real investment in his future. "Tomorrow, you'll report to Claywood Town," Li Yongfang added, waving a hand. "The steward there will assign you your duties." Li Ming stepped aside without another word. "Li Hong, step forward," Li Yongfang called again, continuing down the list. One by one, the remaining children with no cultivation potential were summoned. Most would be sent to manage or labor in various Li family enterprises scattered across the region. Then, "Li Yun, come up." A hush fell over the crowd. All eyes turned to him. Li Yun stepped forward calmly and stood before the attribute crystal. A month ago, Rumors had begun circulating that Li Yun, previously thought to be unable to cultivate, had broken through to the marrow-cleansing realm. Most dismissed it as idle talk until now. Today, as he stood confidently on the stage, the truth was undeniable. His aura was stable and unmistakable. He had indeed reached the early stage of the marrow-cleansing realm. Unlike the bone-refining realm, where cultivation levels were hard to sense, the marrow-cleansing realm left visible traces. Anyone with experience could see it. Li Yun placed his hand on the attribute crystal. A moment later, the crystal glowed with a warm red hue. Li Yun, Elder Li Yongfang announced. Third-grade fire attribute physique. Gasps rippled through the audience. How was this possible? Wasn't he supposed to have no attributes? And now he had a solid third-grade constitution? Li Yun, meanwhile, remained unfazed. He sneered silently in his heart. Third grade, huh? If only they knew. Only he understood the truth. His body was the legendary primal chaos body, capable of wielding all attributes. The Li family's crystal couldn't begin to measure his true potential. Li Yun, the elder continued. What is your current cultivation? Early stage of the marrow-cleansing realm. Li Yun replied without hesitation. Good, said Li Yongfang with a satisfied nod, handing over the customary rewards. Li Yun received the package and bowed respectfully. Thank you, ninth elder. And with that, he stepped off the stage, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. With the last of the young cultivators completing their tests, the coming-of-age ceremony officially drew to a close. But the real excitement was only just beginning. As tradition dictated, once the ceremony ended, the younger generation of the Li family would begin issuing open challenges to one another. Some did it to impress the elders, others to test their strength or settle old grudges. Li Yun, do you dare fight me? A sharp voice cut through the air. It was Li Nian. He stood there, eyes burning with jealousy and contempt as he stared at Li Yun. Jealousy because Li Yun was now a certified junior pharmacist and, with his cultivation finally awakened, had the potential to become a senior pharmacist one day. And contempt because not long ago, he'd beaten Li Yun within an inch of his life. To see someone he thought he'd buried rise again so suddenly was something he couldn't stomach. Li Yun met his gaze, calm and unshaken. Why wouldn't I? His voice rang out clearly, drawing murmurs from the surrounding crowd. Li Yun, there's no need for this, came a measured voice from the side. It was the third elder, Li Zhen, Li Yun's grandfather. His brows were slightly furrowed as he stepped forward, concern evident in his tone. You've already proven yourself to the entire family. You're now a cultivator and a junior pharmacist. No one can question your worth. There was no obligation for Li Yun to accept the challenge, and Li Zhen wouldn't blame him if he chose to walk away. Still, part of him wouldn't mind seeing Li Nian humbled publicly. But the difference in strength was real. Li Yun had just stepped into the early stage of the marrow-cleansing realm. Li Nian, on the other hand, was already at the late stage of the same realm, 2 full minor realms ahead. Li Zhen's concern was warranted. If something were to happen to Li Yun in this duel, punishing Li Nian afterward wouldn't change the loss. Third elder, I may only be at the early stage of marrow-cleansing realm, but trust me, Li Nian won't be able to hurt me. He simply doesn't have the ability, Li Yun said with a calm smile. Master, he turned to Li Jinyun next. Please allow me to accept this challenge. Years ago, Li Nian's father faced off against mine. If I refuse to fight today, wouldn't that be a disgrace to my father's legacy? His lips curled slightly, confidence radiating from his voice. Li Yun's words made it difficult for the family head to intervene. Forcing the challenge to end here would make it seem as if the direct bloodline was shrinking back. Li Jinyun glanced at Li Zhen, hoping the elder would object, but Li Zhen said nothing. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Li Potion's heart was burning with rage. He was Li Nian's grandfather, the grand elder or the first elder of the Li family. Damn it! If Li Yun hadn't brought up the past, about how his son was once defeated by Li Tian, perhaps he could have held his temper. But now he wanted revenge. His eyes locked onto Li Nian, and with a subtle nod, he gave him permission. This wasn't just a friendly spar anymore. In that case, Li Jinyun finally spoke. Let the two of you fight, but remember, this is still a family spar. Do not go overboard. No serious injuries. His tone was firm, clearly meant to protect Li Yun. The gap in cultivation realm made him wary. Both youths stepped onto the platform and faced each other, adjusting their stances. The crowd instinctively stepped back, giving them space. The elders, however, remained close. With their strength, even if something went wrong, they could intervene instantly. Li Nian sneered, his voice low and mocking. Li Yun, you'd better surrender early. If you get hurt, don't say I didn't warn you. It won't be my fault if things get out of hand. It was a veiled excuse. If Li Yun ended up injured, he could claim it wasn't intentional. But Li Yun only smiled, unbothered. Li Nian, you're going to regret this. Regret? Sure. Li Nian scoffed, his eyes flashing with malice. His expression turned dark and cold. He was determined to make Li Yun regret ever accepting his challenge. At that moment, a deep voice echoed across the field. Both of you step onto the martial platform. I'll be overseeing this match. Ninth Elder Li Yongfang announced as he landed near the arena. Li Yun and Li Nian moved forward without hesitation. Damn it, him! Li Nian cursed inwardly. Of all people, why did it have to be Li Yongfang as the judge? Though the Ninth Elder and Li Yun weren't exactly close, Li Nian knew they were on somewhat good terms. It was no secret that Li Yongfang had reluctantly agreed to guide Li Yun in the path of potion refining when he started, thanks to persistent requests from Third Elder Li Zhan. This complicated things. If he went too far, there was a chance Li Yongfang would interfere before he could truly hurt Li Yun. Meanwhile, Li Yun stood there with a calm smile on his face. He wasn't just here for revenge, he wanted to test his limits. This was his first real battle since breaking through, and more than anything, it was the perfect opportunity. After all, the system had just issued him a new quest. Quest Level F. Objective: teach Li Nian a lesson. Reward: 1,000 gold coins, 100 experience points. Dragon Tiger Fist. A smirk crept across Li Yun's lips. Be careful, brother Li Yun. Li Yao's eyes narrowed with concern. Her brows furrowed as she silently prayed for his safety. Across the platform, Li Nian sneered coldly. No matter how much you improve, you'll never be my equal. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he unsheathed his sword and charged forward. The blade shimmered as he unleashed the flowing wind sword art, a middle-grade mortal rank technique. His sword weaved through the air like serpents gliding across the earth, elegant yet deadly, aiming straight for Li Yun's chest. But Li Yun only scoffed. This sloppy form? You haven't even reached advanced mastery in it. He had no trouble seeing through Li Nian's swordplay. Whether it was the recent upgrade to his spirit soul or a boost in his comprehension, he couldn't say for sure, but every move Li Nian made felt slow, predictable, and exposed. As Li Nian's sword swept toward him, Li Yun shifted his weight and narrowly sidestepped the blade. Tisk! Li Nian clicked his tongue in irritation, pressing forward with a flurry of slashes from his flowing wind sword art. Li Yun danced just outside the reach of each attack, sometimes narrowly escaping a strike, sometimes receiving a shallow scratch, and sometimes evading so cleanly that it looked effortless. But with each passing second, his footwork grew sharper, his reactions faster. It was as if his body had begun to understand the rhythm. Damn it! Li Nian's frustration was boiling over. He began swinging wildly, executing the sword art's techniques with increasing force and desperation. But by now, Li Yun had completely unraveled the flowing wind sword art. No matter where the attacks came from, high, low, diagonal, straight, he dodged them all with subtle shifts of his stance and quick sidesteps. His legs barely moved more than necessary, yet they carried him just out of harm's way every time. He hadn't even learned a proper movement technique yet, and still, his natural control over timing and positioning left everyone stunned. Li Nian had launched well over 100 attacks by now, but all of them had missed. The realization twisted his face with rage. Li Yun, if you've got guts, Take my attack head-on. Li Nian roared, almost frothing at the mouth as he continued attacking Li Yun with his sword attacks. Li Yun's eyes remained calm, his voice like still water. As you wish. With calm confidence, he activated the blazing sun art, circulating internal energy cultivated to the 7th layer. His body surged with heat. He then clenched his right fist tightly, energy coiling around it like rippling waves, before slamming it straight into the oncoming strike. Boulder-crushing fist. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves across the arena. Li Nian was launched backward, his sword flying from his grasp. He tumbled to the ground, dazed and utterly defeated. Impossible! He screamed in disbelief. One hit, just one punch, and it was over. The humiliation was unbearable. From the sidelines, First Elder Li Patian, Li Nian's grandfather, stared in stunned silence before his face twisted with fury. Damn this brat, he muttered through clenched teeth. First his son had lost to Li Tian, and now his grandson had fallen to Li Tian's son. His rage was so intense he nearly coughed up blood. This child is worth cultivating, said clan leader Li Jinyun, nodding with a rare smile. Third elder Li Zhen's eyes gleamed with quiet pride. Like father, like son, he whispered under his breath. And in the crowd, Li Yao's eyes sparkled, her heart swelling with joy as she watched Li Yun stand tall, unshaken, victorious. Li Nian, you've lost. Li Yun's voice was calm, but his sneer carried a sting that cut deeper than any blade. I refuse to accept this. Li Nian's eyes burned crimson with fury. He pulled out a blood-red pill and swallowed it without hesitation. A violent surge of internal energy exploded from his body. His muscles swelled, veins bulged grotesquely beneath his skin, and his expression twisted into something beast-like. That's the raging blood pill. Is he insane? Doesn't he know that pill damages the foundation? It'll cripple his cultivation in the long run. But forget that. Li Yun's in danger now. That pill boosts power tremendously. He's no match for Li Nian like this. The young cultivators surrounding the martial arena erupted into shocked whispers. Everyone knew what the raging blood pill represented. A last-resort life-saving measure, reserved only for true life-and-death situations. Its power came at a steep cost, debilitating the user's cultivation foundation. And yet, Li Nian had used it against his own clanmate, just to avoid humiliation. On the platform, Li Patian went pale. He clenched his fists and cursed Li Nian bitterly in his heart. Li Jinyun's expression darkened. Using a raging blood pill on a fellow family member during a sparring match, this was a direct violation of the clan's code. In serious cases, it was even punishable by death. This is madness, Li Jinyun muttered. Should we intervene? He asked, glancing toward Li Jin. But the third elder simply shook his head. Look at Li Yun. Do you see even a flicker of panic? From the very beginning, he stood there like an immovable boulder, calm, composed and unreadable. Li Jinyun turned to observe the boy more closely. Sure enough, Li Yun hadn't budged. His expression remained indifferent, almost bored. You're right, he murmured. Let's wait. If he truly finds himself in danger, I trust Old Nine will intervene in time. Li Zhen gave a faint nod, but his eyes never left his grandson. He wasn't worried, not in the slightest. Li Nian roared like a man possessed, his fist cutting through the air with terrifying force. Empowered by the raging blood pill, all of his internal energy surged into that single strike, creating a monstrous pressure that made the very atmosphere tremble. But Li Yun simply smiled. Now this is more like it, he thought. Just moments ago, he had felt a twinge of regret, knowing he couldn't go all out with the elders watching. But now, that hesitation had vanished. He clenched his fist slowly. Boom! The air around him warped and trembled. A bright gray light burst from his hand, glowing with raw, primal energy. The ground beneath his feet cracked in a spiderweb pattern, unable to withstand the pressure radiating from his body. Everyone in the martial field froze. A suffocating, ominous aura erupted from Li Yun. What What is that? Gasps echoed through the crowd. Even the elders looked shaken, unable to fully comprehend what they were sensing. Only Li Jun's eyes widened in realization. So he's already. The others might not understand, but he did. He knew exactly what that aura meant. Li Yun stepped forward and finally threw his punch. Boom! The fists collided. Crack! A sickening snap rang out, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Error! Lin Yen shrieked in agony as his entire right arm twisted into a mangled mess of flesh and bone. He was launched like a cannonball, crashing violently into the boundary wall of the martial arena with a thunderous impact. And then, silence. An eerie, heavy silence settled over the crowd. No one moved. No one spoke. They could only stare at Li Yun, standing tall and unmoved, his glowing fist still clenched tightly by his side. Damn. The boulder-crushing fist at the true meaning stage is on a whole different level. Li Yun was shaken to his core. He knew the technique would be powerful. He had trained it to the true meaning stage after all, but even then, the sheer force behind that one strike had exceeded his expectations.
Lin Yen.
A furious roar echoed across the martial arena. First Elder Li Patian dashed forward in panic, his expression darkening the moment he saw his grandson's arm reduced to a mangled, bloody mess. You little bastard! D. Consumed by rage, Li Patian lashed out at Li Yun. A crushing pressure, heavy and suffocating, descended upon the arena. The might of a Xiantian realm expert surged forth as Li Potian's figure appeared before Li Yun like a phantom, his palm striking down with the intent to kill. Li Yun froze. A wave of despair washed over him. This was the difference between realms, between heaven and earth, between life and death. He couldn't even move, let alone defend himself. But then, how dare you? A thunderous voice exploded, and a powerful figure appeared in front of Li Yun, intercepting the deadly palm. It was Li Jun, the third elder, and Li Yun's grandfather. Li Patian, what do you think you're doing? The sharp voice of Li Jinyun, the patriarch, followed as he arrived a step later, his expression darker than ever. First, Li Potian's grandson had used the forbidden raging blood pill in a petty challenge. Now the elder himself had tried to kill a junior in broad daylight. It was beyond disgraceful. Patriarch, Li Yun crippled Lin Yen's arm. Li Patian shouted, eyes bloodshot with fury. Li Jinyun glared at him. And whose fault is that? Who told your grandson to use the raging blood pill against his own clan member in a sparring match? If anything, Li Yun showed restraint. He took a step forward, his voice turning colder. Consider yourself lucky I haven't punished him already. And now you, an elder of this clan, dare to lay hands on a junior? You and your grandson truly are cut from the same rotten root. Do you want me to strip Lin Yen of his family privileges? Suspend you from your position as first elder? Li Potian's face turned pale. The fire in his chest was doused by icy fear. Patriarch, I understand. I lost control. It was my mistake. Gritting his teeth, he turned back and quickly began tending to Lin Yen's injuries, swallowing his rage in silence. Suddenly a blur of black streaked across the arena, moving with astonishing speed before landing heavily on the platform. Who's the bastard that dared to hurt my brother? The newcomer's voice rang out, laced with fury. His gaze swept across the platform, taking in the scene, then froze the moment it landed on Lin Yen's unconscious body. His expression darkened instantly. His eyes, sharp and cold, shifted and locked onto Li Yun like a predator finding its prey. The man was Li Xian, Lin Yen's elder brother. He had a tall, burly frame, but his narrow, triangular eyes carried a sharpness that made people instinctively uncomfortable when meeting his gaze. At just over 20 years old, Li Xian was considered one of the most outstanding talents of the Li family's younger generation. He no longer lived within the Li family compound, not because he had been cast out, but because he had gone to study at the Sword Hall, one of the most powerful forces in the Moon River County. The Sword Hall's exact location was a closely guarded secret. Disciples were forbidden from revealing it to outsiders without permission, under threat of severe punishment. Because of this, very few people even knew where it was. What was well known, however, was its reputation. It stood as one of the great forces in the Azure Wind City and all the other cities under the Moon River County, commanding influence over many surrounding powerhouses. Entry into the Sword Hall was notoriously difficult. Only those with exceptional talent could hope to pass its selection. For the countless young cultivators of Azure Wind City, being accepted into the Sword Hall was nothing short of a dream, yet only a handful ever succeeded. Li Xian's admission into such a sect had brought tremendous pride to the entire Li family. His strength further justified that pride, having already reached the second level of the body-tempering realm, he stood among the elite of his generation. Many within the family even whispered that Li Xian was the best candidate to become the next patriarch, some believing that under his leadership, the Li family could one day rise to be the #1 family in all of Azure Wind City. Li Xian. Greet the patriarch and the elders. Li Xian had stormed onto the platform, shouting about who dared injure his brother before even offering the proper greetings. It was an open display of arrogance. Then again, Li Xian had the qualifications to be arrogant. He was a Sword Hall disciple, and even the patriarch Li Jinyun had to show him some measure of respect. Li Xian, why have you returned so suddenly? Li Padian asked, visibly startled at first. But when he realized who it was, his face flushed with excitement. Li Xian's appearance gave him renewed confidence. I just completed a mission and happened to pass by Azure Wind City on my way back. Li Xian replied casually, his tone sharp as a blade. I heard there was a family gathering today, so I decided to stop by. Now. His eyes turned cold, locking onto Li Yun like a predator on prey. Who's the bastard that crippled my brother's arm? Li Yun opened his mouth to speak, but Li Zhan stepped forward first. Li Xian, your brother used a raging blood pill against his own clan member. Li Yun merely retaliated. The third elder's frown deepened, his tone stern. Everyone in the Li family knew Li Xian's temper, proud, unreasonable, and completely unwilling to listen to reason. There was no changing his mind once he decided on something. Li Yun. Li Xian's eyes narrowed dangerously, his voice dripping with scorn. I remember you. Weren't you the so-called useless one? Since when could you injure my brother? Haha, there are many things you don't know. Li Yun's voice was calm, neither humble nor overbearing. Li Xian's eyes burned with fury. He hadn't expected Li Yun to talk back to him so casually, let alone with that tone. You dare talk to me like that? Li Xian, don't underestimate him, Li Patian interjected, though his voice carried a biting undertone. Li Nian fought him earlier and couldn't last. Seems we've all underestimated how quietly he's been growing.
Li Xian snurta.
So, I was ignorant? Fine then. His eyes sharpened like drawn swords, his voice icy. Since my brother lost to you in a competition, let's keep it simple. How about you compete with me? In an instant, his aura surged like a crashing wave. The oppressive might of a second-level body-tempering realm cultivator burst forth, sweeping across the arena like a storm. Li Yun held his ground, unmoved, but he could feel the weight behind that pressure. It was strong, much stronger than Li Nian's. Li Xian, don't go too far. Li Zhen's voice thundered across the arena. How old are you compared to Li Yun? Do you really think it's honorable to bully someone younger and weaker than you? Li Xian sneered, unbothered by the rebuke. Third elder, if I didn't know you for being fair, I might think you were playing favorites with Li Yun. Bullying the weak? Please. So what if I'm a few years older? We're still of the same generation, aren't we? Why shouldn't I compete with him? His gaze locked onto Li Yun, eyes burning with provocation. Li Yun, if you're too scared to face me, that's fine. I won't force you. But at the very least, kneel and kowtow to my brother. Apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. His words dripped with arrogance, delivered right in front of the patriarch and elders, as though the Li family itself no longer held any weight in his eyes after joining Sword Hall. Li Yun, however, did not avert his gaze. He met Li Xian's scorching eyes head-on, unflinching. He knew full well that refusing the challenge wouldn't lead to severe consequences. With his grandfather Li Jin present, no harm would come to him. But declining would leave whispers behind, rumors that he was afraid of Li Xian, and, worse, it would cast a shadow on his grandfather's reputation. Besides, avoidance was never in his nature. Even though he clearly understood the gap between them, he had no intention of backing down. Li Xian was in the second level of the body-tempering realm, a level fundamentally different from the bone-refining and marrow-cleansing realms. Body-tempering experts not only refined their physical bodies to extremes but also began sensing the flow of qi within. In the later stages of body tempering, one could even harness heaven and earth's energy to temper the body further, a power that far surpassed the simple internal energy used in the lower realms. Because of this, a body-tempering cultivator could easily overwhelm someone in the marrow-cleansing realm. Li Yun understood this perfectly. Against Li Xian, his chances of victory were slim. But retreat? That was something he refused to do. Li Yun's mind raced, weighing his options, searching for the best way to respond. What now, Li Yun? How long are you going to stand there thinking? Li Xian's voice dripped with disdain. His arms crossed and his eyes filled with mockery. He never actually expected Li Yun to accept the fight. After all, this wasn't the place for him to strike first. His purpose here was simple: to vent his rage. His brother's arm had been crippled. He couldn't just let it go without lashing out somehow. Enough! This ends here. The deep, commanding voice of the patriarch, Li Jinyun, finally rang out. No one is to bring this up again. The weight behind those words silenced even the arrogant Li Xian, who dared not openly defy the head of the family. Everyone thought the matter was settled, until Li Yun suddenly smiled, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, almost daring light. I accept the challenge. Those three simple words hit like a thunderclap. What? Did he just agree? He's insane. Beating Li Nian is one thing, but Li Xian? That's someone who trained at the sword hall. He's a powerhouse at the second level of body-tempering realm. He could crush Li Yun in one move. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, filled with disbelief and confusion. Even Li Xian himself froze for a moment, staring at Li Yun as though he'd gone mad. Does this kid actually have the guts to fight me? Then Li Xian's eyes narrowed, a cold, predatory light flashing within them. Fine, you crippled one of my brother's arms. I'll take both of yours. But Li Yun spoke again, his voice calm and measured. I accept your challenge, but not right now. I'm tired and need time to rest. 2 months from now, during the family competition that happens once every 3 years, we'll fight then in front of the entire Li family. What do you say, Li Xian? The Li family held a grand competition once every 3 years, an event far more significant than the coming-of-age ceremony. Unlike the adulthood ritual, where only those turning 16 participated, the family competition drew in almost every capable youth from across the clan. Each tournament saw thousands of Li family children gather to test their strength and prove their worth. The rewards were just as grand as the scale of the competition. According to tradition, those who placed among the top ranks would walk away with treasures, including techniques, rare potions, and vast sums of gold. Li Yun's eyes burned with determination. This was his chance. Among his goals was to obtain a high-grade mortal rank cultivation technique and martial art, treasures so rare and precious that even most elders within the Li family had never cultivated them, relying instead on mid-grade techniques. There were still 2 months left before the competition, and Li Yun firmly believed he could push his cultivation to the late stage of the marrow-cleansing realm by then. More than that, he wanted to measure himself against Li Xian, the so-called prodigy who had earned entry into the legendary sword hall. But above all else, the main reason Li Yun had accepted Li Xian's challenge was simple. The system had issued him a quest, one he couldn't refuse. Quest level E. Objective: defeat Li Xian. Reward: 9 tribulations divine eye. It was the reward that drove Li Yun to challenge Li Xian. He didn't know exactly what the 9 tribulations divine eye was, but he was certain of one thing: anything carrying the title divine eye would not be a small thing. This was an opportunity he simply couldn't afford to miss. Eye-related abilities were already exceptionally rare on the martial dragon continent, making the reward even more tempting and valuable in Li Yun's eyes. The family competition? Li Xian repeated, visibly surprised as he studied Li Yun. And he wasn't the only one. Everyone present stared at Li Yun in disbelief. Why would he choose to fight Li Xian during the family competition? Did Li Yun truly believe he could grow strong enough in just 2 months to stand toe-to-toe with someone like Li Xian? If Li Yun could truly defeat Li Xian in the upcoming family competition 2 months later, it would be nothing short of shocking. Who was Li Xian? Among the younger generation of the Li family, Li Xian was undeniably within the top 3 in strength, if not the strongest outright. If Li Yun could overcome someone like him, his name would spread through Azure Wind City overnight, shaking the entire region. Li Xian stared at Li Yun, unable to understand his confidence. The idea that Li Yun could surpass him in just 2 months was laughable, a bad joke at best. Then, Li Xian suddenly burst into loud, mocking laughter. Li Yun, do you seriously think you can surpass me in 2 months? Keep dreaming, he shouted, dismissing Li Yun's intent entirely. In his eyes, absolute strength crushed all schemes, no matter how clever. Li Yun only smiled. You just need to answer one thing, Li Xian. Do you dare or not? Or are you afraid that 2 months from now, you won't be my match? Humph, what a joke. Why wouldn't I dare?
Li Xian snarled.
I wasn't even planning to join this year's family competition, but since you want to be humiliated so badly, I'll gladly grant your wish. Good. At that moment, family head Li Jinyun raised his hand, his voice spreading across the martial arts field. Enough. The family meeting isn't over yet. Let's continue. Under the high platform, 5 more youths still awaited their coming-of-age ceremony. It proceeded quickly, and each of them received the traditional consolation reward of 100 gold coins from the family. This year's coming-of-age ceremony is concluded. Everyone may return home, announced Li Jinyun. Though this year's ceremony had been chaotic, Li Jinyun's heart was filled with satisfaction. After all, the Li family had gained another genius in Li Yun, something that would make many powers in Azure Wine City burn with envy. As the gathering dispersed, Li Jinyun glanced at third elder Li Zhen and gave a small nod. Li Zhen understood immediately. Li Yun, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me, Li Zhen said as Li Yun was preparing to leave. Yes, third grandfather. Li Yun was momentarily surprised, but he quickly complied and followed him. When the Li family members saw Li Yun being led away by Li Zhen, they could only disperse with a trace of disappointment. Many had wanted to speak with him after the coming-of-age ceremony, some hoping to build a connection, while others intended to request his help in refining potions. Li Yun silently followed Li Zhen to the elder's private villa. Master! As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, Li Yun spotted Li Jinyun, the family head, waiting there. He instinctively greeted him with respect. Yes, Li Yun. Li Jinyun smiled and gave him a small nod. You've been hiding quite the secret, haven't you? Li Jinyun's eyes softened, his tone more curious than stern. Tell me, how did you suddenly gain the ability to cultivate? Li Yun kept his expression calm, though his mind quickly spun for an explanation. 2 months ago, an old man came to see me, he said casually, weaving a story on the spot. He examined my body, tapped my dantian a few times, and muttered something about a sealed body. Then he left without even giving his name. Li Jinyun thought for a moment, then nodded slowly. It seems you were fortunate. But listen to me, do not speak of that old man to anyone else. This is for your own safety. He then turned to Li Zhen, a faint smile touching his lips. Third elder, you truly have a good grandson. Li Yun can refine potions and now even cultivate. With enough time, he might become a true alchemist. On this continent, alchemists were rarer than spirit beasts with dragon blood. Wherever one appeared, entire forces would scramble to recruit them. In the whole of Azure Wind City, there were only 3 alchemists, each enjoying unmatched prestige. Li Zhen looked at Li Yun with undisguised pride. I always believed you wouldn't remain mediocre, he said warmly. Today, Li Yun had not only stepped into the spotlight but had also brought pride to his grandfather. In the past, Li Jun never openly disliked Li Yun for his inability to cultivate, but hearing others mock his grandson had always left a bitter taste. Now, when someone mentioned Li Yun, he could proudly say, "Yes, he is my grandson. Well, I truly misjudged you before." Li Jinyun exhaled slowly, then smiled. "Li Yun, from this day on, the family will fully support you. If you need anything, speak directly to the third elder or come to me personally. As long as it is within the family's power, we will make it happen." Li Yun remained calm, neither overly moved nor eager. He had no intention of depending too heavily on family resources. Accepting their help would mean owing them, and inevitably, part of the potions he refined would have to go back to the family. That wasn't a path he wanted to take unless absolutely necessary. "Thank you, Patriarch. If I need help, I will certainly seek it," Li Yun replied politely. He wouldn't outright reject the offer, that would only embarrass the family head. But inwardly, he resolved to rely mostly on himself. Li Jinyu nodded, then changed the subject. "By the way, why did you accept Li Xian's challenge? Do you fully understand how strong he is? He's already at the second level of the body tempering realm, and he's been training in Sword Hall for years. His strength far surpasses that of an ordinary body tempering practitioner." His meaning was clear. Li Yun could have simply refused the challenge. If he had, Jinyun could ensure Li Xian wouldn't dare touch him. "I considered that," Li Yun said calmly. "But if I didn't accept today, Li Xian would continue to harass me. I wouldn't be able to focus on my training or refining potions in peace. Even if I can't defeat him 2 months from now, I'm confident I can protect myself." Li Jinyun paused, then gave a small approving nod. "Your reasoning makes sense." He narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice firm. "Don't worry. I will not let Li Xian harm you in that competition. Focus on your cultivation and alchemy." "Thank you, Patriarch." Li Yun cupped his hands respectfully. "Good. I won't take up more of your time. Every moment counts for you now. Remember, your family is your strongest backing. Use it when needed." With those final words, Li Jinyun left. Li Yun stayed behind to chat with his grandfather Li Jun for a while before leaving the elder's villa and returning to his own courtyard. Sister Hua. The moment he stepped inside, he noticed a familiar figure waiting for him. It was Li Hua. "Li Yun, long time no see." Hearing the voice behind him, Li Hua turned and smiled the moment her eyes fell on Li Yun. Li Yun recalled Li Hua from the memories of the previous Li Yun. She was one of the closest figure to him beside his grandfather. Li Hua was about 10 years older than him. According to previous Li Yun's memories, Li Yun could still vividly remember how, when he was little, she often carried him in her arms. That warmth and familiarity had been a constant in his childhood, until she left the Li family compound, and their meetings became few and far between. Once, Li Hua had been the pride of the Li family, but a severe injury 10 years ago had crippled her foundation, making it impossible for her to advance far in martial arts. Rather than be a burden, she chose to leave on her own. The family hadn't forced her out. She had made that choice herself. Now, she managed one of the Li family's most important industries, the large ore mine in Stone Wood Town. As its chief supervisor, she rarely returned to the family compound, sometimes staying away for years at a time. Seeing her now, after so many years, brought genuine joy to Li Yun. Apart from his grandfather Li Jun, Li Hua was the person he felt closest to in the entire Li family. "Sister Hua, why are you back?" Li Yun asked happily. "Haha, can't I come back just to see you?" Li Hua laughed as she walked over and affectionately pinched his cheek, just as she used to when he was a child. The faint fragrance clinging to her was familiar and warm, stirring a quiet excitement in Li Yun's chest. "Of course. I'm happy you came back, Sister Hua." He grinned. "Humph. Are you really happy? Or just saying that?" Li Hua teased, her eyes sparkling. "Little Li Yun has become quite the celebrity in the Li family. When I arrived, the coming-of-age ceremony had just ended, but I already heard about your performance. The entire Li family is talking about your name now, Li Yun." Li Yun gave a wry smile and shook his head. I didn't do it for fame. I was pushed into a corner. When people try to step on you, you have to fight back. Well, I know the first elder's lineage has always been against you, Li Hua said softly, her eyes filled with concern. In fact, that's the main reason I came back this time. I was worried they might drive you out of the Li family compound. I can't stop the family's decisions, but if it came to that, I was ready to take you with me to Stonewood Town. Hearing this, Li Yun finally understood why Li Hua had returned so suddenly. She had been worried he'd be sent off to some remote, desolate place and left to suffer. If he went with her to Stonewood Town, at least he would live under her protection and not be mistreated. It doesn't seem necessary now, Li Hua added with a small smile. Even if you wanted to leave the Li family compound now, I doubt the patriarch or the elders would agree. Then her expression shifted slightly, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. By the way, Li Yun, what's going on between you and Li Yao? I saw her outside your courtyard earlier. I invited her in, but she refused.
Li Yao.
Li Yun gave a bitter smile. Truthfully, he wasn't even sure what was going on between them anymore. Li Yun, Li Hua said gently. Li Yao has always cared about you. It's just that, well, your situation before wasn't great, and the elders forbade her from being around you. She's never stopped worrying about you, though. Do you know? A few days ago, Li Yao sent me a letter asking me to return and take you to Stonewood Town. She said in the letter that the first elder was planning to send you to the most remote, miserable place. With that, Li Hua pulled out a folded letter and handed it to him. Li Yun glanced at it, reading just enough to confirm her words before letting out a soft sigh. This little girl. Seeing the look on Li Yun's face, Li Hua smiled faintly and decided not to mention Li Yao again. By the way, Li Yun, she said, changing the subject, I heard you'll be facing Li Xian in the family competition 2 months from now? Yes. Li Yun nodded calmly. Li Hua's brows furrowed slightly, a trace of worry flickering in her eyes. Li Yun, that won't be easy. I heard you defeated Li Xian's younger brother, Li Nian, with a single move during the coming-of-age ceremony. But Li Xian is a different matter entirely. He's strong enough to have entered the Sword Hall. His strength is ranked among the top 10 young practitioners in all of Azure Wind City. Are you really confident you can win in just 3 months? Li Yun smiled faintly, his voice light but resolute. Then I'll just have to work harder. Though his words were simple, there was no hesitation in his tone. Li Hua studied him for a moment, then nodded. In that case, we can't afford to waste any time. Oh, right, there's a small auction at the Treasure Pavilion the day after tomorrow. You should attend. I heard one of the items up for bid is purple flower fruit. Li Yun's eyes widened slightly. Purple flower fruit? He knew well what that was, an extremely rare spiritual fruit that could be consumed directly to boost cultivation. For any practitioner below the Xiantian realm, it was a treasure that could significantly accelerate their progress. Every time it appeared, it triggered a fierce bidding war, and it was never cheap. However, the most important use of purple flower fruit wasn't them at all. It was one of the ingredients required to refine the body-tempering pills. Yes, Li Hua said, smiling. That's one of the reasons I came back this time. I'm planning to attend the auction as well, so I'll take you along. If we can get that fruit, it will help you greatly in your training. All right? Li Yun said, his eyes flashing with determination. If there's purple flower fruit up for auction, I have to at least try. Since purple fruit was crucial for concocting body-tempering pills, then he must get them all for himself. With that, the two talked a little longer before going their separate ways. With more than a day left before the small auction, Li Yun focused on one thing, refining more potions. He had been working tirelessly over the past month, experimenting and correcting his mistakes, and now he was on the verge of successfully producing a perfect-grade marrow cleansing potion. His martial skills had also seen great progress. The Crimson Sun Flame Sword art had already reached the perfection stage of mastery and was steadily approaching the elusive true meaning stage. In comparison, the boulder-crushing fist, which he had started practicing later, had already stepped into the true meaning stage. It was understandable, after all, the boulder-crushing fist was only a low-grade mortal rank martial art, while the Crimson Sun Flame sword art was a middle-grade mortal rank technique, and higher-level martial arts were naturally harder to master. Still, Li Yun wasn't satisfied. The upcoming auction would feature the purple flower fruit, and bidding for it would likely require an enormous amount of gold. Although the purple flower fruit wasn't particularly useful for him directly unless he refined them into body-tempering pills, he still wanted to buy it for someone else. That alone was reason enough to keep refining and selling potions. So, once again, Li Yun locked himself inside his courtyard, immersing himself in refining excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions to sell at the treasure pavilion. For over a day, he didn't leave the house. Many young members of the Li family came hoping to meet him, but none could get past the 2 personal guards stationed outside his shabby courtyard, guards personally assigned by Li Jinyun, the family patriarch. With such protection, no one dared to disturb Li Yun's work. Finally, the morning of the auction arrived. Li Hua personally came to escort him, and together they made their way to the treasure pavilion. The auction was being held on the 3rd floor, an area normally restricted to those with special status. Li Yun possessed a VIP pass granted to him by Lan Yueli, the pavilion's supervisor, but this time he didn't even need to use it. Li Hua's presence was enough to grant them direct access. When they entered the auction hall, the event hadn't yet officially started, but several people were already seated. Though this was a small-scale auction, the items being offered still drew considerable interest. Dozens of people were already present, and by the time the auction began, there would likely be over 100 participants. Li Yun, let's find a place to sit, Li Hua said after scanning the room. All right. Li Yun nodded. There weren't too many seats, and aside from the front row, which was reserved, the rest were open to whoever claimed them first. Li Yun and Li Hua quickly found a spot and sat down, waiting for the auction to begin. Ha! Isn't that Li Hua? Just as Li Hua and Li Yun were about to take their seats, a sharp, almost grating voice rang out from behind them. It was the kind of voice that stuck in one's memory after hearing it once. Li Hua's brows furrowed slightly before she even turned around, clearly recognizing the voice's owner. Li Yun turned his head and immediately saw a young man in a golden robe striding toward them. He knew this person as well, Zhao Xiaotian, a member of the Zhao family. But Zhao Xiaotian wasn't just any member. He was the son of the Zhao family's current patriarch. Compared to Zhao Xiaotian, Zhao Li, the one who had previously tried to make trouble for Li Yun, was nothing more than a barking dog. In Azure Wind City, few dared to cross Zhao Xiaotian, not only because of his identity but because of his notorious reputation. Zhao Xiaotian was infamous, a spoiled scion with a decadent lifestyle and a taste for cruelty. His name had been tied to countless scandals over the last decade, particularly involving women. Rumors said he had snatched away countless young women, with nearly 70% of them already married. Ordinary families could only bow their heads when he set his eyes on someone. And he had a particular obsession, Li Hua. Ha ha ha. So it really is you, Li Hua. Zhao Xiaotian's lips curled into an arrogant smile as his gaze swept over her. It's been years, hasn't it? TSK, TSK. I heard you ran off to Stonewood Town to avoid me. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you all these years? His words dripped with false nostalgia and brazen entitlement, as though the people in the auction hall didn't even exist. Behind him stood 2 stern, middle-aged men, most likely Zhao family guards, their expressions cold and vigilant. Li Yun, hearing this, immediately recalled the stories he'd heard, how Zhao Xiaotian had once shamelessly pursued Li Hua, only to be firmly rejected. If she had been an ordinary woman, Zhao Xiaotian would have easily gotten his way, but Li Hua was from the Li family, and that alone had restrained him from using force. Li Hua's expression didn't shift. She didn't even spare Zhao Xiaotian a glance. Instead, she gently pulled on Li Yun's sleeve and said softly, "Li Yun, let's sit over there." Her voice was calm, but the stiffness in her movements betrayed her desire to stay as far away from Zhao Xiaotian as possible. "Hua, why so cold to me?" Zhao Xiaotian grinned, ignoring the frost in her eyes. "Haha, we're at an auction, aren't we? Of course, the best seats are at the front." How about this? Let me take you to sit in the first row. Don't worry, the treasure pavilion always gives me face. Those seats aren't open to just anyone. But me, Zhao Xiaotian? I can take 1 or 2 people there. No problem. He thumped his chest with smug confidence, his tone dripping with self-importance. Get out of the way! Li Hua finally snapped, her voice sharp and cold. Zhao Xiaotian's eyes lit up in amusement rather than anger. Tisk, TSK. That temper of yours. I love it. I really love it. Fine. Let's talk after the auction. He chuckled as he strode forward. But suddenly he stopped and turned back, his eyes narrowing as they landed on Li Yun. And who's this? Li Yun, isn't it? Ha, I thought you looked familiar. You're that famous loser from the Li family, aren't you? His voice was laced with disdain and mockery. It was clear Zhao Xiaotian hadn't heard about the events of the Li family's adult conference 2 days ago, and still think it was the same trash Li Yun who couldn't cultivate. Li Yun rolled his eyes and muttered, loud enough for everyone to hear. Where'd this mad dog come from? It was peaceful here until now. I can't believe the treasure pavilion lets dogs wander into an auction. Earlier, when Zhao Xiaotian had been harassing Li Hua, Li Yun had held his tongue only because she had tugged him away, unwilling to cause trouble. But now Zhao Xiaotian had turned around and insulted him directly. Should he still hold back? Zhao Xiaotian froze, his face darkening instantly. He hadn't expected Li Yun to bite back, much less call him a mad dog in front of everyone. They barely even knew each other. Their paths had never crossed before. Zhao Xiaotian had only mocked him because of Li Hua, expecting the former loser to just endure it. But instead, Li Yun had humiliated him in one simple sentence. Little bastard, you're courting death. Zhao Xiaotian's chest heaved as he sucked in a sharp breath, holding it for a long moment before exhaling through clenched teeth. Mad dog, get out of here right now before I break your legs. Li Yun shot back without a trace of hesitation, his tone sharp enough to cut glass. You little brat. Just you wait. If I don't kill you, I'm not Zhao Xiaotian. Zhao Xiaotian's face flushed a deep green with fury. With a violent flick of his sleeve, he spun around and stormed ahead. Even he didn't dare cause trouble inside the treasure pavilion. Li Yun, you're really bold. Li Hua's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. She had never dared call Zhao Xiaotian a mad dog to his face. But Li Yun had done it without blinking. And hearing Zhao Xiaotian being insulted so openly, it was surprisingly satisfying. Seeing his twisted, darkened face, she almost burst out laughing. Sister Hua, you can't be polite to people like him. The politer you are, the more arrogant he gets. Look at him now. Didn't the mad dog just run away with his tail between his legs?
Li Yun smirka.
That's true. Li Hua couldn't help but nod. First row seating. Zhao Xiaotian stomped his way to the front row and dropped into a seat with a scowl still carved on his face. Huh? Young Master Zhao, what happened? Why do you look so upset? One of the young men already seated in the front row called out with a teasing smile. The front row wasn't for ordinary guests. Only those with both status and strength could sit there. In this world, strength was the true measure of respect. Xiaotian, I just saw you with Li Hua from the Li family. Another young man said, smirking knowingly. Don't tell me Li Hua managed to get under your skin? That woman's got guts if she doesn't even give you face. Xiaotian. A young man in white added with exaggerated surprise. Brother Zhao, why bother with a woman like her? Scoffed a man in red. If her martial foundation hadn't been crippled, maybe we'd have to be cautious around her. But now, she's washed up. Ha. If she were still at her peak, the treasure pavilion itself would have arranged a front row seat for her. These were all well-known young masters of Azure Wind City. They were familiar with Zhao Xiaotian but far from loyal friends. Their words, though wrapped in smiles, carried a subtle edge of mockery, as if they found amusement in his sour expression. Shut up, all of you. Zhao Xiaotian's face flushed an ugly shade of green as his chest rose and fell with heavy, ragged breaths. His eyes swept across the row of young masters, each glance carrying a venomous chill. At that moment, his anger felt like wildfire, hot enough to burn down the entire treasure pavilion. If it had only been Li Hua who humiliated him, he could have swallowed the insult. But Li Yun, a man long known as the disgrace of the Li family throughout Azure Wind City, for him to call him a mad dog in public? That humiliation was unbearable. Were it not for the strict rules of the treasure pavilion, Zhao Xiaotian would have already leaped across the room to shatter Li Yun's limbs without hesitation. "Sister Hua, don't waste your time thinking about that mad dog," Li Yun said casually, turning slightly toward her with an easy smile. Li Hua sighed, rolling her eyes at him. "Li Yun, you're still smiling? Do you even realize what you've done? You completely offended Zhao Xiaotian back there. That man is petty and vindictive. I know you're now a junior pharmacist and you've started cultivating, but you're still only in the early stage of the marrow-cleansing realm, while Zhao Xiaotian is already at its peak. You need to be very careful around him from now on." Li Hua couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. After the auction ended, she would have to return to Stonewood Town, leaving Li Yun alone in Azure Wind City. She couldn't stay by his side to shield him if trouble came knocking. "Sister Hua, you really don't need to worry about me." Li Yun smiled, his voice calm and full of quiet confidence. "Yes, Zhao Xiaotian is stronger than me right now, but it won't be long before he's no longer my match." His words carried weight, not blind arrogance, but certainty. After all, if he had the courage to accept Li Xian's challenge, how could he possibly be afraid of someone like Zhao Xiaotian? "Li Hua," a soft, feminine voice called from behind them. Both Li Hua and Li Yun turned, only to see a graceful woman in a flowing purple dress approaching, with a man in white walking casually at her side. Li Yun immediately recognized them. The woman was Zhen Meo, and the man beside her was none other than Chun Xiao. In Azure Wind City, everyone knew of the three great families. Even children barely old enough to speak could recite their names. Yet, while all three were powerful, their standings were far from equal. The Li family, Li Yun's family, was considered the weakest of the three. Above them stood the Zhao family, and towering at the very top was the Chun family. Chun Xiao was not just any member of the Chun family. He was the son of the current patriarch. But his fame wasn't built on family prestige alone. 10 years ago, he had already qualified for entry into the prestigious Sword Hall, a feat that most could only dream of. 5 years ago, he broke through into the body-tempering realm, showcasing a level of talent that stunned even Azure Wind City's oldest cultivators. People whispered that Chun Xiao would likely reach the legendary Xiantian realm before the age of 40, a feat almost unheard of. In Azure Wind City, Chun Xiao was the undisputed star of his generation. In comparison, people like Zhao Xiaotian were nothing more than shadows under his light. One was the sky, the other the dirt beneath it. Zhen Meo, standing beside Chun Xiao, did not come from any remarkable background. She was a member of the Zhen family, a second-rate household within Azure Wind City. For years, the Zhen family had been a minor power that relied heavily on the Li family for support. Before Zhen Meo became close to Chun Xiao, her presence in Azure Wind City was hardly noteworthy. Her reputation had little weight, and few people outside of her own circles even knew her name. Everything changed only because of Li Hua. It was through Li Hua that Zhen Meo first met Chun Xiao, and it was also through Li Hua that Li Yun had once known Zhen Meo. From the memories of the old Li Yun, he recalled how close Li Hua and Zhen Meo had been in the past. They had been inseparable friends, often seen together within the Li family compound, sharing secrets and talking about everything under the sun. At that time, Chun Xiao himself had admired Li Hua. And why wouldn't he? She was beautiful, talented, and carried herself with dignity. Even Li Hua, deep down, had been somewhat drawn to Chun Xiao, for men of his caliber were rare. Many in the Li family believed it was only a matter of time before Li Hua and Chun Xiao would marry, a union that would delight the Li family, as it would forge an invaluable bond with the most powerful family in Azure Wind City. But fate twisted unexpectedly. After Li Hua introduced Zhen Meo to Chun Xiao, the woman somehow used underhanded means to take Li Hua's place and became Chun Xiao's woman. How had Li Hua felt at that moment? Her closest friend had betrayed her in secret, stealing not just a person but her trust. That betrayal cut deep, and from that day onward, Li Hua severed all ties with Jinmeo. It was likely the main reason she had requested to leave the Li family compound and relocate to Stonewood Town, far from these bitter memories. Perhaps to avoid seeing Jinmeo again, Li Hua had rarely returned to Azure Wind City ever since. Jinmeo, Li Hua greeted flatly, her tone polite yet icy. Hua, long time no see. Jinmeo smiled sweetly, clinging tightly to Chun Zhao's arm as if to flaunt her position. The gesture was deliberate, almost mocking. Li Hua's brows furrowed ever so slightly. The reaction was subtle, but Li Yun noticed it instantly. He could see the emotions beneath her calm facade, the scars that had never truly healed. His eyes narrowed as he glared at Jinmeo. He had no fondness for this woman, and after seeing that smug display, his impression of her sank even lower. Hua! Chun Zhao's expression hardly changed when his eyes landed on Li Hua. He gave her a polite nod, nothing more, nothing less. You're here for the auction as well? Li Hua asked evenly, her voice calm but holding a trace of distance. I'll be staying in Azure Wind City for a while, so I thought I'd drop by. Meo wanted to bid for some purple fruits. Chun Zhao replied, glancing briefly at the woman holding onto his arm. At his words, Jinmeo's face instantly brightened, her smile radiant and full of pride, as if she had just claimed a small victory by his side. Oh! Li Hua gave a short, indifferent response. Xiao Hua is sitting in the back. Why don't we let her sit with us in the front row? Jinmeo said sweetly, leaning closer to Chan Xiao as though her suggestion was born of kindness. All right. Chun Xiao nodded without hesitation. To him, offering someone a seat at the front row was trivial, something he could grant with a simple word. No, this is fine. Thank you. Li Hua's tone sharpened slightly as she quickly declined. The thought of using Chun Zhao's influence, especially when Jinmeo was present, made her skin crawl. Hua! You really won't come to the front? Jinmeo widened her eyes in mock surprise, her voice dripping with fake concern. There's no need. Li Hua shook her head firmly. Suit yourself then. Xiao and I will sit in the front. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Jinmeo smiled, waved her hand with an air of superiority, and walked ahead, clutching Chun Zhao's arm even tighter than before. Of course, she hadn't genuinely wanted Li Hua to sit with them. Her offer was nothing but a performance, a calculated move to flaunt her relationship with Chun Xiao and to make Li Hua feel out of place. Such a petty, venomous nature was exactly what had led her to betray Li Hua all those years ago. What a disgusting woman, Li Yun muttered under his breath, watching the two figures move toward the first row. Hearing his words, Li Hua gave a faint smile but remained silent. Li Yun studied her expression, and his heart sank slightly. She might have said she was fine sitting at the back, but deep down, she likely hated losing ground to Jinmeo. At that moment, in a private room overlooking the auction hall below, Lan Yueli stood before a crystal viewing wall, her eyes calmly observing the crowd. Beside her was an elderly man with sharp eyes and a reserved presence. The crystal wall was unique, designed so those inside could clearly see the outside, while those below remained unaware they were being watched. Lan, is that the young man you mentioned? The one called Li Yun? The old man asked, his gaze narrowing slightly as it fell on Li Yun, who sat quietly beside Li Hua. Yes, Pavilion Master. That is Li Yun from the Li family, Lan Yueli replied respectfully. The elderly man was none other than Guan Long, the elusive master of the Treasure Pavilion, a figure shrouded in mystery. In Azure Wind City, Guan Long was rarely seen, even within his own treasure pavilion. Yet his name carried weight. Every influential figure in the city knew of him, and many had witnessed him visiting the city lord's mansion as an honored guest, where even the city lord himself treated him with great courtesy. Guan Long was not a native of Azure Wind City. He had come from distant lands, and in just over a decade, working alongside Lan Yueli, he had built the treasure pavilion into the thriving powerhouse it was today. So, this young man is the one who sold us all those excellent grade bone refining potions? Guan Long asked, his voice thoughtful. Yes, Lan Yueli confirmed with a faint smile. Over the past few months, he's sold us quite a number of them. I suspect there is a skilled master behind him. The Li family does have one alchemist, but even so, that person would never allow Li Yun to take so many high-quality bone refining potions and sell them directly to us. Guan Long nodded slightly, his expression contemplative. Interesting. Regardless of whether there's a master behind him or not, anyone who can consistently supply such high-quality potions deserves our attention. Invite him to sit in the first row, Lan Yueli. He is worth giving face to. Yes, Pavilion Master. I'll go immediately. Lan Yueli bowed slightly and turned to leave, her footsteps light yet determined. Brother Chun. Hello, Brother Chun. Wherever Chun Xiao walked, flanked by Jinmeo, respectful greetings followed. It was as if every voice carried admiration, some even tinged with awe. Even the young elites already seated in the first row rose to greet him, each bowing slightly. This was the weight of Chun Zhao's name in Azure Wind City, his reputation unmatched among the younger generation. Even Zhao Xiaotian, usually arrogant and domineering, seemed subdued in Chen Zhao's presence, like a docile lamb before a tiger. Everyone, please, sit down. Chun Xiao spoke with quiet authority. His tone was calm, but there was no mistaking the natural command in his voice. Only after he and Jinmeo took their seats did everyone else dare to sit. Brother Chun, I heard you've been back in Azure Wind City for half a month? Brother Chun, what's Sword Hall like? Are there many powerful cultivators there? The young masters leaned in, eager for conversation, their tones far more restrained than usual. Chun Xiao, however, answered only occasionally, offering a few light remarks while maintaining his composed demeanor. Then, Manager Lan is coming down, someone exclaimed, excitement lacing their voice. All eyes turned. Lan Yueli emerged from a side door, her presence like a ray of light illuminating the hall. She walked gracefully, her lavender robe fluttering slightly with each step, her expression as calm and refined as ever. The atmosphere stirred instantly. Countless fiery gazes followed her every movement, yet no one dared utter a word of disrespect. The lesson had already been taught years ago. One arrogant young man from a powerful family had provoked her, only to be found dead beyond the city walls the next day. Everyone knew it was related to Lan Yueli, yet even that family hadn't dared to speak out. As Lan Yueli made her way toward the first row, whispers broke out. Brother Chun, your popularity is unmatched. Supervisor Lan herself came out as soon as you arrived. Ha! We're only basking in Brother Chen's glory, Zhao Xiaotian said excitedly, grinning as though he had also been honored. Lan Yueli reached the first row and smiled faintly. Mr. Chun, I didn't expect you to attend such a small auction. Forgive me for not welcoming you sooner. I only came to take a casual look, Manager Lan. There's no need to trouble yourself, Chun Xiao replied, his tone polite and measured. On the surface, Chun Xiao appeared calm and composed. Yet inwardly even he was surprised. For all his fame and status, it was unusual for someone of Lan Yueli's standing to personally step out and greet him. If his father, the patriarch of the Qin family, had come, then yes, it would have been reasonable. But for a junior like him, it was unexpected. Of course, regardless of what he felt deep down, Chun Xiao still enjoyed the attention. Young Master Chun, please make yourself comfortable, Lan Yueli said with a slight nod before turning and walking away. What's going on? That's it. She only said one sentence? Something doesn't add up. Where's Director Lan going? The young men seated in the front row looked puzzled. If Lan Yueli had come out just to greet Qin Xiao, it didn't make sense for her to simply exchange a few polite words and leave. That kind of formality was far below what they expected. Something else was clearly going on. Their confusion only deepened as Lan Yueli walked past them, heading toward the rear rows, where Li Yun and Li Hua were seated. With a soft smile, Lan Yueli stopped in front of them. Young Master Li, it's a pleasure to see you again, she greeted warmly, then turned to Li Hua. Hello, Miss Hua. Li Hua was visibly stunned. She hadn't expected the dignified supervisor of the Treasure Pavilion to approach them directly, let alone speak to them so familiarly. It was clear Lan Yueli and Li Yun already knew each other. Her mind quickly pieced it together, Li Yun's identity as a pharmacist. But even then Li Yun was only a junior pharmacist who could only refine bone refining potion. He was nowhere near a senior pharmacist level who refine a marrow cleansing potion. So why was Director Lan so polite with Li Yun? Director Lan. Li Yun greeted her with a polite smile. Young Master Li, Miss Hua, it's not suitable for you to be sitting all the way back here, Lan Yueli said warmly. Please, come with me. I've prepared seats for you at the front. The front? Li Yun asked, glancing toward the first row in surprise. All eyes shifted toward them, the crowd curious and filled with speculation. Sister Hua, since Manager Lan personally invited us, we might as well go, Li Yun said with a light smile. Li Hua hesitated. Her gaze drifted to Jin Meo, who was watching them from the front, her expression unreadable. After a moment, Li Hua nodded. All right. Following Lan Yueli, the two of them walked forward. When they reached the front row, Lan Yueli herself arranged their seats, an honor few could dream of. The reaction from the crowd was immediate. Wait a second. When did Li Hua become so important? No, this doesn't make sense. Even back when her martial arts talent hadn't been crippled, I don't think she ever got such treatment from Director Lan. This is strange. Something's definitely going on. Zhao Xiaotian and the others exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, suspicion and unease flickering in their eyes. Jin Meo's expression darkened. Her sense of superiority, the smug confidence she'd carried, was quickly unraveling. Standing beside Li Hua, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of inferiority. No matter how flawlessly she played her role in front of others, deep down, she couldn't lie to herself. Even now, despite everything, Li Hua still outshone her. Yet, everyone's attention remained fixed on Li Hua and Lan Yueli. No one suspected the truth, that the one Lan Yueli truly valued wasn't Li Hua at all. It was the young man quietly seated beside her, Li Yun. Young Master Li, Miss Hua, the auction will begin shortly, Lan Yueli said with a warm smile. If you need anything, don't hesitate to let me know. Li Yun gave a small chuckle and cleared his throat. His eyes swept across the room before he looked at Lan Yueli and replied with a grin. Actually, Director Lan, I do have a small matter I'd like to discuss with you. Oh! Lan Yueli's eyes lit up slightly. At that moment, a ripple of disbelief ran through the crowd seated nearby. Several faces twisted in amusement and contempt. This guy actually thinks she's serious? Someone snorted under their breath. Lan Yueli was just being polite. And he dares to make a request. He wouldn't even be here if he weren't riding on Li Hua's coattails. Zhao Xiaotan sneered, taking the opportunity to vent his earlier frustration. Being called a mad dog by Li Yun had left a bitter taste in his mouth, and now he was quick to mock him. Brother Zhao, said the young man in red, narrowing his eyes. You're talking about the guy next to Li Hua? Zhao Xiaotian nodded with a smug expression. Yeah, that's Li Yun. He's the grandson of Li Zhen, the Li family's third elder. You must have heard of him, the infamous good-for-nothing. Born without elemental attributes, completely unable to cultivate. And now look, somehow sitting up here in the first row with us. What a joke. The young man in white laughed coldly. Ah, I've heard of him. And now he thinks he can make a personal request to Lan Yueli? Unbelievable. The most important thing for a person is to know their place. Despite the sneers and whispered insults, Li Yun remained composed. He didn't even glance in their direction. Instead, he looked at Lan Yueli and said calmly, Director Lan, would you mind if we spoke privately? It's not ideal discussing this out here in the open. Of course, young Master Li, Lan Yueli said without hesitation, her tone respectful as she turned and gestured for him to follow. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Ha! Did that really just happen? Did Lan Yueli actually agree to speak with him privately? No way. Am I seeing things? Everyone watched in disbelief as Lan Yueli personally led Li Yun through the side door. It was a sight few would have believed if they hadn't witnessed it themselves. Even Chen Xiao, who had remained aloof until now, furrowed his brows. His expression didn't change much, but his eyes betrayed his confusion. He couldn't understand it. Lan Yueli's demeanor toward Li Yun, it felt far warmer and more attentive than when she spoke to him. Among all those present, only Li Hua had an inkling of what might be happening. She guessed that the treasure pavilion had discovered Li Yun's potential in potion refining, and they might be supporting him right now. That way, when Li Yun could refine high-grade potions, he could pay them handsomely. It was an investment from their end. At least that was what Li Hua could conclude from her own. She or anyone from Li family or even the treasure pavilion had no idea Li Yun already had the status of senior pharmacist, with him being able to refine marrow-cleansing pills. Lan Yueli personally led Li Yun to the private crystal room located above the auction hall. Inside, Pavilion Master Guanlong was already present, his gaze fixed on the scene below. When he saw Lan Yueli enter with Li Yun, he showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, a calm smile formed on his face. "Young Master Li, this is Pavilion Master Guanlong, the one in charge of our treasure pavilion," Lan Yueli introduced politely. Guanlong stepped forward with a warm smile. "Young Master Li, I've heard much about you. Now that I finally meet you in person, I must say you truly live up to your reputation. Young, talented, and full of promise." Li Yun was momentarily surprised upon hearing the introduction, but the expression passed quickly. Within seconds, he had regained his composure. Guanlong silently took note of this. The fact that Li Yun barely flinched upon meeting the master of the treasure pavilion impressed him. In Azure Wind City, there were very few young cultivators who could stay composed in his presence. In that brief moment, Li Yun's status in his mind rose significantly. "Li Yun greets Pavilion Master Guan." Li Yun bowed respectfully but not overly so. "There's no need to stand on ceremony, young Master Li," Guanlong said with a wave of his hand. "Let's keep things casual." Lan Yueli turned to Li Yun. "Young Master Li, earlier you said you had something to discuss?" "Yes." Li Yun nodded, his eyes becoming serious. "I've come to attend the auction today, but I may not have enough gold coins on hand." Though he had sold many excellent grade and even a few perfect grade bone refining potions to the treasure pavilion in the past, he had yet to auction off any marrow cleansing potions. At present, he carried just over 20,000 gold coins, not nearly enough to secure what he hoped to bid on. Before he could say more, Lan Yueli exchanged a glance with Guanlong and smiled reassuringly. "Young Master Li, you're a VIP guest of the treasure pavilion. You don't need to worry about your coin pouch. Even if you fall short during a bid, we will cover the difference. There's no issue." So long as the shortfall wasn't excessive, within 20,000 gold coins, they were more than happy to extend that courtesy to Li Yun. But Li Yun shook his head with a faint smile. "Director Lan, you've misunderstood me. I have no intention of borrowing from the treasure pavilion. Rather, I'd like to place a few potions up for auction before the bidding begins." "Oh!" Lan Yueli was clearly caught off guard by Li Yun's unexpected proposal. Guanlong, too, looked mildly surprised. Just moments ago, he'd assumed, like Lan Yueli, that Li Yun intended to borrow gold coins for the auction. "Young Master Li, do you have a sizable stock of excellent and perfect grade bone refining potions?" Lan Yueli asked, her eyes flashing with curiosity. "Our treasure pavilion has worked with you several times already. You're familiar with our pricing structure. If you'd like to sell them, we can purchase them directly. As for putting them in the auction..." Her tone shifted, and a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. High-grade bone refining potions, while valuable, weren't suitable for auctioning. That sort of transaction was better handled behind the scenes. But Li Yun gently shook his head. "Director Lan, you're mistaken again. I agree it wouldn't be appropriate to auction bone refining potions. I'm not referring to those." A confident smile touched his lips. "What I'd like to put up for auction are marrow cleansing potions." "What? Marrow cleansing potions?" Even Lan Yueli's normally calm composure wavered. Her body tensed slightly as surprise washed over her. Until now, Li Yun had never sold a single marrow cleansing potion through the treasure pavilion. "Yes," Li Yun confirmed with a nod. "And not just any These are excellent-grade marrow cleansing potions. I believe such a product would be more than worthy of the auction stage. Though he hadn't yet managed to refine a perfect-grade version, Li Yun was confident in the value of his current stock. And excellent grade was already enough to cause a stir. Excellent-grade marrow cleansing potions can definitely be auctioned, Lan Yueli replied, a flicker of excitement dancing in her eyes. However, the current auction lineup has already been finalized. Everything had been arranged. Schedules were locked. To suddenly add something now, regardless of its value, was technically against the rules. It's fine. Special items deserve special treatment. Guanlong interrupted with a relaxed wave of his hand before Lan Yueli could finish. Go ahead and make the arrangements. Thank you, Pavilion Master, Li Yun said, bowing slightly in gratitude. He had understood that making a last-minute entry into the auction might be difficult. It was a long shot but worth trying. If it didn't work out, so be it. But now that Guanlong himself had granted permission, Li Yun was more than pleased. I'll get it done immediately, Lan Yueli responded swiftly. Her gaze turned sharp and focused. Young Master Li, how many bottles are we talking about? Let me check. Li Yun opened the small satchel slung at his side and quickly inspected its contents. After a moment, he looked up. 20 bottles. That should be enough for now. In truth, he had over 50 bottles in total, fruits of his relentless effort over the past month while he strove toward refining perfect-grade potions. But there was no need to reveal everything at once. He believed that within a few more days, or at most a week, he'd succeed in refining a perfect-grade marrow cleansing potion. 20 bottles? Lan Yueli repeated, eyes gleaming with amazement. She hadn't expected Li Yun to possess such a large quantity of high-quality potions. 20 bottles of excellent-grade marrow cleansing potion wasn't just valuable, it was rare. If these potions had been common, they wouldn't have warranted a late-stage inclusion in the auction at all. In the entirety of Azure Wind City, only a rare few pharmacists had the skill to refine excellent-grade marrow cleansing potions. And among those few, even fewer could manage to produce as many as 20 bottles in one go. Not even the wealthier second-tier families could confidently claim such a stock. These potions were treasures, typically reserved for the most talented or favored members of a clan. So it was no wonder Lan Yueli was taken aback. Even Guanlong, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, was visibly stirred. He had initially assumed Li Yun might bring out 2 or 3 bottles at most. 20? That was a bit too much even for him. And now, he was certain of one thing. The person backing Li Yun couldn't possibly be the so-called senior pharmacist of the Li family. Guanlong knew the man's capabilities well, and refining an excellent-grade marrow cleansing potion was simply beyond him. I'll get the authorization contract ready right away, Lan Yueli offered promptly. But Li Yun shook his head lightly. That won't be necessary, Director Lan. I trust the Treasure Pavilion, he said casually. Please, just go ahead and verify the potions. With that, Li Yun took out the 20 bottles of potion and laid them out in front of her. In his mind, there was no need for suspicion. 20 bottles might seem like a lot, but with his skills, this wasn't even his limit. And the Treasure Pavilion, with its reputation on the line, wouldn't dare play tricks over such a relatively small quantity. Not when he could supply more in the future. Very well. Then I'll inspect them now. Lan Yueli nodded seriously. Given the value of excellent-grade marrow cleansing potions, she didn't dare treat the task lightly. Her movements were swift and practiced. In just a few moments, she had examined all 20 bottles. There's no issue. All 20 are indeed excellent-grade marrow cleansing potions, she said, a spark of admiration in her eyes. I'll go ahead and make the arrangements for the auction now. But to be honest, if you had brought them just a few days earlier, we could have advertised the listing. That way, representatives from every major force in Azure Wind City would have come to compete for them. With the right promotion, the final price could have been significantly higher. Li Yun only smiled. That's all right. No need to make a fuss. Just then, Guanlong's voice cut in calm but firm. Lan Yueli, you'll be presiding over this auction personally. Lan Yueli blinked in surprise. Normally, She only hosted the large, annual auctions herself. Smaller events like this one were usually handed off to professional auctioneers. But she quickly understood this wasn't a normal auction anymore. The inclusion of 20 bottles of excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions had changed everything. Clearly, Guanlong viewed this as a matter of utmost importance. After exchanging a few more words, Li Yun took his leave and returned to his seat in the crystal room, calm and composed. Lan Yueli, what do you think of Li Yun? Guanlong asked, his eyes narrowing as he gazed through the crystal wall at the young man who had just taken his seat. Lan Yueli followed his line of sight, her expression thoughtful. It's hard to explain. Every time I see him, he feels different, like he's subtly changed in ways I can't quite define. Maybe it's just my imagination. I once asked him who refined those potions, and he claimed he did it himself. Now he's taken out excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions. I honestly can't guess what kind of medicine he might bring out next. Guanlong nodded slowly. That boy is no ordinary talent. He must have access to some resource or method we're unaware of. Keep a close eye on him. We can't afford to overlook someone like him. Should I have someone investigate him? Lan Yueli asked quietly, turning to face him. Guanlong shook his head. No need. If he finds out we're digging into his background, it may create unnecessary tension. The treasure pavilion can't afford to offend someone like him. Anyone capable of refining excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions should be a top priority for us to win over. He paused for a moment, lost in thought, a trace of suspicion flashing in his eyes. I even wonder, could the person behind him be a true second-star or third-star alchemist? If that's the case, then this is bigger than we thought. I understand. Lan Yueli nodded solemnly, her gaze drifting back to Li Yun, a flicker of interest flashing in her eyes. Down in the seating area, Li Hua leaned closer to Li Yun and whispered, "What did you and Director Lan talk about?" Li Yun gave a small smile. "Nothing much. I'm planning to sell something so I can afford the purple fruit. I'll need quite a bit of gold." "I'll help you," Li Hua said quickly. "Over the years, I've saved up a decent amount of gold coins." She had brought Li Yun here with the intention of helping him secure the purple fruit from the start. Li Yun chuckled. "No need, Sister Hua. I've got my own methods." As the two spoke quietly, they could feel countless gazes drifting their way. Many of the people in the room had noticed Li Yun leaving earlier with Lan Yueli and were now watching him with curiosity, trying to piece together what had happened. But none of them could guess the truth. A short while later, barely enough time for a cup of tea, the auction officially began. Lan Yueli stepped onto the stage, dressed in a flowing sky-blue gown that shimmered beneath the lights. Her smile was radiant, and her presence instantly lit up the room as her clear gaze swept across the audience. By now, over 100 people had gathered in the auction hall. Most of them were young, their cultivation levels generally below the body-tempering realm. It was obvious they were here for one thing: the purple fruit. "Good evening, everyone.
I'm Lan Yueli.
On behalf of the Treasure Pavilion, I welcome you all to today's auction." She began with a graceful smile, her voice calm and melodic as it echoed through the grand hall. "I'll be your host for this event. I know many of you have been eagerly waiting, so I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Let's officially begin the auction." Just as the air buzzed with anticipation, Lan Yueli's tone turned subtly teasing. "But before we start with the first item, allow me to share something special. In this auction, we will be offering excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions. Those of you interested, please be ready. They'll be up for bidding soon." The hall instantly erupted. "What? Excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions? There's actually going to be some of that here? Why didn't anyone hear about this beforehand? Wasn't it supposed to be announced? Are you dumb? This is the Treasure Pavilion we're talking about, and the one speaking is Director Lan herself. You think she'd make up something like that? Humph. I need to notify my family immediately. If these potions are really going up for auction, the patriarch and the elders will definitely want in." A wave of murmurs and hushed whispers spread like wildfire through the crowd. Li Yun sat quietly amidst the rising commotion, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The moment he'd been waiting for had arrived. Almost every cultivator present had come with guards or attendants. There was no need to leave the auction hall. Instead, quiet orders were passed to subordinates, who quickly relayed the news back to their families or factions. The atmosphere was charged. Lan Yueli raised her hand, and the noise gradually settled. "Now then, let's begin with the first item of the night," she said, her voice once again smooth and magnetic. "Please take a look." A door to the side of the stage opened, and a staff member stepped out, carefully holding an object wrapped in a black cloth. "A weapon. That shape. It has to be a weapon. It's the first lot. They always start strong to stir excitement. I'm curious what kind it is." All eyes turned toward the staff member as he approached the display stand. Though the object was still concealed, its form left little to the imagination. In keeping with auction tradition, the opening item was expected to be of high quality. A strong start would set the tone for the rest of the event, while a lackluster item could easily dampen the mood. Li Yun focused his gaze as well, interested. The blade he currently used was a low-grade mortal rank sword gifted by his family, barely serviceable at best. As one's cultivation improved, so too did the need for superior weapons. Weaker weapons couldn't handle the immense force cultivators could exert. For example, a Xiantian realm cultivator wielding a low-grade weapon might shatter it with a single strike. Naturally, the higher the weapon's grade, the greater its power. "I'm sure many of you have already guessed," Lan Yueli continued, gesturing toward the cloth-covered item. "Yes, it is a weapon, a sword to be precise. This is the Dark Light Sword." Her voice was serene but carried a ripple of excitement, and her enchanting smile only added to the anticipation. Even before she could announce the starting price, many in the room were already preparing to bid. "This sword, the Dark Light Sword, is a high-grade mortal rank weapon," Lan Yueli announced with a warm smile. "Even practitioners at the Xiantian realm can wield it without issue." As she spoke, she gracefully reached out and pulled back the black cloth that had concealed the item. The moment the covering fell away, a beautifully crafted long sword was revealed. Its blade shimmered with a subtle emerald green hue, exuding an unmistakable chill. From his seat in the front row, Li Yun could clearly sense the cold aura radiating from the blade. A flicker of admiration flashed in his eyes. "What a fine sword," he thought, his heart stirring with desire. Just as expected, the opening item of the auction was impressive. In the hierarchy of weapons, mortal rank is considered the entry-level grade. But within that category, once a weapon reaches the mid or high-grade tier, its value skyrockets. The sword Li Yun currently used, also mortal rank, was merely low-grade, a weapon issued by his family. Compared to the sword now gleaming on stage, his own felt utterly inferior. Above mortal rank weapons were profound rank, then earth rank, and at the pinnacle stood the rare and powerful heaven rank weapons. But in the entirety of Azure Wind City, not a single profound rank weapon existed. Even top-grade mortal rank weapons were rare treasures, typically controlled by major clans and top-tier forces. A high-grade mortal rank sword. I haven't seen one of these at an Azure Wind auction in years. Too bad I don't use swords, otherwise I'd definitely be bidding. The crowd quickly erupted into hushed chatter and awe. Li Yun's gaze stayed locked on the Dark Light Sword. He had been refining his sword techniques recently, and this blade was far superior to what he owned. Securing it would undoubtedly elevate his combat ability. "The starting bid for the Dark Light Sword is 10,000 gold coins," Lan Yueli announced clearly, now holding the sword in both hands. She gave it a light swing, and an arc of emerald sword energy rippled through the air like waves on a still lake. "For each new bid, the minimum increment is 100 gold coins. You may now begin bidding." Although 10,000 gold coins wasn't outrageous for a weapon of this level, it was still a significant sum for many of those in attendance. It wasn't something one could spend on impulse. 10,100 gold coins. 10,500. 11,000. 12,000. The bids came fast and fierce, voices overlapping. "I'm determined to win this sword. 13,000 gold coins, someone declared. Within seconds, the price had surged to 13,000 gold coins, with more than 10 bidders actively competing. Li Yun remained quiet, watching the chaos with calm eyes. He knew better than to bid too early. The opening frenzy would weed out those who lacked the funds or conviction to go all the way. "Humph, I'll settle this now," a voice sneered from the front. It was Zhang Xiaotian, who stood up confidently and swept his gaze across the room. His tone was arrogant and loud enough for all to hear. 15,000 gold coins. Let's see who dares to compete with me. Clutched in his hand was a sleek, black long sword. Clearly, he was a sword user himself. And from the way he spoke, it was evident he had no intention of losing this bid. When Zhao Xiaotian stood up and boldly announced his bid, a hush instantly fell over the auction hall. For a moment, it seemed as if no one dared to challenge his claim to the dark light sword. But that wasn't entirely the truth. A high-grade mortal rank weapon like the dark light sword typically sold for around 15,000 gold coins. Occasionally, it could fetch 16,000 or 17,000, but that was generally the ceiling. The price rarely soared beyond that. Several attendees had the financial means to continue bidding. However, as soon as Lan Yueli revealed that excellent-grade marrow cleansing potions would be auctioned later, many of them chose to hold back. They decided it was wiser to conserve their gold coins for the far more valuable potions. Seeing no further bids, Zhao Xiaotian raised his chin, smugness written all over his face. His gaze shifted confidently toward Lan Yueli. "Director Lan, it seems this sword is mine after all." "Young Master Zhao is truly generous," Lan Yueli replied with a graceful smile. She then turned her eyes to the rest of the room. "Is there anyone willing to offer a higher bid?" 20,000 gold coins. The words hit the air like a thunderclap. Gasps echoed across the hall. Every eye turned toward the source of the voice. It was Li Yun. He had just increased the bid by a staggering 5,000 gold coins. A bold leap. For most, especially even someone like Zhao Xiaotian, 5,000 gold coins was no trivial amount. If not for his status as the heir to the Zhao family, Zhao Xiaotian wouldn't have been able to throw around such sums either. No one had expected it. After Zhao Xiaotian's confident bid, most thought the auction for the sword was over. Yet now, Li Yun had stepped in and shattered expectations. "I use a sword too, you know," Li Yun said with a faint smile, voice calm but sharp. He narrowed his eyes and glanced sideways at Zhao Xiaotian. 15,000 gold coins? You thought you could win with that? Don't kid yourself. Zhao Xiaotian froze for a second. His expression twisted the moment he realized who had dared to oppose him. His eyes flared with suppressed fury. "You? A good-for-nothing like you wants to wield a high-grade mortal rank weapon." Zhao Xiaotian spat, his tone dripping with disdain. "You don't even have the qualifications to touch it." Li Yun simply flicked his wrist dismissively. "That's not for you to decide, Zhao Xiaotian." At that moment, Lan Yueli chimed in once more. "Young Master Zhao, will you be raising your bid? If not, the dark light sword will go to young Master Li." Zhao Xiaotian's face turned even darker. He knew full well that 20,000 gold coins was already above the sword's market value. The dark light sword, even with its high-grade classification, wasn't worth more than that. And if he wanted to win now, he'd have to raise the bid even higher. That was a hard pill to swallow. Even Zhao Xiaotian, arrogant as he was, wasn't foolish enough to throw away money on pride alone. Zhao Xiaotian's rational mind told him to let go of the dark light sword, but his pride refused. If he backed out now, it would be the same as admitting defeat to Li Yun, and losing to anyone else was fine, but to Li Yun? Absolutely not. The thought made his chest burn even hotter, especially when he caught the looks people around him were giving. Their eyes seemed to mock him, as if waiting to see him bow his head to someone they all considered a nobody. No, he couldn't let that happen. He had to win this sword. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xiaotian called out, 21,000 gold coins. Li Yun, however, only shook his head with a calm smile. Zhao Xiaotian, you are indeed daring, but that price is still too low. 21,000 gold coins can't scare me. Without hesitation, he raised his own voice. 25,000 gold coins. The room stirred, and Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes widened. What? You bastard. Do you even have 25,000 gold coins? He couldn't believe it. He was sure Li Yun didn't have such funds. Even Li Hua, who came from the same family, might not be able to gather that much at once. You don't need to worry about that, Li Yun replied lightly. Beside him, Li Hua drew in a sharp breath, her heartbeat quickening. The bid was outrageous. If she hadn't known that Li Yun was a pharmacist, she would have stopped him the moment he spoke. In an auction like this, reckless bids could ruin a person's life. If the winner couldn't pay, the consequences would be disastrous. Li Yun's eyes gleamed as he turned toward Zhao Xiaotian. What's wrong? Giving up? Haha. If you can't even beat me, a so-called waste of the Li family, then once this auction ends, everyone in Azure Wind City will know about it. Damn it! Zhao Xiaotian's fists tightened until his knuckles turned white. Gritting his teeth, he spat. 26,000 gold coins. Li Yun's lips curved into a small, satisfied smile. He spread his hands casually. Congratulations, Zhao Xiaotian. You win. The dark light sword is yours. The crowd murmured. The sword was worth about 15,000 gold coins at most. Li Yun had driven the bidding up to 20,000, which would still be acceptable if he won it. But once the price reached 25,000, he had no intention of buying it. He knew Zhao Xiaoyan's pride wouldn't let him quit, so he deliberately set the trap and waited for him to step into it. As realization hit, Zhao Xiaotian froze. His face darkened instantly. He had fallen right into Li Yun's scheme. Now, with no one else bidding, the sword was his, at 26,000 gold coins. That meant he had just thrown away at least 10,000 for nothing. When he returned home, how was he supposed to explain this to his family? He had planned to keep pushing Li Yun until 30,000 before pulling out himself. But instead, Li Yun had been the one to bow out first, leaving him to choke on his own stubbornness. Mr. Zhao, congratulations. The dark light sword now belongs to you. Lan Yueli, always quick to seize the moment, announced the result without hesitation, her voice carrying clearly across the auction hall. At her signal, a staff member stepped forward, holding the cold, gleaming sword with both hands as he approached Zhao Xiaotian. Around him, voices immediately rose in a flurry of congratulations, though the tone carried an edge that made Zhao Xiaotian's face tighten. Xiaotian, that's quite a bold move, one person said. Haha, truly generous. Not many would dare spend that much. If it were me, I'd never put down 26,000 gold coins for an ordinary high-grade mortal rank weapon. Another remarked, his laugh just a little too sharp. Brother Zhao, congratulations. Your first win of the day. Looks like you're going to make a big splash today. Someone else added. Zhao Xiaotian's lungs felt as though they might burst. He heard the hidden mockery in every word. Spending 26,000 gold coins on what everyone knew was just a low-grade mortal rank weapon was hardly an achievement. To them, it was something only a fool would do. Regret was already gnawing at him, but the deal was sealed. There was no way to take it back now. At least it was still a high-grade mortal rank sword. For most people, that was not easy to acquire. But the price he had paid for it left a bitter taste in his mouth. After handing over the painful sum of 26,000 gold coins, Zhao Xiaotian signaled his guard to take the sword. All the while, his eyes, dark and hostile, kept flicking toward Li Yun, like knives silently thrown. Li Yun, however, appeared entirely unbothered. He had called Zhao Xiaotian a mad dog at the very start. At this point, there was no chance of reconciliation. Even if he extended an olive branch now, Zhao Xiaotian would spit on it. Lan Yueli smoothly moved the auction forward. The next item brought out was of much lower quality, selling for only a few hundred gold coins. This was a small auction, after all. Aside from Chen Shao, there were no other body-tempering realm cultivators present, and most items were aimed at those below that realm. High-priced treasures were few and far between. In fact, if not for Jinmeiyou's influence, even Chen Shao probably wouldn't have bothered showing up. One after another, the items were sold. After more than 10 had gone by, Li Yun sat quietly, not lifting a finger to bid. None of these lesser goods caught his interest. His mind was fixed on one prize, the purple fruit, a rare elixir he absolutely had to secure. As the lower-value items kept coming, the air in the hall grew calmer. Many attendees leaned back and closed their eyes, conserving their energy, while most of the bidding came from younger family members eager for minor acquisitions. Everyone. Lan Yueli's clear, confident voice rose slightly above the murmur of the crowd, drawing all attention to her. The next item is no ordinary good. Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest you pay close attention. Her tone carried a subtle weight, instantly sparking curiosity among the bidders. From a side door, a staff member stepped out briskly, something small cradled carefully in his palm. Because of Lan Yueli's pointed reminder, every gaze in the hall shifted toward his hands. At first glance, the item was so small it could barely be seen unless one looked closely. "It's a ring!" someone called out after finally catching sight of it. "Yes, a ring." Another voice chimed in, suspicion sharpening their tone. Could it be a storage ring? Lan Yueli's lips curved into a knowing smile as she confirmed their guess. "You are correct. This is a low-grade mortal rank storage ring with an internal space of roughly 100 cubic meters, enough to store a considerable number of items." The moment her words fell, the atmosphere shifted. Eyes lit up, and the faint hum of excitement rippled through the room. Storage rings were rare treasures. Even among the well-off cultivators here, few could claim ownership of one. A low-grade mortal rank storage ring was still an extravagant luxury, far beyond what most could afford. For the average cultivator, simply having enough resources to sustain their training was already difficult. Buying high-end items like this required both wealth and status. The starting bid for this low-grade mortal rank storage ring is 8,000 gold coins. Lan Yueli continued smoothly. Each increase must be no less than 100 gold coins. Bidding begins now. She held the ring aloft for all to see, her gaze sweeping slowly across the crowd, as if daring someone to make the first move. Gasps and low exclamations followed immediately. 8,000 gold coins? That's the starting price. That's way too expensive. To get this, you'd probably have to pay over 10,000 gold coins at least. I'll just wait until I reach the Xiantian realm. Then I can buy one for myself. A laugh rang out from somewhere in the crowd. Xiantian realm? Do you think breaking through is as easy as picking cabbage in a field? The remark struck a chord. Everyone knew the truth. Becoming a Xiantian realm cultivator was anything but simple. Even among the more than 100 talented individuals here, perhaps fewer than 5 would ever reach that height. As Lan Yueli's words settled, the initial spark of interest began to fade for most of the attendees. The storage ring was valuable, yes, but unlike the dark light sword, it couldn't enhance one's combat power. To a cultivator, a powerful weapon or martial art held far greater appeal than something that merely stored items. Li Yun's eyes lingered on the ring for a moment. His mind briefly stirred. It was indeed a fine treasure. But he already possessed 2 storage rings, one gifted by his grandfather, and another he had recently received from the treasure pavilion. For him, there was no need to compete for this one. But Li Yun thought a subtle smile appeared on his face. 8,100 gold coins. Although many had already backed out after hearing the starting price, a few wealthy young cultivators still joined the bidding, their voices cutting through the room. The numbers began climbing steadily, pushing past 9,000 and inching toward 10,000 gold coins. But once the price reached that 5-figure mark, the pace slowed noticeably, hesitation starting to creep in. "I'll offer 11,500 gold coins." Zhao Xiaoyan's voice rang out again, calm but carrying an air of pride. He didn't yet own a storage ring, and for someone like him who loved to flaunt wealth and status, such an item was irresistible. Not only was it useful, but wearing it in public would be the ultimate show of prestige. 12,000 gold coins. Li Yun called immediately after Zhao Xiaotian, his voice casual yet deliberate, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he looked directly at him. Zhao Xiaotian's body stiffened at the sound. His jaw clenched, He wanted to raise his offer, but the memory of being played and humiliated by Li Yun earlier still burned in his mind. This felt like the start of another trap. Besides, he had already judged that 12,000 was the absolute upper limit for this storage ring. Any higher and the purchase wouldn't be worth it. Still, he gritted his teeth and pushed once more. 12,100 gold coins. Li Yun didn't flinch. 13,000 gold coins, he announced smoothly, adding a full 1,000 in one go without a second thought. The room stirred. Most people increased their bids in small increments. But Li Yun's leap was the move of someone who was either immensely wealthy or utterly confident. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes twitched. He took several deep breaths to calm the irritation bubbling inside him. In the end, he backed down. If he pushed the price higher and Li Yun suddenly dropped out, he'd be forced to buy the ring for more than 13,000, taking a loss of at least 1,000 gold coins. Normally, that wouldn't have been a big deal for him. But after the massive hit he'd taken over the cold sword earlier, even 1,000 gold coins felt like a wound he didn't want reopened. "Humph, I'm not bidding this time," he muttered, shooting Li Yun a sharp look. "I'll just wait and see how you manage to pay 13,000 gold coins." In his mind, there was no way Li Yun could afford it. If Li Yun failed to pay, the treasure pavilion wouldn't let it slide. They'd drag him out in disgrace, and Zhao Xiaotian would savor every second of it. Li Yun only smiled faintly and didn't bother responding. With Zhao Xiaotian out, no one else in the hall showed any interest in continuing the contest. The auctioneer's voice soon confirmed it. Li Yun had successfully claimed the storage ring for 13,000 gold coins. He was satisfied with the result, though he knew that if Zhao Xiaotian hadn't meddled, he could have secured it for far less. The staff member stepped forward and respectfully handed the storage ring to Li Yun. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Yun counted out 13,000 gold coins and passed them to the treasure pavilion staff. The transaction was swift and clean, and once the payment was confirmed, he calmly tucked the ring away. The surrounding guests, who had been quietly watching, suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. Many of them, just like Zhao Xiaotian, had been certain that Li Yun wouldn't be able to produce such a large sum. They had assumed he was simply acting arrogant, raising the price beyond his means. Yet here he was, handing over the full amount without so much as a crease in his brow, as though 13,000 gold coins were nothing more than spare change. It was a revelation. Li Yun's wealth was clearly far greater than anyone had expected. How? How is this possible? Zhao Xiaoyan's voice slipped out in disbelief. In his mind, it was inconceivable that Li Yun could afford such an amount. Even Li Hua, with her status, might have struggled to take out so many gold coins on the spot. His expression darkened, eyes narrowing in resentment. Where did this bastard get so many gold coins? He thought bitterly. To him, Li Yun had always been nothing but the disgrace of the Li family. Yet now he had paid this sum with ease. It was an insult he couldn't swallow. The bidding for the storage ring concluded, and the auction moved on. The next item up for auction, Lan Yueli's clear voice rang out, is a set of 5 purple fruits. The reserve price is 12,000 gold coins. I know many of you are here specifically for these, and I believe you've been waiting long enough. The bidding starts now, with each increase no less than 1,000 gold coins. In her hands rested the prize, 5 plump, fist-sized purple fruits, their smooth skins shimmering faintly as they released a sweet, refreshing fragrance into the air. Previously, bids for items like the dark light sword or the storage ring had only required increments of 100 gold coins. But the purple fruits demanded 1,000 gold jumps, a sign of just how confident the treasure pavilion was in their value. At 12,000 for the starting price, each fruit was worth nearly 2,500 gold coins, a staggering amount for something so small. The fruits were being auctioned in a set, and Li Yun didn't know how many such sets there would be, perhaps 3 or 4, or maybe just this single batch. If it was the latter, then missing this chance could mean losing it forever. As soon as the fruits were unveiled, the energy in the auction hall shifted. A subtle tension gripped the air. It was clear that almost every cultivator present, apart from Chen Xiao, had their eyes fixed on the purple fruits. But wanting them was one thing. Having the financial means to compete was another entirely. Li Yun, the purple fruits are here, Li Hua whispered, lightly tugging his sleeve. I brought about 10,000 gold coins. You should keep a close watch on the bidding. And put that storage ring away for now. She was worried. If Li Yun didn't have enough funds left, he might lose this rare opportunity. Even with her 10,000, it wasn't certain they could secure the fruits. The reserve price alone was already 2,000 higher. Li Yun smiled faintly. Sister Li Hua, don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing. He had come to this auction for one reason above all, the purple fruits. And now that they were finally here, there was no way he was going to let them slip away. 15,000 gold coins. The base price for the purple fruit had been set at 12,000 gold coins, with each bid required to rise by no less than 1,000. But as soon as Lan Yueli's voice faded, a cultivator from the crowd jumped in with a bold increase of 3,000 in one go. Li Yun recognized the bidder, a member of a fairly influential family in Azure Wind City. While not as prestigious as the city's three great families, they still ranked just below them in power. The man's gaze burned with hunger as he stared at the 5 purple fruits laid out before them, unable to mask his greed. For practitioners below the body-tempering realm, these fruits were treasures beyond compare. A single purple fruit could push someone from the middle stage of marrow cleansing straight into the late stage. For those already in the late stage, it could shorten the gap to the body-tempering realm itself, something that might otherwise take years of effort. 16,000 gold coins. Another voice rang out, undeterred by the high opening bid. 18,000 gold coins. Zhao Xiaotian called next, his tone heavy with determination. Currently at the middle stage of marrow cleansing himself, the lure of a swift breakthrough to the late stage was irresistible. 20,000 gold coins. The voice this time was smooth and clear, belonging to none other than Jinmeo, seated beside Chun Xiao. It was obvious she had come to the auction with the sole purpose of securing these fruits. With Chun Xiao by her side, her backing was formidable. Financial limitations were hardly her concern. But how far Chun Xiao was willing to go for her remained uncertain. Unlike fixed-value treasures such as weapons or armor, the price of rare spiritual medicines like purple fruit could soar without limit. If a wealthy cultivator was determined enough, and had rivals pushing against them, the final sum could easily skyrocket. 21,000 gold coins. 22,000 gold coins. The bidding climbed rapidly, and the hall's atmosphere turned heavy. Gone were the playful smirks and mocking tones from earlier. Now, every bidder spoke with the solemn focus of someone fighting for something truly valuable. 23,000 gold coins. Zhao Xiaotian pressed forward again. 25,000 gold coins. Jinmeo countered without a moment's hesitation, her voice steady and resolute. She clearly intended to claim the fruits no matter the cost. Li Yun's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Of all the people here, he disliked Jinmeo even more than Zhao Xiaotian. If she wanted the purple fruit this badly, then he would make certain she didn't get it. He also wanted to remind her, publicly, of the cost of offending Sister Hua. Still, Li Yun wasn't blind to reality. If Chun Xiao decided to back Jinmeo with everything he had, Li Yun might not win. Chun Xiao had been in the body-tempering realm for years and was the son of the Chen family patriarch, the most powerful man in Azure Wind City. His resources were on an entirely different level. But Li Yun suspected Chun Xiao's generosity toward Jinmeo had limits. If Chun Xiao truly valued her that much, she wouldn't still be chasing his approval to this day. Young master, the patriarch said you must bid with everything you have for the marrow cleansing potion. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes, already tense from the bidding war, flushed with frustration. He had been ready to raise the offer again after Jinmeo's bid. But before he could speak, a Zhao family guard leaned close and whispered the message in his ear. The moment the words registered, his expression shifted sharply. For all his arrogance in public, Zhao Xiaotian knew better than to defy his father, the head of the Zhao family. And now, with his father's explicit order to focus entirely on securing the marrow cleansing potion, there was no room for argument. He couldn't afford to disobey. His face went through several changes as he weighed his options, but in the end, the choice was clear. He had to give up. Spending over 25,000 gold coins on a set of purple fruits was simply too steep, especially now. The guards had brought him additional funds from the clan specifically because the auction was offering an excellent grade marrow cleansing potion. But if he blew that money on the purple fruit and failed to win the potion later, he didn't even want to imagine the punishment awaiting him back home. That was a risk he wasn't willing to take. The current bid for this set of purple fruits is 25,000 gold coins, Lan Yueli announced, her eyes sweeping the hall as she gave the crowd a moment to respond. Does anyone wish to offer a higher price? Jinmeyo's lips curved faintly as she glanced around, trying to appear composed. But her eyes, sharp and restless, betrayed the truth. She was anxious. Director Lan, I'll offer 30,000 gold coins. Li Yun's voice cut in smoothly. He didn't just edge the price up. He leapt from 25,000 to 30,000 in one move, adding 5,000 gold coins at once. There was no hesitation in his tone. He clearly had no interest in dragging the fight out. He wanted to end it decisively, overwhelming his competition and forcing certain people to back down. A ripple of shock moved through the crowd. Jinmeyo's head snapped toward Li Yun, her gaze a mix of surprise and fury. 30,000 gold coins. Such a jump was hard to stomach, but she didn't want to let go. She had worked too hard, flattering and positioning herself to secure these fruits with Chun Zhao's help. To lose them now would be humiliating. Her lips parted, ready to bid again. Jinmeo, let this set go, Chun Zhao said, frowning slightly as he leaned toward her. His tone was calm, but the shake of his head left no room for discussion. The price is getting too high. If the excellent grade marrow cleansing potion hadn't been up for auction later, Chun Zhao might have encouraged her to fight for the fruit. But now his priorities had shifted. The potion, while unnecessary for his own cultivation, was far more valuable to the Chen family than a set of purple fruits could ever be. The effects of the marrow cleansing potion and the purple flower fruit were entirely different, each serving its own unique purpose in the cultivation world. The purple flower fruit was valued primarily for its miraculous healing ability. It could treat severe injuries beyond the reach of ordinary medicines and, in some cases, help a cultivator break through major realm barriers. The marrow cleansing potion, on the other hand, focused on refining and condensing a cultivator's internal strength, enhancing their foundation and unlocking greater potential for future growth. An excellent grade marrow cleansing potion was especially precious, as its effects could influence the course of a cultivator's entire path. Chun Zhao had already spoken, and Jinmeo, no matter how reluctant she felt, didn't dare to go against his words. She understood her position all too well. Her place beside him was like standing on clouds, but the moment she angered him, she would plummet into nothingness. Losing his favor wasn't an option. Reluctantly, she swallowed her frustration and backed down. Young Master Li, congratulations. This set of purple fruits now belongs to you, Lan Yueli announced with a polite smile. Thank you very much, Li Yun replied with a slight bow, his tone warm and respectful. Then, almost casually, he added, by the way, Director Lan, I'm not feeling very well right now. Would it be possible to settle the payment later? In truth, Li Yun's funds were tight. He had come to the auction with around 25,000 gold coins. Purchasing the storage ring earlier for 13,000 had left him with only about 12,000, far short of the 30,000 gold coins required for the purple fruits. Even with Li Hua's 10,000, he was still a few thousand short. Hearing his request, several people in the crowd exchanged knowing smirks. Zhao Xiaotian and Jinmeo, in particular, were overjoyed. The treasure pavilion's rules were clear. Payment had to be made immediately after a bid was won, with very few exceptions. Even Zhao Xiaotian, with all his status, couldn't owe the pavilion a single coin unless his father personally intervened. To them, Li Yun was done for. This fool, bidding without the gold to back it up? He's courting death, Zhao Xiaotian thought, his grin curling into something vicious. Jinmeyo's eyes glimmered with the same cruel anticipation, both of them imagining Li Yun's humiliation. But just as they were ready to enjoy the spectacle, Lan Yueli's voice rang out. Of course, no problem at all. The smugness on Zhao Xiaoyan's face froze instantly. His amusement evaporated, replaced by confusion. What? He thought. She agreed. Just like that. The same question rippled through the auction hall. People whispered among themselves. Before the auction had even started, Li Yun had said something quietly to Lan Yueli, and she had personally escorted him out for a private conversation. Now, with a single casual request, she had granted him a privilege that even many prominent young masters couldn't dream of. This is strange. More than 90% of the attendees thought at once. Whispers spread like wildfire. Could it be that Li Yun and Lan Yueli share some kind of unspeakable relationship? Something close, perhaps. Others entertained a different theory. Maybe Li Yun had a special connection to the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. Could Li Yun actually be the pavilion master's illegitimate son? Someone muttered under their breath. But then the thought clashed with common knowledge. Li Yun's father was Li Tian. So how could that be? Next, we will begin the auction for the second group of purple fruits. Lan Yueli announced as attendants carefully brought out another tray holding 5 fist-sized fruits, each releasing a faint, intoxicating fragrance. Like before, they will be sold in a set of 5. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note. There are only 2 groups of purple fruits in today's auction. That means this is the final set. If you miss it now, you may not have another chance for a very long time. Her voice carried a deliberate weight, reminding everyone just how rare the opportunity was. The moment Lan Yueli finished her formal introduction, Li Yun leaned forward slightly and called out, 30,000 gold coins, matching his earlier winning bid without a hint of hesitation. Jinmeio's face immediately flushed red. Li Yun, you! She began sharply, her eyes burning with both anger and resentment. She had seen Li Yun plenty of times in the past when she visited the Li family to see Li Hua. But back then, she had never so much as spared him a proper glance. If it weren't for Li Hua, she would never have acknowledged him at all. And now here he was, boldly standing in her way a second time. Before she could finish speaking, Chen Xiao, seated beside her, casually lifted his hand, silencing her. He then turned his head toward Li Yun, his eyes narrowing slightly as an invisible wave of pressure filled the air. The aura of an body-tempering realm expert was no trivial thing. When directed at a cultivator still below that level, it pressed down like a mountain, stifling both body and mind. Even restrained, the weight of Chun Zhao's presence was enough to make the air feel heavier. Still, he was in the treasure pavilion and knew better than to push too far here. His release of pressure was controlled, almost subtle, but pointed enough that Li Yun would feel it. Chun Zhao's expression remained calm and distant, his tone dripping with quiet superiority as he finally addressed Li Yun directly. Your name is Li Yun? From the Li family? It was the first time since arriving that Chun Xiao had actually looked at him. Even earlier, when speaking to Li Hua, Chun Xiao hadn't spared Li Yun a glance. In his eyes, Li Yun's presence had been beneath notice. If not for his unexpected performance in today's bidding, Chun Xiao wouldn't have even bothered to learn his name. That's right, Li Yun replied evenly, though he felt the subtle weight of Chun Zhao's oppressive aura pressing down on him. The pressure sparked a faint ember of anger in his chest. Chun Zhao's gaze carried the same condescension as someone speaking to an insect, as if even acknowledging Li Yun's existence was a favor. You've already secured 1 set of purple fruits, Chen Xiao said in an even, almost casual tone. There are only 2 sets available in today's auction. I think it's best you give up on this second set. Though his words were framed as a suggestion, the underlying tone left no doubt. It was more of a command. In Chun Zhao's mind, even speaking to Li Yun like this was an act of magnanimity, something he wouldn't bother doing for most people. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, Li Yun sneered inwardly. Overbearing. This was the kind of authority Chun Xiao wielded, the unshakable dominance of Azure Wind City's most outstanding young talent. His words carried the weight of law, spoken as though his will alone determined what was right, and leaving no room for refusal. But Li Yun had no intention of bowing his head. Young Master Chan, Li Yun replied with an easy smile. Isn't what you said a bit off? The purple fruit is an auction item, and for everyone participating, the rules are the same. Whoever bids the highest wins. Asking me to give up. Isn't that breaking the rules of the auction? Oh! Chun Zhao's brows knit slightly, and a faint gleam flickered in his eyes. So, you refuse to give me face. His lips curved into a smile, but there was nothing warm in it. Young Master Chun misunderstands. I wouldn't dare disrespect you, Li Yun said, his tone steady. But I truly need the purple fruit. I can't give it up. Good. Very good. Chun Xiao nodded, the smile still on his lips as he turned his gaze away, no longer looking at Li Yun. Outwardly, he seemed calm, but Li Yun caught the glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. That brief look was enough to tell him. Chun Xiao had already marked him as an enemy. Being noticed by someone like Chun Xiao was a far greater problem than crossing someone like Zhao Xiaotian. They were on completely different levels. To ignore Chun Zhao's threat, one needed overwhelming strength, and right now, Li Yun was still far from having it. It seems I need to raise my strength as soon as possible, Li Yun thought, a quiet resolve forming in his heart. The number of enemies I've made is growing. Beside him, Li Hua's worry deepened. In this auction alone, Li Yun had already offended several people. Jinmeo didn't matter much, and even Zhao Xiaotian wasn't too great a concern. But Chen Xiao, in all of Azure Wind City, there were few willing to offend him openly. Sister Li Hua, don't worry, Li Yun said, turning to her with a firm nod. Li Hua could only sigh silently. Persuading him now would be pointless. She couldn't very well tell him to hand over the purple fruit. He had just won as an apology to Chen Xiao. The bidding continued, and once again, the second set of purple fruits fell into Li Yun's hands for 30,000 gold coins. In total, he now had 10 purple fruits worth a staggering 60,000 gold coins. The following items will now be auctioned. Lan Yueli's voice rose again, but she let it hang for a moment, deliberately building suspense. As expected, all eyes in the room turned toward her. Excellent grade marrow cleansing potion, she declared. The marrow cleansing potion will also be sold in groups of 5 bottles. I believe everyone here is well aware of its benefits, so I won't go into details. A set of excellent grade marrow cleansing potions has a starting price of 20,000 gold coins, she continued with a smile. Each bid must not be less than 1,000 gold coins. You may begin bidding now. With a graceful wave of her hand, the auction moved forward. The base price for the excellent grade marrow cleansing potion was considerably higher than that of the purple fruit. In the treasure pavilion, even an ordinary grade marrow cleansing potion could fetch around 800 gold coins, and those were already considered rare. The reason was simple. Azure Wind City had only so many high-level pharmacists capable of refining such potions, and the production rate could never keep up with demand. Meanwhile, the number of cultivators stuck in the marrow cleansing stage was vast, meaning the potion supply was always far less than what the market required. 30,000. Chun Xiao raised his hand and spoke firmly, announcing his bid for the first set of excellent-grade marrow cleansing potions. The moment his voice fell, the atmosphere in the auction hall shifted. Many of those who had initially been ready to bid lowered their heads, their eagerness fading. Going against Chun Xiao was no trivial matter. It required courage, perhaps even recklessness. Not everyone was like Li Yun, willing to challenge him openly. Offending Chun Xiao meant living with the constant risk of reprisal. Even if he struck you down, your family might be too intimidated to demand justice from the powerful Chun clan. I want this set of potions, Chun Xiao added casually after naming his price. He didn't bother glancing at anyone as he said it, as if the matter was already decided and the potions were his by default. Since Brother Chun wants it, I won't bid, someone announced. Ha! Then I'll give up as well, another voice followed. Zhao Xiaotian and a few others joined in, declaring their withdrawal. Chun Xiao simply nodded, satisfied, as if this was only natural. Lan Yueli, standing at the auction table, felt a flicker of irritation, but there was nothing she could say. Chun Xiao hadn't broken any rules outright. He had simply relied on his influence to force the competition out before it began. Then, this first set of excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions goes to young Master Chun. Lan Yueli declared after confirming that no one else intended to bid. Chun Shao received the announcement with a faint sneer, turning his eyes toward Li Yun. In his mind, Li Yun's silence during the bidding was a retreat. He had half expected Li Yun to challenge him, and the fact that he didn't only made Chun Shao believe his earlier show of dominance had worked. Yet retreat or not, Chun Shao had no intention of letting the matter go. Li Yun had refused to give up the second set of purple fruits earlier, defying him in front of so many witnesses. That public embarrassment was not something Chun Shao would forgive. The next item is another set of excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions. With the same base price of 20,000 gold coins, Lan Yueli continued, moving the auction forward. 30,000 gold coins, Chun Shao said immediately, his voice unwavering. I want this set of potions too. By now, the tension in the hall was beginning to boil beneath the surface. Though few dared to speak their thoughts aloud, many attendees felt the same growing dissatisfaction. Chun Zhao's dominance was becoming excessive. Chun Shao, your Chun family needs this potion, but what about the rest of us? Are we to walk away empty-handed? As if sensing the shift in sentiment, Chun Shao spoke again, his tone calm yet calculated. No matter how many other excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions appear in today's auction, I will not bid. I only want these two sets. It was a statement with intent. By drawing a line, he was reassuring the others. This wasn't an attempt to monopolize everything, just what he claimed as his share. And it worked. Several people who had been on the verge of raising the price thought better of it and quietly backed down. Chun Shao had once again secured his prize without real competition. Li Yun quietly let out a breath of relief in his heart. These excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions were his own consignments to the treasure pavilion. Naturally, he had no intention of buying them back himself. The relief came from the fact that he still owed the pavilion 60,000 gold coins from earlier purchases. Now, with 2 full sets already sold at high prices, he had a secure means of earning back what he owed. Even so, he couldn't help but feel displeased with Chun Zhao's behavior. If it weren't for that man's blatant interference, the bidding for each set might have gone higher. Li Yun wanted the price pushed to the limit. After all, the higher the winning bid, the more profit he would see. But even with Chun Shao monopolizing the first 2 sets, a price of 30,000 gold coins each was not bad, and he could live with it. On the auction stage, Lan Yueli continued, the third set of marrow-cleansing potions will start at a base price of 20,000 gold coins. You may begin bidding now. The crowd stirred again, this time with renewed energy. Those who had feared the potions might run out before they had a chance felt reassured. There were still sets available. All eyes brightened as they prepared to compete. 30,000 gold coins. Zhao Xiaotian was the first to call out, clearly eager to make his claim. Chun Shao remained silent. He had promised earlier that he would not bid beyond the 2 sets he had already taken, and as arrogant as he was, he understood that breaking his word would damage his image. For someone like him, reputation was also a form of power. I, Zhao Xiaotian, will take this third set of marrow-cleansing potions. I only want 1 set and won't bid for the rest, Zhao declared, clearly attempting to imitate Chun Zhao's earlier display of dominance. But Zhao Xiaotian was not Chun Shao. His words held far less weight, and almost immediately, someone broke through his bid. 31,000 gold coins. The voice came from a young man in white, seated a short distance away. Zhao Xiaotian's expression darkened in an instant. He turned his gaze toward the speaker, but the glare he gave was restrained. The man in white was no ordinary opponent. He was from the City Lord's mansion and, more importantly, the nephew of Azure Wind City's City Lord. Picking a fight with him would be courting disaster. 32,000 gold coins, Zhao Xiaotian countered, forcing his voice to remain steady. 35,000 gold coins. The young man in white replied with a calm smile, effortlessly raising the price again. 36,000 gold coins, Zhao said in a low but firm tone. His father's orders still rang in his ears. He was to secure the marrow-cleansing potion at any cost. To give up now would be to fail in the one task he had been given, and that was something he could not allow to happen. 40,000. The young man in white calmly raised his hand, for fingers extended. His name was Han Yun. Han Yun was not someone who frequently sought the spotlight. Even as the nephew of Azure Wind City's lord, his name was not as widely recognized as Zhao Xiaoyan's. But his lack of public presence didn't mean he lacked strength. Far from it. His cultivation was at the third level of body tempering realm, which was already the peak level geniuses of the Azure Wind City. The excellent grade marrow cleansing potion was the key he needed to shatter the barrier. Young Master Zhao, Han Yun said with a cordial smile, glancing at Zhao Xiaotian. I intend to pay the highest price for this set of marrow cleansing potions. If you would be willing to let me have them, I would be deeply grateful. In return, I will ensure that the next set of marrow cleansing potions goes directly to you. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes flickered with conflict. He was reluctant to give up, he still wanted this set for himself. But Han Yun's words made him pause. Lan Yueli hadn't announced that this was the final set, which meant there could still be another round. If this were the last set, the treasure pavilion would have made that clear to drive the price even higher. Since there was still a chance for him to bid later, perhaps it was wiser to back down for now and save his resources. Since Brother Han has spoken, how could I refuse to give him face? I'll let you have this set, Zhao Xiaotian finally said. Thank you. Han Yun gave him a respectful bow. As for the other attendees, the price had already climbed to 40,000 gold coins, putting the set far beyond their reach. Had the bidding stopped below 40,000, some might have tried to compete, but at this price, most of their families or factions could not justify the expense. The third set of excellent-grade marrow cleansing potions was thus secured by Han Yun. Next, we will auction the fourth set of marrow cleansing potions, Lan Yueli announced, holding up another tray. This will be the final set of excellent-grade marrow cleansing potions for today's auction. If you miss it, you may not have another chance for quite some time. Upon hearing it was the last set, Zhao Xiaoyan's hand clenched into a fist. This was it, no matter the cost, he had to win this one. 30,000 gold coins! He shouted before Lan Yueli had even officially opened the bidding. His eagerness drew a few raised eyebrows from the crowd. But almost immediately, his offer was buried under a wave of rapid bids. 31,000. 32,000 gold coins. 35,000. 40,000. In just a short exchange, the final set's price had skyrocketed to 40,000 gold coins. 42,000 gold coins? Zhao Xiaotian growled, his eyes bloodshot as he locked his gaze on the 5 bottles before him, determined not to let them slip away. At this point, Li Yun leaned back slightly, his eyes half closed as though he were dozing, but in truth, he was savoring the moment. Inside, he was deeply satisfied. The prices fetched by the last 2 sets of marrow cleansing potions had exceeded even his own optimistic predictions. The third set went for 40,000 gold coins. He thought, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The earnings from the first 2 sets alone are almost enough to cover the 60,000 I owe the treasure pavilion. That means, after the auction fees are taken from this third set's 40,000, everything else goes straight into my pocket. I still have 12,000 gold coins on hand, and with Sister Hua's 10,000, that makes 60,000 in total. His eyes remained half shut, but his mind was sharp and calculating. Then, slowly he opened his eyes. On the stage, the bidding for the final set had slowed. After Zhao Xiaotian called out 42,000 gold coins, the room fell quiet. No one else was willing to push the price higher. It had already reached a point beyond most people's limits. Seeing the silence, Zhao Xiaotian allowed himself a breath of relief. This set would be his. The price was steep, yes, but fulfilling his father's order was worth it. Victory felt within reach. 60,000. The voice sliced through the quiet like a blade, silencing the auction hall entirely. Every head turned toward the source, and all eyes landed on Li Yun. For a heartbeat, the entire room seemed frozen. Then, a wave of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Is he insane? Excellent-grade marrow cleansing potions were valuable, yes, but no matter how precious, 5 bottles together still didn't justify 60,000 gold coins. Was Li Yun simply throwing this number out to stop Zhao Xiaotian from claiming the final set? Was this nothing more than a deliberate act of provocation? And another question, where could Li Yun possibly have gotten such an amount? The Li family had wealth, but would they really give him that much to spend freely? Many second, and even first-tier families in Azure Wind City would struggle to produce 60,000 gold coins in liquid cash without difficulty. Li Yun, are you crazy? Zhao Xiaotian finally exploded, his eyes bloodshot as he glared across the room. He understood instantly that this was aimed squarely at him. Yet he had no clear counter. If he backed down now, he would fail the task his father had given him, and that was not an option. What should I do? The thought pounded in his head, but no answer came. Li Yun, in contrast, looked perfectly at ease. His lips curved into a calm, almost mocking smile as he said in a leisurely tone, "It seems young Master Zhao won't be taking home the excellent-grade marrow cleansing potions today. 70,000 gold coins." Zhao Xiaoyan's roar shook the auction hall as he called out his new bid. Under normal circumstances, he would never dream of spending such a staggering amount on just 5 bottles of marrow cleansing potion. The price was utterly unreasonable. But today was different. His composure had been shattered, his rational thinking clouded by fury. Li Yun's deliberate provocation had driven him to the edge. Still, Zhao Xiaotian wasn't entirely reckless. This was a calculated act born out of anger. If you want to play, Li Yun, then let's play properly. 70,000 gold coins was his counterattack. Inside, however, he had already decided, if Li Yun dared to raise the price again, he would back down instantly. Even if that meant returning home empty-handed and enduring his father's wrath, he would accept it. But he would never allow Li Yun to walk away from this unscathed. His eyes burned like twin blades as he fixed his gaze on Li Yun. If Li Yun chose to push the price higher, he would have to pay an astronomical sum, and that would be enough to cause him real pain. 70,000 gold coins could buy an entirely new set of excellent-grade potions. Let's see how he explains that to his family when the time comes. But there was still a risk. What if Li Yun pulled the same stunt he had used during their battle over the Dark Light Sword? If Li Yun suddenly refused to bid further, Zhao would be stuck with a ludicrous 70,000 gold coin bill for a single set of potions. Just imagining it made his chest tighten. As the silence stretched, Zhao Xiaotian kept his eyes locked on Li Yun, reading every twitch and movement. Then his heart gave a small leap. Li Yun's lips parted as if to speak. The price is going up, Zhao Xiaotian thought with an inward grin. All he had to do was wait for Li Yun to make his move, then step back, leaving the other man holding the burden. He even pictured himself mocking Li Yun afterward for being foolish enough to fall into his trap. But instead of calling a higher price, Li Yun's voice came out low and heavy, carrying an air of reluctant defeat. "Xiaotian, you're so cruel. I admit my loss. I truly intended to win this last set of excellent-grade marrow cleansing potions at all costs. I wanted them badly, but now, I have no choice but to give up. If I push the price any higher, the gold I'll have to spend will be more than I can bear." Then, with an expression of deep regret that almost seemed genuine, Li Yun added, "Xiaotian, I'll leave this last set to you." Zhao Xiaotian felt his chest tighten as if the air had been sucked from his lungs. His vision dimmed, black spots clouding his sight, and for a terrifying moment, he thought he might collapse right there in front of everyone. Fortunately, one of the Zhao family guards reacted quickly, stepping forward to steady him before he could fall. He drew in a long, shaky breath, forcing his body to calm. But the relief was fleeting. His eyes locked onto Li Yun with a glare so fierce it was almost tangible, burning with rage and humiliation. In that moment, Zhao Xiaotian truly wished he could incinerate Li Yun on the spot. His mind churned with suspicion. Had Li Yun just tricked him again? The possibility gnawed at him. Yet when he studied Li Yun's face, all he saw was an expression filled with unwillingness and frustration, as if Li Yun truly hated the idea of losing the marrow cleansing potions to him. For a brief second, Zhao Xiaotian hesitated, uncertain if this was another ploy or genuine defeat. Around them, the auction hall was abuzz with disbelief. Every gaze was locked on Zhao Xiaotian, eyes wide, as if they were witnessing a spectacle unlike anything before. 70,000 gold coins, for just 5 bottles of excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potion, was an astronomical sum. Many quietly wondered if such a purchase had ever happened in the history of Azure Wind City. Some sharp-eyed attendees kept glancing between Zhao Xiaotian and Li Yun, trying to piece it together. Was this a deliberate trap set by Li Yun to make Zhao Xiaotian overpay? Or was Li Yun truly backing out because he couldn't afford to raise the price further? His clenched jaw and strained look made it hard to tell. Beside Li Yun, Li Hua let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. She had been genuinely afraid that Li Yun might recklessly keep bidding. Spending over 70,000 gold coins on just 5 bottles of potion was pure madness. She sighed. Thankfully, he gave up. This is much better, she thought to herself in relief. On the auction stage, Supervisor Lan Yueli allowed her gaze to sweep briefly toward Li Yun. Most people in the room didn't know the truth, but she did. These potions had been consigned by Li Yun himself. Zhao Xiaotian had, without realizing it, paid an outrageous sum straight into Li Yun's pockets. Young Master Zhao, congratulations on successfully bidding for the last set of marrow-cleansing potions. Congratulations, Lan Yueli said warmly, a small smile playing on her lips. Zhao Xiaotian felt as if he could cry but no tears would come. His face was blank, drained of all emotion, as he watched the staff walk toward him carrying the 5 bottles of marrow-cleansing potion. He had to part with nearly every last gold coin in his possession just to scrape together enough to pay for them. The victory felt hollow, and the weight of the expense pressed down on him like a boulder. Everyone, that concludes today's auction. Thank you all once again for attending. Lan Yueli's clear, graceful voice carried across the hall as she lifted her jade-like hand in a light wave, formally ending the event. Not long after, in a private room on the 3rd floor of the Treasure Pavilion, Lan Yueli sat together with Li Yun and Li Hua. Young Master Li, Lan Yueli began with a bright smile. Your 20 bottles of excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potion sold for a total of 170,000 gold coins. After deducting the 5% handling fee charged by our Treasure Pavilion, amounting to 8,500 gold coins, that leaves you with 161,500 gold coins. Since you bid 60,000 gold coins on 2 sets of purple fruit earlier, you now have a remaining balance of 101,500 gold coins. She set a beautiful purple box on the table in front of him. Here are exactly 101,500 gold coins. Young Master Li, please check them. Li Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never even considered the possibility that the 20 bottles auctioned earlier had belonged to Li Yun. To think that he had earned over 100,000 gold coins in one day, it was staggering. That was a fortune by any standard. For comparison, the entire Li family's many businesses only brought in around 1 million gold coins in net profit over an entire year. Still staring at him in astonishment, Li Hua watched as Li Yun simply picked up the purple box and stored it directly into the space ring he had bought earlier at the auction. Young Master Li, would you like to count them yourself? Lan Yueli asked again, smiling warmly, her flawless teeth visible in the light. There's no need, Li Yun replied casually, waving a hand. Even if I didn't trust the Treasure Pavilion's credibility, I believe in Director Lands. Counting over 100,000 gold coins by hand? The thought was laughable. Even as a cultivator, going through each one would take at least an hour or 2. Besides, an establishment like the Treasure Pavilion relied on its reputation above all else. Even at a small auction like this, their turnover could easily surpass 1 million gold coins. To think they would skim a little from his payment was absurd. Young Master Li, you can just call me Lan Yueli, she said with a smile that bloomed like a flower. In that case, I'll call you Sister Lan, Li Yun replied with an easy grin. And Sister Lan, you can just call me Li Yun. All right, she agreed with a nod. Sister Lan, we'll take our leave now. Li Yun spoke calmly, But inside, his thoughts were already fixed on what he needed to do next. Having successfully secured 10 purple fruits at the auction, his priority was now clear: return to his cultivation. He had done what he had came to do, and that was to acquire the purple fruits, which was one of the ingredients for body-tempering pills. And now he had to continue what he had been doing for the past few months. That was to try to successfully refine perfect-grade marrow cleansing potion and increase the mastery of the Crimson Sun Flame Sword art to true meaning stage. Time was no longer a luxury he could afford. The clan competition was less than 2 months away, and his opponent would be Li Xian, a cultivator at the second level of the body-tempering realm. Losing that battle was not an option. He knew that both the clan head and his third grandfather would never allow serious harm to come to him. But that was not enough. He didn't just want to come out of the fight unharmed. He wanted to win, and win decisively. If he couldn't even defeat Li Xian, a so-called genius of the Li family, who in truth was nothing compared to the real talents scattered across the vast martial dragon continent, then what right did he have to call himself a cultivator? If even with the system in his hands he still couldn't defeat such an opponent, then he might as well abandon his path altogether, give up on his dream of reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, and forget about resurrecting his parents. That dream was the reason he had stepped onto the martial path in the first place, the reason he had refused to give up even in the years when he was thought incapable of cultivating at all. Every step he took now was driven by that single, unwavering goal, and defeating Li Xian in the clan competition was the next milestone he had to cross. Li Yun, please visit our treasure pavilion often in the future, Lan Yueli said warmly, smiling as she personally escorted Li Yun and Li Hua out of the building. The two walked together toward the family residence. For a while, Li Hua remained silent, clearly holding back her thoughts, until she finally couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. Li Yun, when did you manage to refine so many excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions? Are you now a senior pharmacist? She asked. She still found it hard to believe that all 20 bottles sold at the auction had come from him. Li Hua knew Li Yun was a senior pharmacist, but she had never imagined that his skill in alchemy was already at such an extraordinary level. For example, Li Yongfang, the 9th elder of the Li family, was also a senior pharmacist, but even he had never successfully refined an excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potion in his life. Now, however, Li Yun had auctioned off 20 bottles of excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potion at once. To produce that many, how many attempts would he have needed? Hundreds of bottles? Perhaps more? And refining such potions was not a process that could be rushed. Each batch took significant time and effort. The more she thought about it, the less sense it made. Li Hua's eyes were filled with puzzlement as she studied Li Yun. Sister Hua, let's talk inside, Li Yun said after glancing toward both sides of the busy street. People were passing by constantly, and this was not a conversation he wanted overheard. His gaze shifted, spotting a narrow alleyway not far ahead. Without another word, the two of them turned and stepped into the alley. It was quiet there, the bustle of the main road fading away, and not a single person was in sight before or behind them. Li Yun didn't immediately answer Li Hua's question about the potions. Instead, he spoke in a calm, even tone. Sister Hua, I've already consigned almost all of the excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions to the auction, but I still kept a few bottles aside for Li Yao. As he said this, he reached into his belongings and took out a plump, fragrant purple fruit, its smooth surface glistening faintly under the light. Without hesitation, he extended it toward her. Sister Hua, take this, he said firmly, placing the fruit directly into her hand. I know you've suffered from a damaged foundation. This will repair it completely. This, Li Hua was momentarily taken aback. She had, in truth, come to the auction that day with the intention of buying a purple fruit for herself. But she had been well aware from the start that she didn't have enough wealth to compete for it in the bidding. Still, she had decided to attend anyway, ready to spend what little she could to help Li Yun if he needed her support. Yet now, things had turned out entirely the opposite. Li Yun was the one placing a purple fruit into her hands. Sister Hua, if you don't take this purple fruit, then I won't speak to you from now on, Li Yun said, his expression turning mock stern, his brows slightly furrowed. Li Hua let out a soft laugh. Ha ha! In that case, I have no choice but to take it. She carefully stored the purple fruit away, her movements deliberate, as though she were handling a priceless treasure. Seeing her accept it, Li Yun finally felt relieved. He genuinely wanted her to restore her foundation so she could continue advancing on the martial path without being held back by past injuries. Li Yun, I'll be going back to Stonewood Town tomorrow, Li Hua said after a pause, her voice tinged with concern. You need to be careful here in Azure Wind City. Zhao Xiaotian will definitely not let this matter drop. And Chun Xiao, after what happened at the auction today, you've offended him as well. It's possible he already considers you an enemy. Sister Hua, don't worry. I understand my situation, Li Yun replied with a faint smile, his tone calm but carrying a quiet confidence. Azure Wind City Zhao family courtyard. The Zhao family, second only to the Chun family in Azure Wind City, lived in a residence that radiated power and authority. The estate was massive, filled with grand halls and fortified courtyards, its imposing scale befitting one of the city's most influential clans. Outside the private courtyard of Zhao Liang, the head of the Zhao family, a black-clad guard hurried over with anxious steps. Zhao Liang, though already over 80 years old, still stood tall and firm, his spirit unshaken. As a Xiantian realm expert, his body retained vitality well beyond his years. With his strength, he could expect to live at least 150 years, while those in the Qixi realm, who stood above Xiantian, could reach lifespans of 2 centuries or more. His son Zhao Xiaotian, born when Zhao Liang was already 60, was therefore both cherished and overprotected, a late-born child upon whom the patriarch placed great affection. Patriarch! The guard bowed deeply outside the building. Where is Xiaotian? Zhao Liang stepped out, his sharp eyes carrying both authority and paternal concern. This particular guard was not ordinary, he was Zhao Liang's personal guard, already at the peak of the 7th level of the body-tempering realm. His main duty, however, was to follow Zhao Xiaotian, ensuring his safety at all times. Earlier, it had been this man who reported the sudden appearance of excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions at the Treasure Pavilion's small auction. At once, Zhao Liang had dispatched him with 50,000 gold coins to aid Zhao Xiaotian in bidding. The young master is still on his way back, the guard reported respectfully. He asked me to inform you, Patriarch, that he has successfully obtained 1 set of excellent-grade marrow-cleansing potions at the auction, a full 5 bottles. Good, good, good. Zhao Liang's eyes lit up with rare joy. For the Zhao family, 5 bottles of such potions was no small matter. Their treasure vault contained only 20 to 30 bottles in total, so Zhao Xiaoyan's purchase had expanded their resources significantly. Although he had won only 1 set, it was already an achievement to bring back such a prize. Zhao Liang, of course, loved his son dearly, but he was well aware that Zhao Xiaoyan's natural aptitude was not outstanding. Much of his son's current cultivation, which had barely reached the peak stage Marrow's cleansing realm, was owed to the vast resources Zhao Liang had funneled into him. This fact was not lost on the elders, many of whom already grumbled about Zhao Xiaoyan's poor reputation in the city. Yet today, Zhao Xiaotian had achieved something worthy, something that brought honor to the family name. Zhao Liang's pride swelled, not just in the gain of potions, but in the chance to prove his son's worth to the skeptical elders. Go! Summon the Grand Elder, the 3rd Elder, and the 4th Elder. And as soon as Xiaotian returns, bring him to me, Zhao Liang ordered. The guard bowed but could not help a bitter expression. He knew what the patriarch intended, to parade Xiaoyan's success in front of the elders. But he also knew the truth, that Zhao Xiaotian had spent an outrageous 70,000 gold coins for those 5 bottles. With a quiet sigh, he left to deliver the summons. Young master, the patriarch wants to see you as soon as you return, the guard told Zhao Xiaotian when he met him outside the family gates. How is my father's mood? Zhao Xiaotian asked nervously, his neck shrinking. The patriarch is in very high spirits, the guard replied honestly. And it was true for now. But once Zhao Liang learned what price had been paid, who could say how long his joy would last? Zhao Xiaotian, reassured for the moment, pressed forward, heading toward his father's courtyard. By the way, young master, the guard added hesitantly, the Grand Elder, Third Elder, and Fourth Elder are already waiting in the Patriarch's courtyard. What? Zhao Xiaotian froze mid-step, his expression twisting. He loathed dealing with the elders, knowing their disapproval of him. If they were present, his report would surely bring more trouble than praise. If he had paid a normal price, he might have wanted the whole clan to know, but at 70,000, this was a disaster. I'll go after they leave, he muttered. I'm afraid that won't do, young master, the guard said quickly. The Patriarch specifically ordered you to see him immediately, and he was the one who invited the elders. Damn it! Zhao Xiaotian cursed under his breath. He wanted to flee, but he knew avoiding it would only worsen matters. Gritting his teeth, he continued forward. Inside the courtyard, Zhao Liang welcomed the elders with a proud smile. Elders, I've gathered you for good news. Today's auction at the Treasure Pavilion, have you heard of it? Yes, we know of it, one elder said. Though the pavilion's small auctions usually deal with items for those below Xiantian, so I paid it little mind, the Grand Elder admitted. Well, this time was different. Excellent grade marrow cleansing potions appeared there. Zhao Liang declared, his eyes gleaming. The elders immediately leaned forward. Their interest piqued. Such treasures are rare indeed. Patriarch, surely you made arrangements to secure them. Haha, naturally. My son Xiaotian has already won a set. 5 bottles. Zhao Liang said, beaming. The elders glanced at each other, their expressions mixed with doubt. Just then, the guard's voice announced Zhao Xiaotian's arrival. Soon, he entered, bowed deeply, and greeted them. Xiaotian, come, sit by me, Zhao Liang said warmly, not noticing his son's unease. Yes, father, Zhao Xiaotian obeyed. Tell me, did you truly win a set of potions at the auction? Yes, Zhao Xiaotian admitted. Of the 4 sets offered, 2 went to Chen Xiao, 1 to Han Yun, the city lord's nephew, and the last to me. Excellent, Zhao Liang praised. Bring them out. Obediently, Zhao Xiaotian placed the 5 porcelain bottles on the table. Zhao Liang invited the Grand Elder to inspect them. Though he knew Treasure Pavilion's reputation left no room for counterfeits, the Elder confirmed their authenticity with a stiff nod. But then Zhao Liang's gaze fell on the dark light sword strapped to his son's side. That sword. Xiaotian, did you also purchase this today? Yes, father, Zhao Xiaotian replied. It is a high-grade mortal rank weapon called the Dark Light Sword. Though he tried to sound proud, the memory of spending 26,000 gold coins on it stung. The elders exchanged dark looks. A weapon like that was valuable, but the money spent was outrageous, and it was clear the funds had come from family resources. Zhao Liang, trying to maintain his son's dignity, said gently, since you've obtained it, use it well. But the elders' eyes said what their mouths did not. Then came the dreaded question. How much did you pay for it? The first elder asked. Zhao Xiaotian froze, his face burning. He could not lie, not with so many witnesses. 26,000, he muttered at last. The elders' faces hardened, and Zhao Liang himself blinked in shock. What? 26,000 for a mere mortal rank sword? He thundered. Before Zhao Xiaotian could recover, the first elder pressed again. And the potions? How much did those cost? The color drained from Zhao Xiaotian's face. He opened his mouth, but no words came. Speak, Zhao Liang demanded, his voice like a whip. 70,000. Gold coins, Zhao Xiaotian whispered, trembling. The silence that followed was crushing. Even Zhao Liang, who doted on his son, could only stare at him in disbelief. 70,000 gold coins for 5 bottles of potion, and 26,000 more for a sword. No matter how wealthy the Zhao family was, this was reckless beyond reason. Even their great fortune could not withstand such waste for long. The air in the private courtyard turned deathly silent the instant Zhao Xiaotian uttered the words 70,000 gold coins. For a moment no one breathed. Then, like thunder exploding in the middle of the night, Zhao Liang slammed his palm against the armrest of his chair, his aged face trembling with rage. 70,000? His voice boomed through the courtyard like a roar, veins bulging on his forehead, his chest rising and falling as if he might explode at any second. The three elders reacted no less violently. The Grand Elder shot up from his seat, his beard shaking as his eyes widened in disbelief. Absurd. 70,000 for a mere set of marrow-cleansing potions? Are you trying to bankrupt the Zhao family? The third elder's face twisted with fury, his hand slapping the table so hard the porcelain bottles rattled. That price could buy half the treasure pavilion. Has this boy lost his mind? The fourth elder's lips curled in disdain as he sneered, Patriarch, forgive my bluntness, but your son is not only wasteful, he's reckless to the point of being a liability. Who in Azure Wind City has ever heard of such foolish bidding? Zhao Liang's face darkened further, his fury turning cold as ice. His hand trembled, pointing at his son like he wanted to tear him apart. Xiaotian, explain yourself. How dare you spend 70,000 gold coins on something worth less than half of that? Do you think the Zhao family's wealth grows from the soil of our courtyard? Speak. Zhao Xiaotian's face had long since lost its color, and cold sweat slid down his back. His lips quivered as he forced out his words. Father, it wasn't my fault. That bastard Li Yun. He tricked me. Zhao Liang's eyes narrowed dangerously, and the elders all leaned forward with scorn etched on their faces. What do you mean tricked you? The Grand Elder demanded sharply. Clenching his fists and grinding his teeth, Zhao Xiaotian hurriedly explained. At the auction, Li Yun deliberately kept raising the price. Each time I bid, he would push it higher, always just enough to provoke me. He acted as though he was determined to win, and I couldn't allow him to succeed. Everyone was watching. If I backed down in front of so many people, the Zhao family's reputation would have been ruined. He swallowed hard, his voice turning weaker as he added. And in the end, just when the price reached 70,000, he suddenly withdrew. He forced me to buy it at that price. If I didn't, it would have been a complete humiliation. As those words left his mouth, the courtyard trembled again with the elder's outrage. The third elder slammed his palm on the table once more, his voice like a whip. So you let a brat from the Li family toy with you like a monkey? Is this what the Zhao family's young master has become? The fourth elder laughed bitterly, his voice dripping with venom. To think the patriarch's son, the one we pour endless resources into, could be led around by the nose in public. The whole city must be laughing at us now. The Grand Elder shook his head in fury, glaring at Zhao Xiaotian as though he was filth. If word spreads of this, the Zhao family will be a joke. Xiaotian, you have shamed us all. Zhao Liang's fists clenched tightly on his chair, his face pale with suppressed fury. His voice came out low and dangerous. You fool. 1,000 times a fool. You let Li Yun bait you and bleed 70,000 gold coins from our Zhao family? Do you realize what you've done? Following that, a heavy silence followed. Zhao Xiaotian kept his head down, didn't dare to look at his father. Li Yun? Which Li Yun? Which bastard dares to toy with my Zhao family? Zhao Liang's voice cut through the tense silence after he finally managed to steady his breathing. His tone was calmer than before, but the veins at his temple still throbbed with suppressed fury. The Zhao family, like the Li family, was one of the three major powers in Azure Wind City. Both sides had clashed countless times in the shadows, testing each other's strength and influence. But even as patriarch, Zhao Liang prided himself on knowing every talented youth of their rivals. Yet this name, Li Yun, rang hollow in his memory. There was no such remarkable figure among the Li clan's young generation. The brightest of their seedlings in recent years had always been Li Xian, the one who had already entered Sword Hall, the strongest force in Moon River County. Zhao Xiaotian seized this moment, straightening his back and trying to shift some of the blame. Father, Li Yun is the grandson of Li Zhan, the third elder of the Li family, he said bitterly, his voice sharp with anger. His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, and the hatred in his eyes flared like wildfire. Even while defending himself, his mind churned with vicious thoughts. Once a chance presented itself, he would carve Li Yun into pieces. Zhao Liang's brows knitted tightly. "You mean that Li Yun? The cripple who can't cultivate?" A scoff of disbelief escaped him as the memory surfaced. Yes, Li Jun, the third elder of the Li clan, did indeed have a grandson by that name. And Li Yun was the son of Li Tian, once celebrated as Azure Wind City's #1 genius. But Li Tian had died young, and his son, useless, born without a spiritual constitution, unable to cultivate. Everyone in the city knew him as a waste. Even within the Li household, he was barely acknowledged, living in the shadows without importance. How could such a figure possibly stand against his son at a treasure pavilion auction? But Zhao Xiaotian shook his head vehemently. His eyes gleamed with a mix of fear and resentment. "Father, you don't understand. Li Yun is not as simple as people believe. At the auction, I saw it clearly. He has a very close relationship with Director Lan Yueli of the Treasure Pavilion." The moment those words fell, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. "What did you say?" Zhao Liang's voice deepened, and his pupils contracted into dangerous slits. Zhao Xiaotian recounted everything in detail: how Li Yun had smiled and spoken casually with Lan Yueli, how she had shown him favor, how even the handling of the purple fruits and the settlement of gold coins had been far too personal, almost deferential. Zhao Liang's expression darkened, but the next possibility that crossed his mind made even him pause. "Are you suggesting that this Li Yun might have ties to Guanlong himself? Could it be that Li Yun is Guanlong's illegitimate son?" The words landed like thunder. The three elders of the Zhao family exchanged stunned glances, their eyes almost bulging from their sockets. The thought was absurd, yet not impossible. Guanlong, the reclusive master of the Treasure Pavilion, was a figure of unimaginable weight in Azure Wind City. Though he lived quietly, his influence rivaled even the city lords. If Li Yun truly bore a connection to such a man, if he were even rumored to be Guanlong's son, then his position was not something the Zhao family could touch lightly. Unbelievable. Yet if true, this is a simply shocking matter. One elder muttered, his face pale. But Zhao Liang, despite the shock, was not about to let his son off so easily. His cold gaze snapped back to Zhao Xiaotian, and his voice lashed like a whip. "Even so, you are still a fool. You let a mere cripple drag you by the nose and strip you of 70,000 gold coins. How dare you shame me like this?" Zhao Xiaotian flinched, bowing his head in shame. But before he could speak further, Zhao Liang cut him off with a harsh wave of his hand. "Enough! Get out of my sight. You will confine yourself within the Zhao estate for 1 month. Not a single step beyond the gates. Reflect on your disgrace in silence." The punishment sounded heavy, but everyone in the hall knew Zhao Liang's hand was soft when it came to his son. He had not even confiscated the dark light sword that Xiaotian still held. His fury was real, yet his love remained greater. As Zhao Xiaotian stumbled out, his expression twisted with humiliation and hatred. The atmosphere in the room grew colder. Zhao Liang's face became solemn, his voice low and edged with killing intent. "This matter must be investigated thoroughly. If Li Yun truly has ties to Guanlong, then we will tread carefully. But if not..." His eyes narrowed, sharp as blades, and a chilling smile tugged at his lips. "If it turns out he has no backing, then daring to humiliate my son means only one thing: Li Yun will die." His gaze shifted to the third elder, who stood at once, bowing. "Third elder, I entrust this matter to you. I want every detail about Li Yun's connection to the Treasure Pavilion unearthed." "Yes, Patriarch." The elder's voice was steady, but his heart was heavy. He knew that depending on the outcome of this investigation, the fate of Li Yun, and perhaps even the balance between the Li and Zhao families, would be decided. 3 days had passed since the grand auction ended, and during that time, Li Yun had locked himself away, wholly devoted to a single goal: refining a perfect-grade marrow cleansing potion. When the final wisp of medicinal essence fused together and a brilliant white glow shimmered from the jade bottle before him, his hands trembled, and his heart surged with uncontrollable excitement. For the past month, he had poured his time, energy, and spirit into this pursuit, yet failure had been his constant companion. Each attempt had ended with nothing more than ordinary grade or intermediate grade results, and though he occasionally produced excellent grade potions, it never once satisfied him. To others, such results would have been astonishing enough, but for Li Yun, anything less than perfection gnawed at his pride. Now, at last, after countless failed batches, the moment he longed for had arrived. A true perfect grade marrow-cleansing potion sat in his hand, radiating purity. His eyes burned with determination. "Let's refine some more," he muttered, refusing to stop with just one. But the road to mastery was never smooth. Some batches still came out as excellent grade, others ordinary, while only a few reached perfection. Dissatisfied with inconsistency, Li Yun set himself to the furnace again and again, pushing his focus and control to the absolute limit. The failures no longer discouraged him. They became stepping stones. He dissected each mistake, refined his every motion, adjusted his timing, and forced himself to repeat the process without rest. His obsession left little room for food or sleep. Only the cauldron's glow and the faint medicinal fragrance filled his world. 2 more days passed in relentless effort. Finally, his persistence bore fruit. With each attempt, flawless potions emerged one after another, until not a single failure remained. He had done it. Li Yun had reached the point where every batch he refined yielded perfect-grade marrow-cleansing potions. For the first time, he truly felt worthy of calling himself a master. Li Yun let out a quiet breath, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Now, I can truly be called the supreme senior pharmacist of Azure Wind City." In this city, the hierarchy of pharmacists was strict and absolute. Anyone capable of producing a bone-refining potion earned the recognition of a junior pharmacist, while those who managed to refine the rarer marrow-cleansing potion were elevated to the esteemed rank of senior pharmacist. But Li Yun had gone beyond that. He had successfully created a perfect-grade marrow-cleansing potion, something no one else in Azure Wind City could boast of. By that accomplishment alone, he stood unrivaled, a class above every other pharmacist. Supreme Senior Pharmacist. A title of supreme was only given to those who could refine prefect-grade medicine. Ding. Quest completed. Tough Alchemist Path Noob Challenge. Reward: 5,000 gold coins, 500 experience points, and pill formula of body tempering pill. Oh, the mission's completed. Li Yun's eyes lit up as he glanced at the notification. Without wasting a second, he flipped through the list of ingredients required to concoct a body tempering pill. His gaze halted the moment he spotted it, purple fruit, listed as one of the main components. A satisfied smile curved his lips. Good. He had managed to secure 2 full batches of the fruit, 10 in total, entirely for himself. Even though he had already given one to Li Hua, he didn't regret it in the slightest. For her, it was more than worth it. With that thought, Li Yun put everything aside and left his room. Today was the day his sister, Li Hua, would depart from the Li family of Azure Wind City to return to Stonewood Town. He met her in the courtyard, and together they walked out of the Li family estate. Along the way, Li Yun accompanied her a little farther, the 2 siblings talking warmly, sharing laughter and memories that softened the weight of parting. But eventually, Li Hua's figure grew smaller in the distance, until her back finally vanished from his sight. Only then did Li Yun turn back, swiftly returning to his courtyard. Before entering, he ordered the guards to ensure that no one disturbed him under any circumstances. Once inside, he shut himself away and threw his full focus into refining. Batch after batch of perfect-grade marrow-cleansing potions took shape beneath his steady hands. By the time he finally stopped, 100 flawless batches were lined before him. Li Yun's eyes gleamed as he whispered to himself, "With these perfect-grade marrow-cleansing potions, my cultivation will soar. My strength will far surpass anyone at the same level." Without hesitation, he uncorked a bottle and downed it in one smooth gulp. The moment Li Yun swallowed the potion, A violent, searing warmth erupted inside his body. It surged through his veins like molten fire before burrowing deep into his marrow. Agonizing pain exploded from within his bones, making it feel as though his entire skeleton was being shattered and reforged at once. But Li Yun did not flinch. Gritting his teeth, he immediately sank into a cross-legged position and began circulating the second move of the Iron Pulse Fist art, the myriad marrow breathing technique. His breathing slowed and deepened, every inhalation drawing in the medicinal essence, every exhalation releasing the impurities lurking within his marrow. He could almost hear the faint crackling inside his bones as threads of black, foul impurities seeped out from his pores. One bottle after another, he continued. The bitter, fiery liquid slid down his throat again and again, each time unleashing another storm of scorching energy within him. He clenched his fists and endured the torment, forcing the myriad marrow breathing technique to guide the rampaging energy into every corner of his marrow. Hours turned into days. Bottles piled up around him, the air thick with the acrid stench of expelled impurities. Li Yun's body was drenched in sweat and filth, his robes clinging to him as though soaked in poison. Yet his eyes remained firm, unyielding. He refused to stop. 50 bottles. 70. 90. Still, he pushed forward. Only after the 100th batch had been consumed did he finally halt, his body trembling, his marrow cleansed to its very limit, his breathing steadied, his aura stronger and more refined than before. But when he opened his eyes, a flicker of frustration flashed within them. His strength had only risen to the late stage of the marrow cleansing realm. Even after consuming 100 batches of perfect-grade potions, he had not broken through further. Li Yun let out a long breath, a faintly bitter smile tugging at his lips. Supreme Foundation. The name is fitting. The resources it demands are beyond anything I've ever encountered. In truth, what he had consumed was enough to shake entire families. In Azure Wind City, 100 bottles of perfect-grade marrow cleansing potions would be treated as family-protecting treasures, jealously guarded, only taken out for the most gifted heirs when their futures were on the line. By ordinary standards, just 20 of those potions would have been more than sufficient to push a martial artist from the early stage of the marrow cleansing realm straight to its peak. But Li Yun was anything but ordinary. He had devoured all 100 bottles, absorbed and refined every last trace of medicinal essence to its absolute limit. And yet, his cultivation had only risen to the late stage of the marrow cleansing realm. His wry smile lingered, but his eyes gleamed with determination. The path he walked was not one that could be measured by common standards. Only a month and a half remained before the annual family assessment, and Li Yun knew he couldn't afford to waste a single day. The very next morning, he made his way to the Li family's training grounds. Once there, his eyes landed on the towering strength measurement pillar. Glancing around to make sure no one else was present, he clenched his fist and struck with full force. A deep thud echoed, followed by glowing characters on the pillar. 4,500 Gene. Li Yun froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. 4,500 Gene of strength?
Impossible.
By all normal standards, a genius who reached the peak of the marrow cleansing realm would only boast around 2,000 Gene of strength. Even the most prodigious talents within sex, those hailed as once in a generation, would struggle to touch 3,000 Gene at the very peak of the realm. Yet here he was, still only in the late stage of the marrow cleansing realm, already wielding a staggering 4,500 Gene of raw strength. What heights would he reach once he broke into the peak stage? The thought alone made his heart race. His lips trembled as he muttered, half in awe, half in disbelief. So this is the true benefit of the Supreme Foundation. Li Yun gave a small nod of satisfaction before making his way toward the treasure pavilion. His stock of ingredients for refining marrow cleansing potions had run dry, and it was time to replenish them. Upon entering the grand pavilion, he didn't waste any time browsing and instead went straight to the section where alchemy ingredients were sold. Handing over a neatly written list, he spoke calmly. "Prepare everything on this list for me." The attendant glanced at the parchment, then looked up and immediately recognized him. his posture straightened, his tone respectful. Please wait a moment, young Master Li. After checking through the list, the attendant disappeared into the storeroom and returned shortly after with a neatly tied pouch. Setting it carefully on the counter, he said, Young Master Li, these are all the ingredients you requested. The total comes to 3,000 gold coins. A faint smile tugged at Li Yun's lips. He reached into his robes and produced a gleaming token. I happen to hold a VIP token from the treasure pavilion. Surely that entitles me to a better price, doesn't it? The attendant's eyes flickered in surprise the moment he saw the token. His manner became even more deferential. In the treasure pavilion, every counter, whether directly owned or rented, was bound by contract to honor the pavilion's VIP privileges. And only people of true status in Azure Wind City could possibly hold one. Ordinary adventurers couldn't compare. Of course, young master, the attendant replied quickly. According to the rules, a VIP token grants a 10% discount on all purchases. For these ingredients, the total is 3,000 gold coins. But with your discount, the price will be 2,700. Good, I'll take it. Li Yun nodded, his smile widening slightly as he passed over the coins and tucked the pouch away. Though his wealth had grown considerably, saving 300 gold coins with a single sentence was nothing to scoff at. In truth, 300 gold coins was no small sum. To many, it could mean a year's worth of cultivation resources. What exactly do you want? Didn't my young lady already say she'd compensate you for your shoes? Why are you being so unreasonable? Just as Li Yun stepped into the first-floor hall of the treasure pavilion, a familiar voice reached his ears. He paused, frowning slightly. After a brief moment of thought, recognition flickered in his eyes. It was Xiao Wu, Li Yao's personal maid. If Xiao Wu is here, then Li Yao must be here too. Li Yun's gaze shifted toward the source of the commotion. A crowd had gathered in the corner of the hall, the lively atmosphere laced with tension. Clearly, some sort of conflict had broken out. Could it be? Li Yao has clashed with someone.
Li Yun's brows knit.
Though their relationship had grown distant in recent years, Li Yun could never erase the memory of the little girl, with a ponytail, who once followed him around like a shadow. More than that, he knew from Li Hua that Li Yao still quietly cared for him, even if circumstances had forced her to keep her distance. Before he could take another step, a mocking voice rang out, full of arrogance. Oh my, ha ha ha. This little hussy dares to point her finger at this young master. Bastard. I think you're asking for death. Hearing those words, Li Yun's lips curled into a sneer. That voice, he knew it all too well. Zhao Xiaotian, the son of the Zhao family's patriarch. Half a month ago, during the small auction, Li Yun had made a fool out of him, leaving Zhao Xiaotian seething with humiliation. And now, here he was again. Zhao Xiaotian, don't go too far. A clear, beautiful voice cut through the noise. The instant he heard it, Li Yun's eyes sharpened. It really is Li Yao. She was the one being surrounded, and from the looks of it, she had run straight into Zhao Xiaotian and his lackeys. Li Yun's cold smile deepened as he began striding toward the crowd, his presence sharp as a blade. Even if his relationship with Li Yao had grown distant, Li Yun would never stand by and let Zhao Xiaotian bully her. The truth was simple. Whether he stumbled upon it now or heard about it later, he would rush to her side the moment he learned she was being harassed. Somewhere deep within his heart, the thought of Li Yao being humiliated by anyone was intolerable. To him, she was still that younger sister who once followed him around with bright eyes and an innocent smile. How could he possibly allow her to be trampled on by others? Whoever dared to touch her would pay the price. Right now, Li Yao was still a step away from the peak of the marrow-cleansing realm, while Zhao Xiaotian had already reached it. If the two really clashed, Li Yao would inevitably suffer. Li Yao! Zhao Xiaotian sneered, arrogance dripping from his voice. Others may cower before your identity as the Li family head's daughter, but I, Zhao Xiaotian, do not. Today your maid dirted my shoe. If you don't give me a proper explanation, then this won't end well. Before Li Yao could respond, Another voice cut through the crowd like a blade. What kind of explanation do you want? The crowd parted slightly as Li Yun pushed his way forward, his gaze locked on Zhao Xiaotian. He quickly took in the sight. Zhao Xiaotian in his gaudy golden robe, flanked by 2 guards of the Zhao family, standing with an overbearing posture. Zhao Xiaotian stiffened at the sound of that voice. His head whipped around sharply, and when his eyes landed on Li Yun, his expression twisted with venom. Of course he hated him. He hated him to the bone. In fact, a large part of why Zhao Xiaotian had even come to the treasure pavilion today was to hunt for Li Yun. After suffering humiliation at Li Yun's hands half a month ago, he had been locked up by his father in confinement. But because his father spoiled him, he had been released early. And the very first thing he wanted was revenge. When he failed to find Li Yun, fate had given him a substitute target, Li Yao. He had followed her, deliberately created an opportunity for her maid to step on him, and then used that excuse to unleash his pent-up anger. But now the true source of his humiliation had appeared before him.
Li Yun.
Zhao Xiaotian spat the name through clenched teeth, his eyes brimming with malice. Li Yao and Xiao Wu also turned to look. In Li Yao's beautiful eyes, emotion flickered, complicated, restrained, and heavy with meaning.